Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Shenington for the 12th and final round of the Super One Karting Championship for 2022. Today's going to be a good one, a really good one. As we say, the final round of the championship and all the races here all day with yourself in the comments, watching on the Alpha live stream. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Great to be with you once again here on 28th of August 2022. Shenington, as I say, is our circuit here today. Proper old school circuit. This 7 turns, just over 1 kilometre in length, established in 1960. On what was an old airfield during the years of the Second World War. Quite a few in this part of the world. And we're on the non-gearbox circuit here today. Perfect conditions, if you ask me, for karting. Not too hot, dry, few clouds in the sky, and a light breeze across the circuit as well. Should be a factor for some very good racing here today at Shenington. And as we say, lots of racing to come up, 2 heats and a final for each of our classes. Let's get straight into it because we're getting ready for our first race of the day and the first appearance for the C50 Bambinos. So, C50 Bambinos, new era and pro categories, both going out at the same time. Let's look through their grid first, decided by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Starting with the pros, Cole Teal has pole position, Ethan McClelland alongside on the front row. Already crowned Bambino C50 Pro champion, Riley Murrow starts on row 2, alongside Riley is Harper Das. Amelia Dial and Alfie Mayer start on row number 3. And then we've got Bertie Clark and Austin Oman on row number 4. Let's get into the new eras, because this is really where the story is here today. Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill, the 2 drivers who can both win the championship here today. Both of them on the front row in new era. Fawkes ahead of McGill. We'll get on to the point situations in a minute. Let's go through the rest of the new era grid. Rex Pooley and Charlie Page start on row 2 of the new eras. Then we've got Henry Algar and Theo Poyser on row 3. Soren Gallagher and Jensen Biglands on row 4. Buddy Hugo and Mason Hibbert start on row number 5. Beau Blundell, joining the championship for the first time this season here at Shenington this weekend, starts on row 6 of new era, 10 overall alongside Harry Chapman. Toby Biggs and Sophia Page start there on row 11, and then Grace Mayer completes the 23 kart field for this first race of the day. So, point situation stands as thus after 11 rounds of 12, and we should remember as well, across the course of the season there are 2 dropped rounds, and it's the whole round score that gets dropped. So some championships you may have the combination of heats and finals across the course of a round, so it may be that you have, you know, a really bad heat in one round that you drop. No, this is the whole complete round that gets dropped. So at the moment, Chester Fawkes has a counting score of 1,228. Chloe McGill has a score of 1,215. So it is advantage to Fawkes, but we will mention that yesterday there was a 13-point swing in the direction of McGill, and as we talk about those drop scores that have already occurred for both Fawkes and McGill, Fawkes has dropped to 68 from round 6. McGill has dropped a 94, but the 2 of them today will be looking to drop an 107 in round 4 if you are Chester Fawkes, and a 109 if you are Chloe McGill. So it's very close, nip and tuck on points. It is pretty much a straight battle across the course of today, which is good for us neutrals in the box and at home because it makes the maths a little bit easier. Believe me, there's some quite complicated ones as we go through the classes, but this one's fairly straightforward. 2 drivers in new era. Those are the drivers with the black number plates. The orange number plates, as you see there with Cole Teal, who's had a great qualifying there, getting pole position in his number 6 kart, have the orange number plates. And we will go through their championship permutations as well. Championship has been decided. Riley Murrow already has a score that is greater in terms of his counting score. Already has a score that is greater than what Austin Oman in second place can achieve. Similarly, Austin Oman has got enough points that he has got second place guaranteed. We have got a great scrap going on though for third place and 4th place as well, with Harper Das involved, Bertie Clark and Cole Teal. So there are things still to race for in the pro category. Drivers on their formation lap, and it will be a standing start for our Bambino category. We've put in some great races so far this season, and yesterday as well. All heats, if you are new to us here, or just need a little bit of a reminder, first thing on a Sunday morning, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. The finals will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Each category has 2 heats. The grid decided by timed qualifying that's already taken place. And then the final grid will be decided by the results from the 2 heats. So the Bambino's coming to the start line. And there is Cole Teal on the front row. Great qualifying for Cole here. Best results so far this season. He had a couple of heat wins earlier in the year, but this could really stand in good stead to have a best result of the season so far across the round. Will also be appearing in the Micromax demo race later on, but I think we are about ready to go then here at Shenington for the first race of the day for round 12 of Super One 2022. See Chester Forks just at the back of the shot there with the UK plate. Big day for Chester, but does have that advantage in points. Doesn't need to win today, just needs to get some good scores on the board and consolidate that position at the top of the standings. On a day like today, it is about keeping calm and just staying within your own mind, really, and not getting too excited. Just waiting for the last couple of preparations, but I think we are ready to go then. 5-second board in the air for the C50 Bambinos. Away we go for round 12 of Super One 2022. Good start from Harper Das. Can see they're slotting in behind, but it looks like Ethan McClelland, who was very strong yesterday, has taken the early lead here in the pros. So it's McClelland from Teal, from Das. Riley Murrow is up to 4th place already. Amelia Diella started well also in 5th. It's looking steady so far for the new eras as well. Down to the Stratford hairpin for the first time. The format on the non-gearbox course. Critical corner this to get the exit right as you run towards the Bruno chicane. Proper old school set of corners, the Bruno chicane. Those big curbs on the inside of the corners. Definitely don't want to mess around with if you are one of these drivers. And Cole Teal's put in a good move there, taking the lead back. Riley Murrow's popped up into 2nd place. Harper Das through into 3rd. Ethan McClelland now down to 4th place. McClelland won the heats yesterday. Now there is the key battle that we're looking at across the course of the day in terms of championship. Chester Forks, the UK plate, the number 15 of Chloe McGill. At the moment, this is an advantage to Forks versus McGill. This is just what Chester Forks would have been looking for after a slightly disappointing day yesterday. Has been on this great run of form. Oh, it's round! Oh, Chester Forks is round! Now that completely changes the situation now. Can Chester Forks get going again? Well, there's another driver, I think it's Alfie Mayer, who's got involved. Maybe Grace Mayer, apologies, towards the back of the field. No, I think it was Alfie Mayer. Well, just as we say that this is just what Chester Forks is looking for in terms of championship, an incident there round went Chester Forks. And as I say, that really changes the situation now, because this is where you've got to look across the course of the day. Can Chester Forks now score enough points? We'll deal with that as we get to it. But at the moment, Chloe McGill leading the race in New Era. Cole Teal still doing a great job at the front of Pro. Riley Murrow looking around the outside of Harper Das there. 5 minutes to go. There may be a yellow flag out going into turn 1. Yes, there is. It's a driver off to driver's right. They're perfectly okay. Just trying to get the kart going again. Well, what a big dramatic moment there. Chester Forks is now down in 20th place overall. That is 12th in class. Apologies, it wasn't Alfie Mayer who had the issue there. It's the 65 that's gone off, so that's Toby Biggs. Toby's okay. Still trying to get the engine running again is one of the marshals for Toby, but he's perfectly all right. Cole Teal, though, still leading this race. the three of them here working together is a trait of this circuit, as Chloe McGill goes past Ethan McClellan there. Riley Murray's looking down the inside of Harper. That's a beautiful move. That is a beautiful move by the champion in Pro. It's a corner where you've got to be very brave to get the overtake done. Tightens on the apex through Wilkins. That was very nicely done from Riley Murrow. That's the reason, that's what we've been seeing all season. That's why he is the champion already with a round to spare. Toby Biggs is out of the race. You can see he's walked to the marshal post outside our commentary box window. He's perfectly all right, but unfortunately is out of the race. Chester Fawkes starting to recover, is now up to 17th place. My one question, though, would be whether there is additional problems for Chester Fawkes in terms of an unsafe re-entry to the circuit. I'll leave that one to the stewards. Cole Teal and Riley Murray, though, pushing away. Riley Murray down the inside, just as he did a lap ago, through Wilkins. Another very nicely done overtake from Riley Murray there. Takes the lead of the race. Harper Das still there in third in the yellow and black. Ethan McClelland and Chloe McGill fourth and fifth overall. Now for McGill, this doesn't change her points situation because the points are attributed to class position, not overall. So for Chester Fawkes, well, Chester will be hoping that the likes of Rex Pooley and Charlie Page can get involved. Down the inside there, as Austin Oman's coming through as well. And look up down the inside there goes Rex Pooley. This is a change in New Era potentially, but no, Pooley just slots in behind Chloe McGill there. Austin Oman didn't set the time in qualifying, hence why he's had to start a little bit further down the order, but was our winner in the final yesterday. Chloe McGill, this is right where the number 15 karts needs to be at this stage of the day. End of another lap where Riley Murrow completes lap number 5 ahead of Cole Teal. Harper Das and Austin Oman, with Chloe McGill now looking to the outside. No room there to get through. Rex Pooley having a really good race as well. Oh, a bit of rubbing there with Ethan McClelland, and Pooley's going to be nudged onto the grass there. Chester Fawkes still trying to recover, by the way. It's currently in 17th place overall. Bit of a gap up to Bertie Clark and Soren Gallagher. There is still time on the clock here. I reckon we'll get at least 2 more laps in this race. Austin Oman and Chloe McGill. Now can they work together to push away? That's good tactical play there from Chloe McGill. To push with and away. The key thing is getting a gap to the other New Era drivers behind, the closest challenger still being Rex Pooley. So yes, so we'll have 2 more laps then. Time will run out on this tour of the circuit, then there will be the last lap board when Riley Murrow, your race leader, comes over the line. There, you just see in the background, there is Chester Fawkes. That is the size of the task here. Chester Fawkes has got to pick up to that group there, just try and overtake as many drivers as possible. As I say, he's only got 2 laps to go. Austin Oman and Chloe McGill still working together, 4th place overall. Harper Das just ahead of them in the distance. So just straight away thinking about the points and what would this mean for the points. Well, Chester Fawkes at the moment is now scoring a 9th place in this race. It means that his max possible score for the day, we will talk about max possible scores across the day. Apologies to those of you who don't like maths, because there's going to be a lot of it today. 120 points is what Chester could theoretically score. Now that would still be enough to win the title, so it is not all doom and gloom for Chester Fawkes at this stage. It's not over. The task is a little bit more difficult. Last lap now. Riley Murrow out front, still Cole Teal. Got to say, this has been a really good race from Cole Teal. One of the best races I've seen Cole put together throughout 2022, driving with a lot of confidence this weekend. They've just gone through the Bruno chicane. There they are, picked up by our cameras. Has had 2 heat wins so far this season in the Coma category. He's looking to the outside. Riley Murrow checks over the shoulder, sees it there. Cole Teal switch back on the inside. That is a fantastic manoeuvre from Cole Teal out of the final corner. It could give Cole Teal the win. It's going to be very close on the line. Is it there? Yes, Cole Teal takes a 3rd race victory of the season with a Nigel Mansell-esque switchback there on the champion Riley Murrow. Across the line they all come now. Oh, very close on the line there with a 4-way scrap on the line. Let's read through the result. Teal from Murrow, Harper Das in 3rd, Austin Oman 4th, Chloe McGill takes the win in New Era, and the first big haul of points in that category in the championship decider. Ethan McClellan 6th, Rex Pooley in 2nd place in New Era, 3rd for Algar, 4th for Page, 5th for Biglands, 6th Hibbert, Hugo 7th, Poyser in 8th, and Chester Fawkes in 9th place. Well, there we go. That is your finishing order. We'll see the C50 drivers back out later on today for their 2nd heat, and what will be a crucial 2nd heat in their competition and finale here today. We're going to get ready, though, for the next category heading out on circuit, which is a little bit different to our normal order. Honda Cadet are out next. Honda Cadet in their first appearance of the day, running slightly out of normal order as there are some shared drivers doing double duty in the IAME Bambinos. We'll see them later. But here is your grid for Honda Cadet Heat number 1. Max Taddy has pole position with Josh Parker alongside on the front row. Jensen Hookey and Logan McAllister had some great scraps yesterday. They start there on row number 2. John Richardson and Andrew Dixon start on row number 3. Daniel Butcher and Maria Roberto start on the 4th row of the grid. And new champion in Honda Cadet after yesterday's results, Hugh Roach, starts on row 5 alongside Joel Bullen. Jensen Walker and Riley Till start on the 6th row of the grid. We find Ashley Harser, who took the top rookie trophy yesterday, was in the top 6, starts alongside Leo Livings on the 7th row of the grid. Ella Dixon and Thomas Butcher on row 8. Austin Starley completes the 17-cart field. As we say, the championship title was decided in this category yesterday. It was a scenario before the weekend where Jensen Hookey needed to win every single race, and Hugh Roach needed to have effectively 2 drop scores this weekend, but Hugh Roach, particularly in heat number 2 yesterday, ensured that that wouldn't be the case by winning heat number 2, and goes into today a little bit bruised. Had an incident yesterday, so he's got some strapping on his arm there in the number 11, but already has the title wrapped up, and this should be some really fun racing today because the pressure is off for the Honda Cadets. 12.06 for Roach in the points, 11.80, but a max possible for Hookey of 12.01. Logan McAllister has secured 3rd as well. As what's happening here, there's some problems there with the number 33, and the number 33 is being pulled off the circuit there. That is not good news at all. Well, that is a real shame for Josh Parker. There's Max Taddy. He's had some great results so far this season. Strong in qualifying yesterday as well in Honda Cadet. Just a short pause here whilst we prepare things. So no Josh Parker on the front row anymore. Logan McAllister has got a straight run to turn 1. Eyes on the lights for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go. Good start for Max Taddy and for Jensen Hookey as well in the green helmets on the inside. Looks like John Richardson was having a go also in the number 32. And away and running here in Honda Cadet all through the first couple of corners, heading down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Max Taddy immediately to the inside there, defending into the Stratford hairpin. Oh, runs deep though, runs deep, that's going to be a mistake. And Hookey's going to be down the inside on exit. And surely we'll have the run into the Bruno chicane. Yes, so Hooky takes the lead. John Richardson up to second place there with the black bodywork on the car. The number 95 of Leo Livingston's had a good start. And look at Jensen Hooky there, pleading with the drivers behind to work together and push through. Taddy back down the inside. Logan McAllister's looking for a move as well. Slots down the inside line. Opened up by Max Taddy, takes third place away from John Richardson. So end of lap number 1 in Heat 1. It's Hooky from Taddy, McAllister, Richardson, Dixon in 5th. Daniel Butcher's had a good start, is up to 6th place. Maria Roberto with a great qualifying is there in 7th place in the early stages of this one. Hugh Roach up to 8th. Joel Bullen and Jensen Walker completing the top 10. On the Shenington circuit, it is one that is particularly good for Honda Cadet racing. Due to the long straights, it is very difficult for a race leader to break away from a pack. I was talking to some of the drivers yesterday. I think it was Joe Weaver I was talking to about how you can be 2/10 on pure pace, 2/10 of a second quicker than another driver, but if they are in your draft, if they're in your slipstream, they can just keep on your rear bumper, and it is very, very hard work when you are a race leader, and it is a circuit you can overtake around as well. And in a category that is typified by building up the racecraft of these drivers, we always say that 2 engines are better than 1. And at the moment we've got 4 engines better than 1, because it's Hooky, Taddy, McAllister and Richardson all working together at the moment, with Andrew Dixon now trying to join the lead group there in 5th place. This is what I'm expecting from the Hondas today. These kind of races that'll just simmer away and ignite into the latter stages. Small gap opening up between 2nd and 3rd place. Max Taddy doing a very good job at the moment to just push on Jensen Hooky's rear bumper, try and get that gap out to Logan McAllister and John Richardson, but likewise they're working well together, not letting the 2 leaders get away with this. A good run there through Cafe and Paddock means that McAllister has closed up that gap to Taddy. Four minutes to go then. Hugh Roach is on the move, the new Honda Cadets champion, joining a very, very renowned list of names to win that Super-One Honda Cadet title over the years. And he's just gained 2 positions on that last lap. He's now up to 6th place. In fact, make that 5th place because he's got past Andrew Dixon as well. Looks like Daniel Butcher has followed through. So Hugh Roach now leading the 2nd group, the chase group as it were, over the breakaway leaders. Looks like Daniel Butcher's trying to get back down the inside. This will be the thing now for Hugh Roach, having got the title sewn up yesterday. Everyone will want to be able to say, yep, I beat the Honda Cadet champion on that last round of the championship. But Roach down the inside, bit of help from Andrew Dixon behind as well. Snips through back into 5th place. What I will say at the moment is that this 2nd group do need to get themselves organised. They've got more drivers in their group and could push up to the leaders, particularly if the leaders themselves start switching positions. So Max Taddy on the run, down out of the Bruno chicane through Hanger Corner and into Wilkins, has taken the lead of the race with just over 2.5 minutes to go. Hooky looking for a way back through. Just looking through and reminding myself of Taddy's record. 1 heat win so far this season in Honda Cadet for Super-One 2022. That was back at round number 6. This is a great opportunity to make that 2 heat wins so far this season. Logan McAllister still there in karting number 3 in 3rd place, and John Richardson, who has this tendency, we've spotted it all through the season, to run stronger. Oh, it's Taddy's wide there, and Jensen Hooky's back through. John Richardson has this tendency to be stronger on a Sunday. Maybe it takes a bit more time to learn the circuits. But once he's up to speed, very good indeed on the Sunday streamed rounds. So changes of position there. Hooky to the front, McAllister 2nd, Taddy now in 3rd, 4th for John Richardson. say any of these have got the chance here to win this race. What's the gap back to the second group looking like? Well, Hugh Roach is doing a sterling job here. He's trying to cross the gap. 52.698 for Roach last time around. McAllister's trying to look for a way past Hookie there. Hugh Roach is quicker than the quartet ahead. Is there enough time? Oh, nice move there by John Richardson down the inside, but is he going to have the run off the corner? Squeezes across, closes the door on Max Taddy there to hold on to third place. Richardson recognising that there wasn't that much speed off the corner. That's often the thing with Bruno chicane. If you do go for a big one on the entry, you will be vulnerable on the exit. So there will be 2 more laps. 2 more laps at the pace that the field are running at the moment. Hugh Roach's gap to this quartet is just over a second. He might have half a chance going on to the last lap. Down the inside though goes McAllister for the lead of the race. John Richardson trying to help through as well, and Jensen Hookie's really lost out there. Has gone from first to fourth in one corner. Max Taddy up to third place. This is all good news for Hugh Roach because he's going to see this battle raging on ahead, and he's going to be gaining time all the time. Max Taddy to the inside of John Richardson now for a moment. Jensen Hookie to the outside. Through Hanger Corner into Wilkins now. 5 seconds on the clock, so they should see the last lap board this time through. And just the kind of Honda Cadet scrap that we love to see. There is Hugh Roach right at the back. We said that he might have a chance onto the last lap if the quartet at the front keep battling. That is indeed what is happening. Max Taddy side by side with Jensen Hookie. Hookie to the inside through there, and that is a brilliant move by Jensen Hookie. McAllister to the inside. Hookie to the outside. Bit of bumping and barging in the middle of the Stratford hairpin. 2 by 2 as they come off the Stratford hairpin towards the Bruno chicane, with McAllister just ahead of Richardson, ahead of Hookie, ahead of Taddy, and Hugh Roach has joined them now. It is going to be a 5-way scrap in Heat 1. This is just a heat, ladies and gentlemen. Hookie's straddling the white line. They're trying to get underneath. McAllister's done a great job of defending this. To the outside as well as Taddy and Roach. Who's going to take it out of the Wilkins hairpin? It should be Logan McAllister, who's done a great defensive job there. To the inside as well, Hugh Roach is going to nip third place out of this, but Logan McAllister takes a fascinating heat number 1 in Honda Cadet. John Richardson, Mr. Sunday, finishes there in second place. Hugh Roach battling to the end takes third. Jensen Hookie fourth. Max Taddy in fifth. Very entertaining race from the Honda Cadets. Sixth with Daniel Butcher, seventh Andrew Dixon. Leo Living's great run there from Leo up to 8th place. 9th for Jensen Walker, and Joel Bullen completes the top 10. Well, that was just what I was expecting from the Hondas. Very, very fun and entertaining stuff there. We'll see them for their second heat later on today. We're going to get ready though for the next heat out on circuit, the first appearance of the day for the IAME Bambinos. IAME Bambinos out for their first heats. Let's firstly look through the grid. Grayson Wortley has pole position for the first heat. James Roots joins in alongside him on the front row. Josh Cook and Fraser Anderson start on row 2. Ronnie Carter and Eli Liziecki start on row number 3. Charlie Page and Daniel Ferguson start on row 4. Dean Singh Pahal and Harris Barber complete the top 10 on the grid. Arthur Farrow and Albert Farrow share the 6th row of the grid. Logan Jones and Freddie Fluid start on row 7. Logan Rolfe and Ethan Coupland complete the 16-cart field. This has the recipe to be class of the day, if you ask me. Let's try and keep things simple in terms of points. We've got 3 drivers in the shape of Josh Cook, the number 77, Grayson Wortley, the number 70, and Ronnie Carter, the number 6. If any of them take a clean sweep today, they win the title. It doesn't matter what any of the other drivers do. If any of those 3 drivers win all 3 races, they are champion. It is very, very close. In terms of the counting points at the moment, of course, there's a bit of a mix with the drop scores coming into play here, but Josh Cook has 1,219 points on the board. That's a 6-point lead at the moment over Grayson Wortley. A further 5 points back is Ronnie Carter. But, and this is a big but, the max possible scores, this is what we're meaning by if these drivers take a clean sweep today, win both heats in the final. the max possibles are very, very close. Josh Cook could finish the day on 1,230. Both Wortley and Carter could finish on 1,227. So that's what we're meaning by if any of them take a clean sweep, they're going to win the title. It is very, very close in this one. And just to mix it up, all three of them are on the inside positions of this grid. Wortley has pole position. Cook has P3. Carter has P5. Yesterday we saw those three drivers take the top three positions in most of the racing yesterday. Cook was your round winner with a second, first and a first. Wortley was the other heat winner and then finished in second place in the other two races. Ronnie Carter was third in the first heat and third for a long time in the other two races, but in the end finished fifth in the second heat and fourth in the final. Really cannot call how this one goes today, because I should also mention that whilst I've been talking about the clean sweep has only been achieved in this category once this year, and it wasn't any of our championship contenders. That was Charlie Clough at round number 10 a few weeks ago at Whilton Mill, who's not competing in this category here today. So it really is all to play for. Every position is going to count for Cook, Wortley and Carter. And particularly for Grayson Wortley, he's been in this position before in Super 1 championships at this very circuit. Is that an experience that he can rest on? There is Grayson Wortley, number 70, has pole position. That is just what he would have wanted. They're getting ready for the start of this 7-minute plus 1 lap race. Away we go. Good start for all of those on the pole side of the grid. There's your three championship contenders, 70, 77 and 6 leading through. Cook has pushed through to second place already past James Roots. Through Cafe they go for the first time. All looking good at the moment as they rush down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time, past the grandstand on driver's left. It's a good start for Grayson Wortley. This is what he needs. Did it yesterday, of course. Won the first heat of the day. How tight it is in the championship. All three of these would want to get on the front foot early and straight away. It's 1, 2, 3. The top three in the championship. Ronnie Carter looking down the inside through Hanger. That is a brave move there to the inside of Josh Cook. He's going to hold it on the inside. He's going to go for the lead. Oh, brilliant stuff from Ronnie Carter. Takes the lead at the end of lap 1 of heat number 1 with a double overtake into Wilkins. Got to give respect to Grayson Wortley. Saw the move coming. Left the space. All three of these drivers will be conscious that any kind of incident now, a spin, as we've seen with other categories so far today, will pretty much end a driver's opportunity to win the championship. Back down the inside goes Grayson Wortley at the Stratford hairpin, gets through, retakes the lead. Josh Cook trying to find a way through into second place. This is what it's going to be like all day, ladies and gentlemen. These three battling out, knowing that each position could make the difference come the end of the day. Not necessarily for this round, but for the championship. That's what they're racing for here today. It's a good scrap going on behind with James Roots and Fraser Anderson in 4th and 5th. And Dean Singh Bahal's had a good start there in the orange helmet, cart number 23. With the Scuderia Ferrari emblem on the back. Bahal up to 6th. 5 minutes to go. Wortley from Carter. This is better today from, I know it's the early stages of the second day. This is a stronger looking Ronnie Carter compared to yesterday. Carter's now down the inside into the Stratford hairpin. Can Carter get the move done on the exit? Yeah. It's just a worry sometimes for drivers that you go too deep into the Stratford hairpin, run wide, and then you get undercut on the exit. But that was pretty good from Ronnie Carter. But here is the challenge of Shenington, the long straights, the high speed. When you're at the front of the order, everybody is waiting to slipstream by you and get that run into Wilkins. But for this lap at least, it stays as you are. Bit of a moment there. Oh, as Wortley shuts the door on Josh Cook. Wortley looking to the outside now. Through Park Bend into Cafe. Carter holds the position. James Roots has had a good weekend so far. Finished third in the final yesterday. Hasn't been outside the top 4 so far this weekend at Shenington. Wortley down the inside, helped by Cook. Cook opens the door for his own move up to second place. It's going to be side by side between Carter and Cook, but Carter gets the run off the hairpin. Is now going down the inside. Another brilliant overtake from Ronnie Carter, but a bit wide on the exit of the Bruno chicane. Wortley may be down the inside. Cook to the outside now. They're touching their rubbing wheels as they go down the hanger straight. Cook's not happy about that at all. James Roots is going to have a look there for third place and properly mix it up. Yes, James Roots gets third place, but he's going to have a challenge off the corner. It's going to point to Josh Cook to say, oh, let's work together. I don't think Josh Cook is going to be interested in that one bit. The problem now, Fraser Anderson has got through as well. This is not a good lap at all for Josh Cook, because all of a sudden, Cook is in 5th. His 2 championship rivals are at the front. Now, if Carter and Wortley are aware of this, is there an argument for them to actually be friends and work together at the moment, because they could get a couple of points over on Josh Cook here? If they fight, they could encourage the drivers behind to fight also, and they could find Cook is back in third place within a few moments. This is a very intriguing situation as to what each of these drivers do. Cook to the inside of Anderson, goes for 4th place, gets 4th place into the Wilkins hairpin. Side by side as well between Carter and Wortley once again. I should remind myself, and all of you at home, there's still 2.5 minutes of this race to go. And another 2 races after it. For now, though, Carter leads ahead of Wortley. James Roots still there in 3rd. Josh Cook now up to 4th place. Fraser Anderson 5th. I am going to mention as well, apologies that we're not able to bring it on the screen, but you can understand why we're following this battle. There is a great battle going on between Dean Singh Pahal, Eli Liziecki and Daniel Ferguson just behind 6th, 7th and 8th places. Pahal's just got through past Liziecki into 6th place. Arthur Farah is having a good run as well. It's up into the top 10 and is now 9th, having got past Charlie Page. Cook looking to the inside once again, trying to get back into the top 3. Does get back into the top 3. Past James Roots there. 90 seconds on the clock. By my quick counts, that means I think we've got 3 more laps. Still, Ronnie Carter leads the race. Oh dear, I think there's a problem there for the number 59 of Freddie Flewitt. Carter has not won a race so far this weekend. Actually hasn't won a heat since round number 9. He's been on a bit of a streak here that will want to break. Grayson Wortley looking to the inside though. Not got the run this time. Carter is strong, really strong, as they come out of the Stratford hairpin. That is a good sign. It's not normally an overtaking place, the run from the hairpin to the Bruno chicane. As Cook looking down the inside now takes 2nd place away from Wortley. 2 laps to go. The indicators there in terms of kart's performance for Ronnie Carter here today. If you're strong pushing out of the Stratford hairpin, it's a good indicator for the rest of the circuit. However, Josh Cook's looking down the inside, has got the space, has got the move and has got through. Grayson Wortley's now trying to come around the outside. Carter down to 3rd. Roots still there as well, being a proper nuisance to the championship contenders at the moment. Ronnie Carter back down the inside, retakes the lead, but he's going to be undercut surely, unless he gets that good drive that we've been talking about out of the Stratford hairpin towards the Bruno chicane. They go side by side, and Cook takes the lead. So Josh Cook, who a few laps ago was looking in a bit of trouble, in 5th place, now has the lead of the race. Time has expired. Last lap board is going to be out in a few moments' time. Wortley to the inside of Carter, going for 2nd place, gets 2nd place. Take a step back, everybody. This could get very interesting as they go on to the final lap of heat number 1. Cook taps his head, says think about it. Wortley's having a think about going down the inside and gets down the inside, takes the lead back. Carter nips through into 2nd place. This has been one of the races of the year in the IAME Bambino category. It's been built up as a big finale here today, and it's definitely delivering. Little bit of a thought there from Carter of going for the lead on Wortley, but Grayson Wortley has got through the first big overtaking zone on this circuit, still in the lead of the race. The run out of this chicane is crucial, though. You've got to think that Wortley's all checked down to the inside. Doesn't want to be overtaken at the moment. Is just happy to sit there in the middle of the circuit. Carter, is there going to be a move? Cook, is there going to be a move? Carter's having a think about it, but it's a good run from Grayson Wortley. Has got to get off the corner. Is it going to be Grayson Wortley's first win of the day? It is going to be Grayson Wortley's first win of the day. An early advantage to Grayson Wortley in this championship finale. Ronnie Carter takes second. Josh Cook takes third. So it'll be 34 points to Wortley, 33 to Carter, 32 for Cook here today. The 1, 2, 3 for the three championship contenders. Great run by James Roots as well in fourth. Fifth for Fraser Anderson. And that was a really good run as well for Fraser Anderson. Sixth for Daniel Ferguson. Seventh for Eli Liziecki. Eighth for Dian Singh Bahal. Ninth Arthur Farrow. And 10th Logan Jones. Well, an absolutely fascinating first race of three here today for the IAME Bambinos. Early advantage, as we say, goes to Grayson Wortley, but that hasn't decided anything. There's still two more races for the IAME Bambinos. We'll see them after the lunch break for their second heat. Meanwhile, though, we're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit here. Heat number 1 for Mini Rok. Time to rock then in Mini Rok. First appearance of the day for Mini Rok. Here is their grid. Connor Scarisbrick has pole position. Charlie Benson alongside on the front row. Cooper Snedden and Rok Thompson on row 2. Jacob Anslow and Eddie Stewart on row 3. Alex Dole and Marcel Popperthal completes the 8-kart field. So the news from yesterday in Mini Rok is that we saw a champion crowned. Charlie Benson, kart number 25, has got this one wrapped up. 1,240 points for him. Connor Scarisbrick on 1,226, but the maximum possible score for Scarisbrick is 1,235. So even if Charlie Benson was to not score here today and Connor Scarisbrick take all 3 wins, it would be a 5-point win in the championship for Benson. Been some great racing in this category across the course of the season. Getting ready to go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And away we go. Connor Scarisbrick from pole position. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Charlie Benson hung out a little bit there. Cooper Snedden already up to second place. Rok Thompson trying to fight as well with Charlie Benson. Jacob Anslow's had a good start as well with the white bumper. Kart's number 29 in third place. Connor Scarisbrick also has second place wrapped up in this championship. We would love to get another final win. It's been in great form the back end of this season. Has won the last 3 finals in this Mini Rok competition for Super 1 2022. Oh, Charlie Benson down the inside. Not quite making that work. That can happen sometimes, that you arrive so quickly to that apex. You've got to get it stopped. It means that sometimes you bog down, don't get the drive off of the Wilkins hairpin. Didn't quite work for Charlie Benson that time. Rok Thompson there in 4th place now. Jacob Anslow in 3rd. So Cooper Snedden has had a tough season. Has been nursing the effects of an incident in the very first round of the season. He was talking to his dad this morning. Progress is being made for Cooper Snedden, but his dad reckons he's still around 70% in terms of strength. Rok Thompson down the inside of Jacob Anslow. I'm not quite sure what happened there to Jacob Anslow. Was very wide on the entry to Wilkins. It's an initial wide entry. There's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of detritus on the outside there. That's not really where you want to be. And Jacob Anslow found that out to his own effect. Just dropped a number of positions. Rok Thompson and Charlie Benson scrapping over 3rd place now. Benson to the inside, down the inside. Textbook manoeuvre for Benson. Can he get it done on the exit? He's going to have to work a little bit because Rok Thompson is still there in 4th place. Jacob Anslow tucking in behind, trying to take advantage of this situation. Rok Thompson having a good scrap here, holding on to 3rd place. But Benson will have the inside line as they go towards Hanger Corner. Thompson will need to give room. Here comes Eddie Stewart as well. Eddie Stewart in the number 45 looking down the inside for a move. Oh, a bit of bumping and barging. Marcel Popical in the yellow and black cart, number 99, is also getting involved. 4.5 minutes to go. Eddie Stewart to the inside of Jacob Anslow and finishes it off very nicely through Cafe Corner there. It's been good stuff so far. Charlie Benson indicating to Rok Thompson to say let's work together, but has actually missed his breaking point there through the Stratford hairpin. Seeming a little bit flustered in this race is Charlie Benson. Doesn't necessarily need to be, he has got the title wrapped up already. The way that the drop scores are working, Jacob Anslow now looking down the inside. That's a better line this time from Jacob Anslow into Wilkins, gets through past Eddie Stewart, back up into 5th place, but Stewart fighting back here. This is a good run from Eddie Stewart into turn 1. It's going to take that position back. Putting up a proper fight here today. Rok Thompson also putting up a fight with Charlie Benson through into 3rd. Three and a half minutes of this one to go. Oh, Rok Thompson deep into the Stratford hairpin. You could hear the tyres not complying there with what Rok Thompson wanted to do, but he's held on to the position. Connor Scarisbrick ahead of Cooper Snedden still at the front of the field. They won't mind this battle going on behind. Gives them even more space at the front of the order to fight out who takes this heat win. Eddie Stewart still ahead there of Jacob Anslow. Marcel Popical involved as well. Alex Dole still has the potential to get some more points out of this battle if the 5 ahead come to blows. Under 3 minutes on the clock to go. Benson looking back down the inside. Thompson again needs to get it stopped, but that's well positioned from Rok Thompson. Focused on the exit. Quick undercut, holds on to 3rd place. Into Wilkins go then after they've passed through the flat out corner of Hanger. As Benson's all over the curb there, that's going to leave him vulnerable because here comes Eddie Stewart down the inside and Jacob Anslow as well. He's going to go through, 2 minutes on the clock. Charlie Benson not driving with the fluidity we would have expected here today. Marcel Popical's being patient at the back of this group also. As, oh no, I say he's being patient down the inside of Benson there. And takes the lead, well, takes that position, 6th place for Popical then. I think there was a touch of contact on the way through. Change at the front of the order. Cooper Snedden has found a way past Connor Scarisbrick. Jacob Anslow looking down the inside now on Rok Thompson. Charlie Benson trying to fight back past Marcel Popical. Benson trying to fight back. Back down the inside once again, takes 5th place. I just wonder with the way Benson seems very tense at the moment out there on the circuit, whether they have actually done the maths to work out that Benson has got this one wrapped up. Anslow and Thompson scrapping over 3rd place now, and here comes Eddie Stewart. Eddie Stewart having a look, that would be brave. 3 wide into the Bruno chicane. Oh my goodness me! We are getting a collection of overtakes for the reel here today because that was superb from Eddie Stewart. Brave as you like, got it 3 wide, stuck to the inside. Credit to all the other drivers as well that they kept that clean and all together. Not a good run through Wilkins though there for Rok Thompson, and Rok Thompson sadly has fallen all the way down to 7th place there in the Ricardo chassis. 2 laps to go. Snedden leads from Scarisbrick. 3rd place for Eddie Stewart. Charlie Benson now looking to the outside, trying to go through. Will have the inside line. And I think Eddie Stewart, well, both of them racing in the HTR Racing awning this weekend. That was an almost after you, buddy. Charlie Benson, at least from the perspective of Eddie Stewart, has got a bit more pace here. Eddie Stewart wants to consolidate a 4th place and push Charlie Benson along. It's definitely the case. The two drivers on Kart Republic machinery this year. Last lap board is out then for the two leaders. There they are, Snedden and Scarsbrick. Benson confirmed up to third place, Stewart in fourth, Anslow fifth. And here we go. This is the battle that we've been waiting for. Cooper Snedden has had race wins so far this season. Took one yesterday as well in heat number one. After contact between Benson and Scarsbrick took them out of the running order. Connor Scarsbrick's going to look to the inside now. Has he got alongside Cooper Snedden for a dive into Wilkins? He has got alongside. Can Cooper Snedden do it on the switchback? That was well positioned by Scarsbrick. Didn't let Snedden turn in. And a textbook manoeuvre is going to give him the race victory. The great form of Connor Scarsbrick continues. Takes heat number one in Mini Rok. Cooper Snedden second. Third for Charlie Benson. A great run for Eddie Stewart there in fourth. Fifth for Jacob Anslow. Sixth for Marcel Poppercall, 7th Rook Thompson, and 8th for Alex Dole. Well, good stuff there from the Mini Roks. We'll see them out again later on today for their second heat. Meanwhile, we're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit, the first appearance of the day for Rotax 177. Rotax 177 out in a few moments. Let's have a look through their grid. Alex McGee has pole position. Chris Thomas has P2. Ian Branfield and Oliver Appleby are on row 2. Scott Clee and Sammy Milam are there on row 3. Max Davies in what will be his last race weekend, unfortunately, is there on row 4 alongside Andy Ward. Right, get your big abacus out for this one, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to get quite complicated here today. I'll cut to the chase. There is a distinct possibility that we could have a tie break here today if you have the following scenario of Oliver Appleby taking a clean sweep and Chris Thomas finishing in each race second behind him. If that was to occur, which it might not, Appleby would win the title on the basis of tied points, tied finals wins, number of final wins, tied number of seconds in the finals. It would go to Appleby on the basis of more third places in finals versus Thomas over the course of 2022. It is those two drivers, though, who are the ones who could still win this title. The two KPR Motorsport drivers, good friends, have been doing a lot of work together throughout this season. And we spoke to Chris Thomas yesterday after his win in round number 11. He said, I just want to keep it clean, don't take each other out, secure that 1-2 finish for the season. The points as they stand, though, Appleby has a counting 1,224, Thomas 1,219, but just to add the complexity in, because of how the drop scores work, there is a scenario where Thomas actually scores less points here today in round 12, but still wins the championship. That's because the potential drop score for Chris Thomas, or the gain of points over his potential drop score, is a few points greater than Appleby's. So Chris Thomas could finish on 1,240 points today with a perfect day. Appleby, likewise, with a perfect day will score 1,236. So there's those 4 points in terms of what Thomas can gain over one of his rounds previously in the season that could come into play. We will keep on top of this one. We're going to get ready to go then for Rotax 177, the first heat. No, we're not. That's going to be a false start, and round we go again. So second formation lap for Rotax 177. They'll form up the grid once again. Hello to everybody watching at home. Into the Rotax categories now. A couple of questions. When is Junior Rotax out? Junior Rotax is out. Well, we've got the 177s, then the minis, then the micros, then the juniors. So you're looking at about I reckon 12 o'clock for the first junior appearance. Here we go then for the first race for Rotax 177. This one is good. Alex McGee will lead into turn 1. Good start for Oliver Appleby as well. Ian Branfield involved also. Can't win the championship anymore, can Ian Branfield, but wants to secure that 3rd place in the title fight. Scott Cleese had a good start also in the blue and yellow Lando Norris liveried cart there, the LN cart. It's up to 3rd spot. And then it's the 2 KPR teammates, crucially at the moment, with Chris Thomas ahead of Oliver Appleby. So McGee leads, Branfield 2nd, Clee in 3rd, Thomas in 4th. See, Max Davies has had a good start as well, as up to 6th place. I was in a chat with his dad yesterday, say that this is going to be their last season of racing, at least for now. And I hope Max can have a strong finish here today. The driver who's racing Superone for many years as Chris Thomas goes down the inside of Scott Clee. Takes position, and Oliver Appleby has followed through as well. So position gains for Thomas, but no points gains over his teammate, because his teammate is likewise. They're still 1 position apart. 1 point advantage at the moment to Chris Thomas in this particular race. Now Max Davies, you've seen the suit there, the Team GB suit. He raced with pride in at the Rok Cup Super Final last year. Be a shame to see Max finish. He's had a good season here in Rotax 177, particularly strong around Clay Pigeon, I remember. So not too dissimilar to this in terms of its top speed nature. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Alex McGee leading things out very comfortably at the moment. Has had 1 heat win so far this season. That was back at Fulbeck. Scott Clee there, last year's runner-up. First third of the season for Clee, he had his difficulties, wasn't quite able to find the same form that he had 12 months ago, but particularly over the last few rounds, it's been more like it from Scott Clee. In the mix, in that top 3. And there was another driver that the KPR Motorsport drivers were praising yesterday for the stern challenge that Scott Clee has put up, particularly in this 2nd half of the season. 4.5 minutes to go. This one just simmering at the moment. Drivers keeping their powder dry for the latter stages. There is Oliver Appleby. Tough position for this. You're up against your teammate, the reigning champion. You know each other's driving styles so well. And you've had this great form, this great run, particularly in the middle of the season. It's had a number of clean sweeps across the course of this year. Chris Thomas in recent weeks has found that little bit extra over what he's done before. He's admitted he's had to dig deep in 2022, kick it up a gear. Such has been the challenge from his teammates and others. See the drivers at the front here, Alex McGee and Ian Branfield. Branfield, who took his own clean sweep earlier in the year at Glan-Y-Gors, is now just starting to put the pressure onto Alex McGee. You get that feeling. And Ian Branfield could go quicker if he was at the front of the order, but again, this is Shenington. This is the nature of this circuit. You can get to the front, but then the driver behind is sitting in your tow, and you're the one under pressure. Chris Thomas also applying that pressure to Ian Branfield now. This is a key point for Oliver Appleby, because Oliver Appleby has lost the rear bumper of his teammate, and if Chris Thomas can get ahead, start accumulating those points up ahead of Oliver Appleby, further securing this position that he wants to be in at the end of the day. 2.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Alex McGee. Great kick on from Alex McGee, actually. That was a very good lap. Has got nearly half a second over Ian Branfield now. Ian Branfield may be under attack from Chris Thomas as they go into the Stratford hairpin. Branfield defends. Thomas will look for the switchback. Appleby closing in also and bringing Scott Clee with him. Sammy Marlin has got up to 6th place, by the way, past Max Davies. And oh, through goes Thomas in the Bruno chicane. bold move, gets it done. P2 for the reigning champion, trying to retain that title here today. Oliver Appleby, you've got to feel, has got to get past Ian Branfield as quickly as possible here. He's got to keep matching those moves that Chris Thomas is doing. Thomas will try and set on Alex McGee now. The gap is just under a second. It's understandable because Thomas and Branfield were involved in that overtaking manoeuvre 1 lap ago. 90 seconds on the clock. Chase group trying to get themselves organised. Start to reel in Alex McGee. Big lap, this next one, for Chris Thomas. He can just pull in a couple of tenths on Alex McGee. He may start to get the slipstream, and that last time around was 3 tenths. 3 tenths better for Thomas versus McGee, so the gap is down to 6.5 tenths. Another one of those, and Chris Thomas is going to be right on the tail. He checks over the shoulder, sees that his teammate and championship rival Oliver Appleby is still there in 4th place, not on his rear tail, so at the moment this is a 2-point swing towards Chris Thomas. 34 points for a race victory in a heat, 33 for second, 32 for third. You get the picture running down through the order. There is Scott Clee, still there in 5th place. Setting mid-43s at the moment. 2 more laps to go. What is the gap? Good response from Alex McGee. Back down to a 43.7. Just under a tenth taken out that time by the chasing pack. Into the Stratford hairpin once again. Touch tighter line from Ian Branfield there. And Chris Thomas ahead, still in 3rd. Last lap board will be out next time around. What can either of the KPR Motorsport drivers do over this next lap? Can they gain any more points in this battle between the two of them? Looks like Thomas has closed in. Thomas has just banged in a 43.5 that was 3 tenths quicker than Alex McGee last time around. It is on here for the reigning champion. Took the clean sweep yesterday here at Shenington. Has had a very good weekend so far. Can he find a way past Alex McGee? Alex McGee trying to hold on for his 2nd heats victory of the season. Was strong yesterday, finished 2nd in both of the heats behind Thomas, before finishing 4th in the final. Point there from Thomas to say let's keep going on. This is the last opportunity. Is Thomas just going to take the points here? I think he is. That is potentially a very wise manoeuvre from Chris Thomas. Alex McGee is going to take his 2nd win of the year by less than a tenth of a second ahead of Chris Thomas. That was a very mature decision from Chris Thomas. Thought about it and went, do you know what? I'll take the 2-point gain over Oliver Appleby instead of going for the win, risking it for the win and losing it all. So McGee from Thomas, Branfield in 3rd, Appleby 4th, Scott Clee 5th, Sammy Marlam 6th, Max Davies in 7th, and then Andy Ward in 8th. Well, that is a very interesting development here in Rotax 177. We'll see their 2nd heat later on today, probably timed around 10 to 2. Do join us for that. We're going to move on though to our next category here at Shenington. The first appearance of the day for Minimax. Minimax heading out on circuit then. Let's have a look through their grid for this first heat. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Jake Flewitt, yesterday's round winner, has pole position. Joseph Murphy alongside him on the front row. Lucius McDermott and Max Hollor on row number 2. Daniel Parsons and Joshua Jobs on row 3. Championship leader Joshua Bagembe starts on row 4 alongside Jensen Powers. Charlotte Stanley and Ernie Overton start on row 5. Amelie Ackett and Reese Owen start on row 6. Championship situation. Bagembe leads with 1,159 and max possible 1,184. There's one challenger remaining in second place with 1,127. is the driver on the front row, Joseph Murphy. Let's see how this heat pans out. Round the outside goes Murphy. Good start for the driver, second on the grid, but it looks like Fluid's fought back. Yep, so Fluid retakes the lead as they go down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. The championship play in this one. Again, you see there in the blue and white helmet, kart number 52. Keep that consistency going. It's been the story of Begembe's season. And a trio of 7th places would be enough to win the title. 106 points in today's round is what Begembe needs to make sure that whatever Joseph Murphy does, his points tally can't be overhauled. So let's check them through at the end of lap number 1. Fluid from Murphy, Hollor, Jarvis, McDermott, Powers, Begembe, and crucially Begembe in that 7th spot. That's where he needs to be, there or higher, all day. And even if Joseph Murphy takes all 3 victories and has a perfect day, Begembe would win the title. Ernie Overton is behind as well. Unfortunately, he is out of the title reckoning now, but could still take 2nd place with a strong day over Joseph Murphy. Mrs. McDermott was having a good one yesterday, and that's a nice move past Joshua Jarvis for 4th place. He was 3rd in the final yesterday, was McDermott, and 3rd in one of the heats as well, so he's on good form here at Shenington for the final weekend of Super One 2022. If you've joined the coverage, do make sure that you've given a press of that subscribe button to Alpha Live. Thank you for your continued support. Plenty of racing still to come across the rest of the year from Alpha Live and the Fairies Championships. 5 minutes of this one to go though. Fluid and Murphy at the front of the order. Teammates there from the JWR machines. Toro there in 3rd. He's had a strong weekend so far. Another driver who's been on form. 2nd, 3rd and 4th yesterday for Max Hollor. A driver who does have an outside chance of taking 3rd place in the championship away from Ernie Overton. In fact, down the inside, here comes Hollor. Goes for 2nd place and gets 2nd place. Now that is very useful for Joshua Begembe, because if Joseph Murphy is not winning races, Begembe's task gets easier. Doesn't have to score as many points. If Joseph Murphy is not having a perfect day, Max Hollor is on it here. Just the body language of Hollor is very good here. He's very committed and driven to end the season strongly. It's been a bit up and down at times for Max Hollor. He's had his flashes, had his moments. Hasn't had a race win so far this season. Has Max had a number of 2nd places, but this is a great opportunity to put that record right. Less than 4 minutes to go. Jake Fluid just ahead. Jake Fluid has had a remarkable turnaround. Before the final last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras at Whilton Mill, hadn't finished in the top 3 all season in any race. Finished 2nd in the final at Whilton Mill, and then took a trio of victories yesterday. But here comes Max Hollor down the inside. Classic Wilkins manoeuvre. Very confident on the brakes there from Max. And to the front of the order. And this is what we've seen with this category throughout the season. It has been very open. It hasn't been dominated by one driver, as Hollor got a touch deep there through Cafe. May have to defend as they go down towards the Stratford hairpin. Wide a line through the hairpin for Hollor, but good speed off of it. Just on the radiator flap there. But as we were saying, there's been no one driver or 2 drivers that have absolutely dominated this this title run this year. It has been that consistency. It's rewarded the likes of Overton and Murphy and Begembe to be where they are in the title stakes. 2.5 minutes to go. Oh, Flew it to the inside. Trying to go side by side. Brave stuff from Hollor around the outside. Gave him room. Held on to the lead. Joshua Jarvis has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 45 flat. Now in 5th place. Down the inside looks Fluid, takes 2nd place. Almost looked semi-coordinated there. So Murphy gains a point. at least provisionally. Lucius McDermott and Joshua Jarvis both coming into this, 91 and the 22. Joshua Bagembe is setting faster lap times for the number 52, a 45.3 last time around. Still there in 7th place, where he needs to be. Slightly lonely 7th place at the moment. Second, or 8/10 of a second behind Powers ahead. Oh, trying to defend now, and down the inside goes Joseph Murphy, goes for the lead of the race. This is what Joseph Murphy needs to do here today, and he's got through. Well, a change again for the story of this race and this round here today for Minimax. Joseph Murphy, who's had 2 wins so far this season, both in heats. And if there was ever a time, as the full course yellow flag is out, I think there's a problem possibly for Ernie Overton. So Ernie Overton has stopped circulating on timing. But that is, and yes, Ernie Overton has come to a stop there in the number 28. It has not been the end of the season that Ernie Overton would have wanted. Now this is a potential play from Joseph Murphy that could be quite clever or could backfire. He's really backed off. The field has closed up. 40 seconds on the clock currently. Will they see the last lap this time around, or will they go for another? But Murphy there in the number 48, leading. Second in the championship at the moment, right where he needs to be to go past the stricken cart of Ernie Overton. Jake Flewitt there in 2nd place. Time is going to expire here. There will be one more lap, but if it's under full course yellow, then this might be race victory secured for Joseph Murphy. That could be, and in fact the red flag is out, so yes, that will be it. So Joseph Murphy takes the first race of the day, the first haul of 34 points. Good news for him. Jake Flewitt 2nd, Max Holloway in 3rd, Lucius McDermott 4th, Joshua Jarvis 5th, Jensen Powers 6th, and Joshua Bagembe in 7th. So that is a good turn of points for Murphy, but crucially for Bagembe, he's got one of those 7th places that he needs for the title. Daniel Parsons finishes in 8th, Rhys Owens 9th, 10th for Amelie Ackett. Charlotte Standard, the last of the finishers there in 11th place, and Ernie Overton, a retirement there in 12th. I'm just having a look to see, are there any bumper penalties? I've not seen any so far, so all good there. But that race finishing under red flag, and the ambulance is heading out on circuit to just give a bit of support to Ernie Overton there. But there we go, Minimax completes their first heat of the day. We'll see their second heat scheduled around 2:05 this afternoon. We'll get ready for the next race out on circuit and the first appearance of the season for Micromax. Almost time for Micromax to head out on circuit. This is a demo round ahead of the 2023 season, so not part of the main championship. But let's have a look at their grid. What will be a very interesting race here today. A good mix of former Bambino drivers and cadets as well. Colby Patterson, winner yesterday in the Micromax competition, has pole position here on Sunday. Jack Baker joins on the front row. Manav Dew and Harry Williams are there on the second row of the grid. Leo Livings has already been out on circuit today and is on the third row of the grid alongside Caden Simpson for this one. Edward Haynes, a former champion in the Bambino ranks here in Super 1, starts on row 4 alongside Jaden Sherwood. Christian Stefanov and Reese David Richardson start on row 5. Cooper Snedden, who we've already seen out in Mini Rok here today, starts on row 6 alongside Harper Das, who's similar, who we've seen in the C50s. Logan Jones and Tom Reed start there on row 7. Cole Teal and Arthur Farrow on row 8. So the Micromax category, which is scheduled to be coming into Super 1 for 2023, running this demo event here. So running the same program of 2 heats plus a final. And good to see a lot of interest for Micromax
here this weekend, and from a real mix of drivers as well. You know, for regular viewers, some of those names will be familiar to you, but from different categories. We've got drivers who are in the Coma C50s, the Bambino C50s at the moment. They're looking to step up to Micromax for next year. You've got drivers such as Cooper Snedden, who've been in the cadet ranks and the mini ranks already. They're having a look at this also. And good to see some returning faces as well, the likes of Edward Haynes, who's been very successful around here in the past. So we've just got a bit of a pause here whilst the situation with Ernie Overton is tendency. You can see that he's out the cart. The cart's just being put on the trolley now. I won't speculate, of course. Any news that we do receive, we will let you know. Let's have a check out of the comments. Say hello to a few folks. Hello to John Fuller, he's cheering on Joshua Bagembe. And yeah, we just saw Joshua Bagembe get a 7th place. That's what he needs to keep those results rolling in to wrap up the Minimax Championship. Hello to David Whitehouse as well. Motorsport Magpie. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to have you with us here. He's keeping me updated on the Formula 1 as well. Or should I call it the, not the Belgian Grand Prix today, the engine penalty Grand Prix. Thank you very much, mate. Hope they actually get to see some racing laps this year, because it was this time, 12 months ago, we had a very good finale here at Shenington for Super One 2021, and when I tuned in or inquired as, well, what's been going on with the Formula 1 today, I was told, Andrew, absolutely nothing. They've had a 2-lap race behind the safety car. It's like, oh, well, that sounds incredibly thrilling. Yeah, perfect conditions. No rain here today at Shenington. Not too hot. Having said that, it did get very warm during the finals yesterday. Not quite heat wave conditions, but higher 20s. Just see Ernie Overton's car being recovered back to the pit lane. Big thanks to all of our marshals and our safety crews here at Shenington for their continued hard work. Could not go racing without them. Of course, we're next door to Shenington, the Shenington Gliding Club. You'll see some of them in the background and right there on your screen. Is something very unique to this circuit as a driver. I was having a chat with another one of the drivers yesterday about this. You know, as a racing driver, you have that awareness of someone to your left, someone to your right, someone behind you, and then occasionally around here, you get this sensation of like, oh dear, there's something above me, and you instantly think that something's going wrong. It's not. It's just one of the gliders coming over the top of you. But it can be quite perturbing if you've never had it happen to you before. You have that slight second where you just feel like, oh no, is someone going a little bit too much on the send on us today? Never mind that. I can hear the engines fired up now for Micro Max to go out on circuit. So this Rotax category aimed at cadet ages, from the ages of 8 up to towards 13. And I'm going to mention as well with this Micro Max engine that we've got some more Micro Max based competition next weekend on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Oh dear, Cold Seal has had a bit of a problem there at the back of the field. We'll be at Whilton Mill for the second stream of the year for the Club 100 Cadets Championship, who run off this same base engine. So do tune in for that. Let's get ready then to go racing here in Micro Max for heat number 1. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. No, we don't, because we're going to go around again for that reason there, with Cold Seal beached on the curb. So Colbert Patterson, one of the younger drivers in this field here today. Patterson racing in the C50 ranks previously. He's working with Oliver Rowland Motorsport at the moment. So second formation lap for the drivers then. There's Caden Simpson in the number 67. Hello to Eddie Stewart as well. contact in the comments. But the commentator himself has been told just a bit of a mess there coming round. Wilkins on the formation lap, Harry Williams involved, but I think we are ready to go again, are we not? Or are we going round again? We are going to go round again for another formation lap. And that time that was as a result of drivers not quite getting Wilkins' corner right on the second formation lap, so we'll go round again. AB, some time taken off now. Kart's just coming through Bruno chicane. Hopefully third time lucky we get this one underway. Cole Patterson on the front row of the grid. Jack Baker alongside on the front row. Marnav Dew on the second row of the grid. Kart's number 3 there with Harry Williams on the inside going through Wilkins P4. Leo Livingston, Caden Simpson on row 3. Evan Haynes and Jaden Sherwood on row 4. And I think this time we are good to go, running in the first heat of the day for Micromax. There has been a bit of time taken off as we have 5 minutes plus 1 lap heat. They're all through the first couple of corners, heading down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time here in Micromax. You see the narrower, as round there goes Caden Simpson, the number 67. Visual difference on these karts straight away, I always think, is the radiator. So it's a narrower radiator than you see on the other pieces of Rotax machinery. Number 77 of Leo Livings in a good scrap there. And of course the tone of the engines as well. It's a lower tone than the minis. Edward Haynes is on the move. He's got past Harry Williams there. Nathan Haynes, who's been so strong around this circuit in particular in years gone by in the Bambino categories. As Cole Teal, is Cole Teal going to get back in the race? Yes, I think he is. Cole Teal is going to get back in the race. He's moving again. Will be classified in 15th place, but at least he is running and getting some more experience here in Micromax. Watching this, and you're interested for 2023, do head across to the Super One website and the Super One Facebook page for all the information as it comes out. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. There's your race leader, Cole Patterson, ahead of Jack Baker, 23 ahead of 71. Marnav Dew having a scrap with Edward Haynes there, and it's Haynes up to third. New Park Bendon into Cafe then. Patterson still ahead of Baker. Haynes now up to third and the fastest driver on circuit. 50.864 for Edward Haynes currently. Looks like Cooper Snedden and Tom Reed have also both got past Rhys David Richardson. So Snedden up to 9th, Reed P10. Conteal has indeed got going again. He's registering on the timing. Jack Baker had a think about going for the move on Patterson there. Patterson with a semi-defensive line into Wilkins. As Edward Haynes is going to be under attack here from Marnav Dew. Marnav Dew has just set the fastest lap of the race, 50.772. That's instantly beaten by Harry Williams. Glider goes over the top of the drivers. That's just the moment that we were talking about. Jack Baker challenging now for Cole Patterson. Patterson closes the door as they go down towards the Stratford hairpin, and Edward Haynes is going to have a chance now. Takes second place away from Jack Baker. Jack Baker will fight on the exit though. May get a little bit of help from behind. And will get a bit of help from behind and slots for a moment back into second place. But Edward Haynes will have that off the corner. Holds on to the position, points to Baker and to Dew behind, say no, let's work together. Let's try and catch up to Cole Patterson there in the number 23. Just over 90 seconds to go then, 3 laps for the drivers. Who else has been making overtakes on that last lap? Well, Rhys David Richardson has got back past Tom Reed for 9th place, and has got past Cooper Sned as well. Down the inside goes Edward Haynes. Good move from Edward Haynes. He's done that one before. He's not quite got it done though. He's got to have to close the door, and does close the door on Colt Patterson. Just defends to the inside on the approach to the Bruno chicane, but doesn't have a good run off the Bruno chicane. Patterson back down the inside. Baker's going to push through as well. And just like that, Patterson retakes the lead. Baker back up. Oh, off goes Harry Williams in the number 44. Don't think that he was encouraged into that by one of the other drivers. Maybe just snatched a break. Let's have a look at that again, coming into the Wilkins hairpin. The weight transfer very much going forward. Had a look down the inside of Manav Dew. Yeah, just lost it on his own, did Harry Williams. That's a real shame. Very easily done. Very tricky braking zone. That's not the first time that we've seen a driver end up in that portion of the surroundings of that corner, and it won't be the last, so put that one down to a bit of experience for Williams. Good scrap going on at the front of the field though. Patterson still leading. Edward Haynes now looking to the inside of Jack Baker, who's compromised through Hanger Corner. Edward Haynes does get through. We're about to see the last lap board come out here. Colby Patterson still leading in this race by just over 1/10 of a second ahead of Edward Haynes. Jack Baker 3rd, Manav Dew in 4th place. Jaden Sherwood has improved up to 5th place ahead of Christian Stefanov. Leo Livingston's up to 7th as well, past Reese David Richardson. All those drivers have gained as well as it results in the spin for Harry Williams. Caden Simpson has got past Logan Jones and changed for the lead there. Edward Haynes through, past Patterson. But this is where Patterson has been strong on the run, and there's a yellow flag out, so there won't be any overtaking through here. This will be for Harry Williams, and that's good news. That's good reading of the circuit from Edward Haynes. Knew from the lap before he had to get the move done. Oh, was there somebody off there? Yes, there's 2 drivers off at the Hanger Corner. Edward Haynes takes the win. Cole Patterson in 2nd. Jack Baker 3rd, Manav Dew 4th. I think it's Sherwood and Stefanov who've been off at Hanger Corner. So Leo Living's 5th, Tom Reed 6th, Reese David Richardson in 7th, ahead of Harper Das, Cooper Sned, and Caden Simpson completes the top 10. Problems for Sherwood, Stefanov, Teal and Williams in that race. That's good to see. Both Christian Stefanov in the number 17 and Jaden Sherwood both able to pull their carts out of the wall. Cole Teal and Harry Williams just went by there. There may be, yes, there's a bit of damage. There's a side pod there from the number 17 that's not meant to be there. But all in all, looks like Sherwood and Stefanov are okay down there at Hanger Corner. Well, Micromax on their demo run here this weekend at Shenington will be back out on circuit later on for their 2nd heat of the day. That'll be timed for around 2:15, and their final about 4:15 as well. Do join us for that. We're going to move on though to the next category out on circuit, the next full championship category as well. Junior Max in their 1st heat is up next. So slight pause in proceedings here whilst the 2 carts from Micromax are cleared away from the circuit. Let's take the time to look through Junior Max and their grid though, and this could be an absolute humdinger today, ladies and gentlemen. Your 2 championship contenders, your 2 drivers mathematically still involved in this, are on the front row, and it's Aiden Hassan ahead of Alfie Briggs. Aiden Hassan, if he takes a clean sweep today, wins the championship. Alfie Briggs, if he takes a clean sweep today, wins the championship. But the crucial thing is Briggs, as championship leader, still has to go and beat Hassan in at least one of these races. Will that be here in heat number 1? Let's read through the rest of the grid. Shane Collins and Finn Smith. Great to have Finn Smith here, not just at Shenington, but also on the 2nd row of the grid. Very strong earlier in the year at Clay Pigeon. Back for some more racing here in Super 1. Billy Edgecombe, strong yesterday, 4th in the final. Starts this one from row 3 alongside Jake Howarth, who's had a very strong, consistent season, Harrison Morrow and Max Cuthbert on the 4th row of the grid. Callum Gosh and Jake Richards complete the top 10. Max Tompkinson and Jarek Metters start there on row number 6. And then we've got Oliver Law and Jamie Salter on row 7. Joseph McVeigh completes the 15 kart entry here today. Now, those of you looking at the results tables on results.alphatime.co.uk/Super1 may be slightly confused by this one, and I don't blame you, because this is, again, one of the more complicated ones here today. As we say, 2 drivers still have a chance of winning this title. Both of them know this circuit very, very well, in Alfie Briggs and Aidan Hassan, but the eagle-eyed amongst you will be going, wait a minute, Andrew, Aidan Hassan is currently down in 6th place in the points, and you'd be absolutely correct. That is because Hassan missed one of the full meetings, and because of that, he hasn't got 10 rounds currently tallied up in his score. He's only got 9, but he will make it 10 today, and the potential score that he could get could still beat Alfie Briggs's almost locked-in, banked score of points that he does have. So that's why, even though Hassan is behind Billy Edgecombe and behind Callum Gosh, Alexander Adams-Acton, who's not here today, and Jake Howarth, those guys, in terms of what they can score for a max possible, cannot beat what Alfie Briggs has already secured. So that's why we're down to 2, but one of those 2 is slightly further down the order on the current points table. Same story when we get to Senior Max later on. These 2 know each other very well and raced each other very closely, very hard yesterday. They shared all the race victories and all the second places, and it was quite a long wait for the results in the final yesterday, which eventually did look like this. Aidan Hassan took the win. It was Alfie Briggs in 2nd place and Max Cuthbert there in 3rd place. And it's kind of similar to Rotax 177. This one, the drivers and all of us keeping track of the points are just going to have to take this race, this category, I should say, one race, one heat at a time, and make sure that they keep themselves in the fight, particularly if you are Aidan Hassan, because as we've discussed, he has no drop scores to play with. He missed a full meeting, so that's his 2 rounds, a 0 and another 0. That's it. He's used up those drop scores. In effect, and we talked about this with Aidan Hassan on the podium yesterday, those interviews that you can go and watch on the Super One Facebook page, it means every single time Aidan Hassan goes out on circuit, it counts. You can't have that thought of like, oh, well, if I have a bad one in this one, this will be the drop score. No, every single race that Aidan Hassan does today counts for his championship tally. For Alfie Briggs, well, the trouble is, he would much prefer it if it was a situation in terms of points where he could just sit behind Aidan Hassan all day and take second places. But he can't do that, because if that is the scenario and this form, this trend that we've been seeing through the weekend continues, if it's between Hassan and Briggs, how the points will all work out, Briggs has got to go and beat Hassan in at least one of these races. If Hassan takes a clean sweep and Briggs finishes second in 3 races, Hassan will win the championship by 1 point. And this is a very familiar situation for Alfie Briggs. It is pretty much the same scenario that he had in Junior Rok 12 months ago, where he lost out the Junior Rok title by 1 point. And he will not want to see that happen again. Does have the title of Junior Rok already, because I know we have got some people who've been following the Junior Rok all year. That was decided at Whilton Mill. Not racing this weekend on Junior Rok, but Alfie Briggs does have that title already wrapped up. There he is, driver, not too far from here, just down the road at Banbury. It's been relaxed throughout the weekend. He's had a good temperament, if you ask me. But knows he's got a job to do here. And did take the win in the first heat yesterday. If Briggs was able to do that, that would be a big, big moment. There is Aidan Hassan, who similarly has been in a cool, calm and collected mind so far this weekend. Knows he's just got to go out there and leave it all on track. He cannot drive, I feel, in a defensive manner or you know, take the points. He's got to go out there and win this from the front here today. And that inherently comes with some risks. And we should mention as well that there are some drivers who have the capabilities of mixing it up, and particularly looking at Finn Smith here. Was 6th in the final yesterday, but was in the top 4 in both heats. Isn't as familiar with this circuit as he is with Clay Pigeon, but with a day of racing under his belt, and no pressure, no championship permutations to race for, could go out there and pull off a surprise and be a real nuisance to those 2 championship contenders. In the same regard, lots of Shane Collins out there. Shane Collins, we know, has got a good amount of talent in his talent bag. Had some good races in Junior Rok so far this season. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for what could be one of the most tense categories of the day here on the final day of racing for Super One 2022. I think we're going to go around for at least one more flying lap, or are we just under red here? Yeah, I think just holding for a moment for the drivers to have some further instructions from the marshals. Not quite sure what the pause in proceedings are here. I'm sure Race Control have got it within process and under control. So Aidan Hassan there on the right hand side of your screen, kart number 4, Alfie Briggs on the left, kart number 47. Could be a potential chance today for Jake Howarth as well, who's not in the title picture anymore, but still has a very good chance of securing second place. He's second in the points at the moment. Kart number 36. You can just see him third back in the queue there with the purple and yellow helmet. This is the kind of day where you've got 2 championship rivals very much focusing on that someone like Jake Howarth could take up any spoils of war should things occur between the 2 championship rivals. Has had 1 heat victory so far this season, a plethora of seconds and thirds, but could also take something this weekend. Not quite sure what the hold-up is for here for the Junior Rotax rather drivers. Whilst that's occurring, let's go to a short break here on the commentary and be back in a few moments here at Shenington for more action here for Super One 2022.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back everybody to Shenington for the 12th and final round of Super One 2022. We're getting ready for the first heat of the day for the Junior Rotax Max category, and a race that could be very important in the story of the 2022 Super One Junior Rotax Championship title. And haven't had a full attempt at the race start yet, but away we now go for another formation lap. Aidan Hassan has pole position, Alfie Briggs second on the grid. They are your 2 championship contenders. They are the only 2 left who can mathematically win the title
both of them need to go all out here today. Shane Collins is on the second row of the grid. Finn Smith there in the black suit and white helmets on row 2. Billy Edgecombe and Jake Howarth on row 3. Max Cuthbert and Harrison Morrow on row 4. It'll be a rolling start. It'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And the story, just to remind you at home, or if you're just tuning in, both drivers on the front row, if they take perfect days of 2 heat wins and a final win the title. It is all or nothing for the 2 drivers very familiar with this Shenington circuit, Hassan and Briggs. Hassan is going to do a very slow run to the line, does not want to get jumped on the green. Briggs is looking at Hassan's right foot. Away they go. It's going to be green and racing here for Junior Rotax. Briggs is going to need to get into second place. He does get into second place. It's a perfect start from Aiden Hassan, but very well read by Alfie Briggs. Shane Collins has looked to third place already. Looks like Billy Edgecombe's had a good start. He's up to fourth place as they head down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. The top 2, the 2 championship contenders already breaking away. Edgecombe brilliantly down the inside, takes third place. It's a good start. Oh, big force, big chop there across. And I think everybody did make it through, but this is what I'm thinking is going to be the case of the day here in Junior Rotax. This is going to be frenetic all day. Already, Hassan and Briggs pushing off the front. This is what Alfie Briggs did yesterday. Sat on the back of the number 4, isolated, and then took a race victory when he could. He was able to achieve it in heat number 1. Heat number 2 went to Hassan. The final went to Hassan. If that was a repeat today, it would be Briggs' title by 1 point, but that's what we're playing with here, point by point, position by position. Hassan leads, Briggs second, Billy Edgecombe holding on to third place now in the number 23. Max Cuthbert's had a good start, he's up to 6th place. What goes through the mind if you're either of those 2 drivers at the front? Shane Collins is looking down the inside of Finn Smith, going for 4th place. Max Cuthbert's in there as well. Here comes Jake Howarth in the number 36. Joe Weaver Racing Machine to the outside. And also coming in now is Jake Richards. Jake Richards going for a move down the inside. Good stuff there from Jake Richards in the lime green race suit. Kart number 21 gaining those positions. Through Bruno chicane. Good start this for both of our championship contenders. I'm sure they won't be doing anything silly at these stages. Max Cuthbert's looking down the inside there on the Ellen kart there, gets past Shane Collins. Jake Howarth wants a piece of it as well, but he's going to lose out on the run out of Wilkins there. A cross start finish. Change for the lead, and it's a big one. Alfie Briggs has got through. Has got past Aiden Hassan. Now, this is very interesting now. Hassan's going to look back down the inside, but he takes the lead away from Alfie Briggs. Briggs needs the good run out of the Stratford corner, can't get it. I imagine that was through turn 1 that Briggs was able to, for a couple of seconds at least, get ahead of Aiden Hassan. That will definitely have caught the attention of Aiden Hassan and shows the kind of mood that Alfie Briggs is in today. 4 minutes to go. Billy Edgecombe having a strong run here. It's broken away from Max Cuthbert behind. Is there in 3rd place. Ran very consistently, very strongly yesterday in terms of pace. Was 4th in the final. Hassan and Briggs, 1st and 2nd. Aiden Hassan knowing that this is what he needs to do. He needs to keep Alfie Briggs behind throughout the day. Change the position to report on. Jake Howarth's got ahead of Shane Collins for 5th place. Callum Gosh has also got ahead of Finn Smith. Finn Smith struggling at the moment, falling backwards through the order. There is Callum Gosh on the back of Jake Richards. That's over 8th place, and Briggs out the inside again. He's got it again. And this time he just held his line out wide a touch more, made sure that Aiden Hassan didn't get a good run through turn 1 and turn 2. He's kept the lead through the Stratford hairpin now.
But Aiden Hassan, we know how good he is. We know how brave he is. Both of these drivers will give it their all. Aiden Hassan, will he try and set up a move into the Wilkins hairpin? Briggs will hold it down. But big moments in this race. Alfie Briggs comes over the start line as your race leader, is already defending. Now this could get very interesting if these two, this is what we're talking about, when it's this kind of day and the point situation is set up like this. Normally these two would race off the front, work together, secure first and second, but that's not what today is about. It's about driver versus driver and where they finish relative to one another. So they're going to allow the likes of Billy Edgecombe, Max Cuthbert to get in. Alfie Briggs, if he can defend this for the next 2 minutes and have one of the slowest heats he's had all year, won't mind that one bit, because if it means that Aiden Hassan is behind him, he's gaining points. And look how much time Billy Edgecombe has gained on this lap. Change of tactics here at the front of the order. Now the problem for Hassan, you've got to get back through and past Alfie Briggs, because the threat is that you start losing points. The likes of Edgecombe, Cuthbert, Howarth, Collins, they're all there. They don't care about this championship. They just want to win races. They won't mind about getting stuck in at all. 90 seconds on the clock. Briggs defending for his life here at the moment and backing them all up. Hassan there in second place. Edgecombe third. Cuthbert fourth. Howarth in fifth. Aiden Hassan trying to force his way through. Down the inside now is Max Cuthbert trying to get past Billy Edgecombe. That didn't quite work. 3 more laps potentially for these drivers depending on the time, and it's tight as anything. Alfie Briggs is where he wants to be though, at the front of the field, controlling the pace of Aiden Hassan. Defends again into the Stratford corner, has to get it locked down. Is Aiden Hassan going to have a run out of the Stratford corner? Yes he is. Chance here for Aiden Hassan. Alfie Briggs has got to hold it round the outside. He's got to make sure that he's got a good run off the Bruno chicane as well. Can he chop down? He has got a good run off the Bruno chicane. What a first heat this is here at Shenington for round 12 of Super One 2022. It's all jostling around. Problem there for Jake Howarth. Jake Howarth looks to be in big bother. His front bumper may be down as well. 2 laps to go. Still time on the clock. Briggs still leading. Hassan still second. This won't decide the championship in this race, but it could set the tone for the rest of the day and how these two drivers play. Hassan looking for the switchback again. He's got a good run out of Stratford, but that mid-speed that Briggs has today is very good. Has he gone too deep though into the Bruno chicane? He may be compromised off the Bruno chicane. Hassan's going to have an opportunity perhaps. Not this time. They've got a gap again to Billy Edgecombe behind. Alfie Briggs has done a brilliant job here to defend this for the last 3 or 4 laps, but he's got one more to do it on. We said at the start of the day here for Junior Max, Alfie Briggs had to just get 1 win. If he can get 1 win over Aiden Hassan, he can then sit behind him for the rest of the day, but they're side by side as they come through down towards the Stratford hairpin. Hassan's down the inside. Hassan takes the lead. Billy Edgecombe's going to get in there in second place. Briggs has got to hold it in there. He has held it in there. Crucial moment for Alfie Briggs. If he can't win this race, he's got to finish second for the championship. He's got 1 more opportunity to overtake he's pushing all the way. It's going to be Aiden Hassan. What a win this is going to be for Aiden Hassan. Had 1 lap to get the lead back. Takes heat number 1 in Junior Max ahead of Alfie Briggs. Billy Edgecombe there in 3rd. Shane Collins in 4th. 5th for Max Cuthbert. 6th for Finn Smith. Callum Gosh, Jake Richards, Harrison Morrow and Jake Howarth. That is your top 10. But crucially for Aiden Hassan, it's point first for Aiden Hassan, and he showed that he can retake the lead away from Alfie Briggs. That was a fascinating first race for Junior Max, and that's how it's going to be all day. I can guarantee you that. We'll see Junior Max back out again at around 2:15 till 2:30, and then their final, of course, at 4:15 to 4:30. Wow, we'll take a moment to catch our breaths. 1 more race before the lunch break. First appearance of the day for Senior Rotax. Let's check out the grid for Senior Rotax in their first heat. This is another one where the title is still to be decided, and 2 championship contenders, and they're both on the front row. Ben Davis has pole position alongside Joe Weaver, Joshua Valent and Ben Page row 2, Daniel Jones and Carl Dunford row 3. We're just going to check if we are good to go for a start here for this one. I think we are, and away we do go. So Ben Davis, second in the championship, similar situation to Aiden Hassan that we've just talked about in juniors, needs to go out and win all the races today. Joe Weaver, leader of the championship, just needs 4ths. I say just needs 4ths. There's a competitive field, got some good drivers in it. Similarly to the other categories that we've seen so far, won't care one jot about the title fight between Davis and Weaver. They're all about getting a final victory in Super 1 for 2022. So the early stages of this one, Ben Davis leads. Joshua Valent's there in the white suit, white cart. Number 28 is in second. Carl Dunford, who has a good record around here. Cart number 66 is in third. Joe Weaver there in fourth. That is where Joe Weaver needs to be. Has a bit more of a points lead than some of our championship leaders in other categories. He's had a superb season. Took the final win yesterday. It was a big final win yesterday for Joe Weaver. Not just in terms of getting an advantage in the points, but you never know. This is another one that could finish in a tie-break. Joe Weaver's looking in a good position in that tie-break at the moment in terms of number of final victories that he's had. Good move there by the number 6 of I think it's Ben Page. Ben Page has got a transponder that's currently not agreeing with the world, so just bear that in mind. Ben Davis leads here on lap number 3. Joshua Valent's in third. Joe Weaver's got past Carl Dunford there in the early stages of this lap. His upper position. It's good for Joe Weaver. That's what he needs to do. Points at the moment for these drivers. 1,187 in the book for Joe Weaver. So that's what he'd finish on if he had 3-0 scores throughout the day. Very sure it's not going to happen. Ben Davis has 1,072, but missed Clay Pigeon. Max possible score for Ben Davis now is 1,200 points. Joe Weaver trying to find a way past Joshua Valent here. Putting Valent under a lot of pressure. Valent has been strong this weekend, but Weaver down the inside takes second place. This is a good start for Joe Weaver in this scenario that he finds himself. He doesn't need to win races today. He just needs to get those good scores on the board, take that pressure off himself. He's been calm, he's been collected. Another one of these drivers in just a very zen state when I've spoken to him so far this weekend. Lots of support from the JWR awning, of course. Just going about his business, very business-like. That is the term that I'll use to describe Joe Weaver so far this weekend as he looks to close this title out. Very respectful of the competition. Also, it's been a good feel in this senior Rotax Max category in 2022. Contact warning for the number 57 of Isaac Lord, and Alicia Bradshaw has had a problem. He's dropped a number of positions there on that last lap. 3.5 minutes to go. New fastest lap of the race from Joe Weaver, 43.151. The gap up to Ben Davis, 0.7 of a second. I tell you what, if Joe Weaver was able to come through, I say he doesn't need to win this race, but if he was able to come through and beat Ben Davis, who took both heats yesterday, I think psychologically that would be a huge, huge moment today for this championship. I think that would... Ben Davis wouldn't give it up, of course. I think those thoughts about the chances of winning this championship would start to diminish. Here's Joshua Valent and Carl Dunford, third and fourth. Good day for Valent yesterday, third in the final, third in heat number 1, sixth in heat number 2. Dunford was in the top 3 in the second heat as well, so he's had good pace.
They've got a gap over Daniel Jones there. It's about 0.6 of a second. Isaac Lord has got past Tom Taylor. Isaac Lord's got some pace in this race. 43.102 for Lord last time around. So look out for carts number 57 potentially coming through the field. Dunford, as I say, he is strong round here. He's had race wins previously. We've been witness to. Likes to finish a season strongly, does Carl Dunford, and he's trying to set up a move here on Joshua Vallance. Will have a good run through down to the Stratford hairpin. Will he be close enough to go for a dive down the inside? Vallance is looking to the inside, defends. That may give the opportunity for Dunford on the overshoot, but Vallance has dealt with it well. Still at the front though, Ben Davis, Joe Weaver. Vallance still continuing to have to deal with Carl Dunford. He is having to go defensive now. Dunford's got more pace at this stage of the race. Joe Weaver's closing in. That Dunford may be down the inside. Ben Davis is now having to defend from Joe Weaver. If you're Ben Davis, you've got to keep Joe Weaver behind. It won't quite be checkmate if Joe Weaver wins this race, but it'll be getting pretty close. Joe Weaver to the outside. He's going to try and do the classic Shenington Stratford hairpin switchback, but Ben Davis is wise to that one. Effectively says to Joe Weaver, you're going to have to try something a little bit different than that, mate, to get past the number 86 in this race. Davis will sit to the inside again. There'll be 2 more laps for our senior Rotax drivers in their first heat. Joshua Vallance continues to do a great job as well, is still holding on to 3rd place. Just in the back of shot there. Carl Dunford in 4th. Daniel Jones has come nicely into this as well. 5th place is currently your top rookie. The rookie awards awarded to drivers who've not competed in Super 1 in prior seasons. Look at this now. Joe Weaver wants to get this one done. Wants to give himself a bit of an easier ride through this final round of Super 1 2022. He's going to have a chance here as they run towards Wilkins. We'll have to go around the outside. You can hear the front bumper skipping away there down into Wilkins. A few bumps down into that corner. It's what makes it such a tricky corner to tackle as a driver. Daniel Jones down the inside of Carl Dunford. Dunford's going to have to hold it to the inside as they go through Cafe. That was a good attempt by Daniel Jones. Last lap board is out. Ben Davis leads. Joe Weaver 2nd. Remember, Joe Weaver just needs 4th places here today. 4th or more in each race will give him the championship, and he's doing more than that at the moment. Ben Page is coming into this now. The number 6 in 6th. Ben Davis is going to take the heat victory though. He's doing what he needs to do. Looking to at least get 2nd place in the championship. But Joe Weaver, that's a good start to his day. 2nd place. Joshua Vallance continues the good form he's had this weekend in 3rd. Carl Dunford 4th. Daniel Jones 5th. Ben Page in 6th ahead of Kieran Pepper, Isaac Lord, Tom Taylor and Kieran Janali completing the top 10. Yesterday's top rookie, Alex Warnerby in 11th. Elliot Thomas in 12th. Matteo Palmer in 13th. And Alicia Bradshaw in 14th. Well, a calmer race that to finish the morning and early afternoon session from the senior Rotax drivers. We'll see them out again later on today. Their gates open for heat number 2 at 2:29. They should be out on circuit at 2:41. Do join us for that. They will, of course, be the last final of the day, starting at 4:45. Those times subject to change. Thank you for joining us this morning. We are going to go into the lunch break now and the drivers' parade. The drivers' parade, I can already see, is forming up. So if you're watching the stream, if you're in the paddock, do get down there now. Get involved with that. We'll be joining you again on the commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do give us a like and a share and press all the buttons at Double Dash MM across your social media networks. At just around 1 o'clock, first race due to start at 5 minutes past 1. That'll be the C50 Bambino New Eras and Pros. Thank you for joining us this morning. More racing to come here at Shenington for the 12th and final round of this, being the Super 1 2022 Championships. Do enjoy the lunch break. We'll be back very, very soon.
Whose line is this?
Whose line is this? Oh no, it is.
Hey, you!
Guys, camera.
You dropped it in my plate. You can't just leave it. Do it again. Just try and eat it.
Are you sure? Why did I do that? Here. Hello. Howdy. Big kids in this place. Just face. I always do my traditional queen smile. At least mine's better. At least mine's got Rota's got the best helmet for cadets. Stop. Who's got the best helmet?
Oh
No,
shit.
no.
I was going to Superman. Staring at the camera. No, come on back. Put the camera in front of you.
What was that?
Best over here. Oh, you think Thanks for it.
Sorry?
Yeah. Right, Amelia's going to come round from this side, so you give her a wave, a smile, don't be sitting down. You ready? Live, so we can't practice it. Joe, you got your unicorn ready? Always got my unicorn, John.
Do I get a free out of my bag for a week? John, do I get a free bag for a week?
John, I needed a bag last time.
I want a bag.
You didn't get it.
I want a helmet back.
If I get none. Do you like my queen way? I'm bored.
Driver's parade, sir.
Why did you take it out on notes? That's your Sometimes I honestly, you've got the best. Oh, he's doing it again.
That's our
I'll just get the
This is a bag.
It is hard.
Jamie, you're actually stupid. Why stand still too long?
Come on, boys.
That's where Jamie goes.
This is mine. Here.
You're all the way up.
I'm here.
I'm like,
I was interested in the prizes.
animals. What's wrong with you? Jesus. Hey, that was worse than losing championship. I've been traumatised. That was me.
That's a bit sticky.
Well, we can do that. Right, guys. Josh would like a photo. Circle's going right way.
I can't see the very edges, so just move out slightly.
Circle, semicircle that way.
Don't. Back on the line. No, back.
Yeah. Like that, just a bit of a radius that way. You stay there, boys. Nick, you lot round there. You lot stay back there.
Smacking.
Hey! Stay there.
Neatly, boys. Right, see Josh there. Get ready, all looking at Josh. Corners coming in, bit more.
Alfie, everyone up to the unicorn, that side, the youth. The unicorn. It came in handy after all.
Charlie. No. He charges per the hour, hurry up. Bit better than that, boys. Right, so we're going to do the draw. Stay there. We're going to do the draw now. Who's the first two? So the first person, Reese David Richardson.
Big smile.
Now, technically, who read the regulations said the start-finish line, so he's going to get a prize because he's been stood there for half an hour. Ronnie Ray! Did you come to drive this briefing as well? You mustn't have heard us say here as well then.
Ronnie, big smile.
Okay. And then you have to be here to win it. Go on, you can pick it out. Cooper Snedden. Oh, gotta be here. Go on, another one. James Roots. Well done.
Big smile. 3, 2, 1.
Well done, everybody. Have safe racing and good luck.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shenington for the 12th and final round of the Super 1 Championships for 2022. Very good to have you with us here on Alpha Live on this very lovely Sunday afternoon, not too far from Banbury. We've had our first set of heats earlier on this morning in the early afternoon session, and we're getting ready for the second set of heats, a part of our programme today. In the comments, we've just stuck the approximate starting times for all of our classes in this second run of heats. And we are going to kick things off with our C50 Bambino New Era and Pro categories. So let's get ready for their second heat of 7 minutes plus 1 lap. C50 Bambinos are up next. Second heat for C50 Bambino, New Era and Pro, and there have been developments in this category this morning. Let's have a look at their starting grid though first. Cole Teal won the Pro category this morning, starts from pole position in heat number 2. Ethan McClelland alongside on the front row. Riley Moreau and Harper Das on row number 2. Amelia Dial and Alfie Mayer start on the third row of the grid. Completing the Pro lineup, we've got Bertie Clark and Austin Oman on the fourth row of the grid. Let's get into the new eras though, because this is where the stories are. This is the championship that's still up for grabs. Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill have the front row in New Era. Rex Pooley and Charlie Page are on row 2. Henry Algar and Theo Poyser start on the third row in New Era. Soren Gallagher and Jensen Biglands on row 4. Buddy Hugo and Mason Hibbert on the fifth row in New Era. Bo Blundell and Harry Chapman start from row number 6. Toby Biggs and Sophia Page on row 7. Grace Mayer completes the 23 runners in this race. And as we say, there have been developments this morning in New Era. If you were with us, you will have seen a race victory on the road for Chloe McGill, but post-race penalty for Chloe McGill means that Chloe McGill was classified in 5th place in the standings. I should mention that the penalties are applied to the overall positions, hence why it looks like a 4-place drop within the category. But what it does mean is that Chloe McGill did lose 4 points in that first race from where she finished on the road, and what it now means is that Chloe McGill must finish at least second in this next race within class. Remember, the points are attributed to the class position, not the overall position within the race, to keep this title fight going to the final later on today. So Chester Fawkes also didn't have a good race in the first one. That's the other driver in the competition here. So as it stands, the max possible scores for both of them are Fawkes on 1,241. McGill could score 1,230 with a perfect run in this race in the final. But the important bit is the number of points that Chester Fawkes has secured. Doesn't matter what happens from this point in, Chester Fawkes will definitely finish with at least 1,228. So McGill is still in it. It's got that 2-point cushion over what is possible versus what Fawkes has got at the moment. But, and it's the big but, if that score even ties, because at the moment in a tiebreaker scenario, Fawkes would win that comfortably with a number of final wins on Chester Fawkes' scorecard. So Chloe McGill cannot afford to lose more than 2 points across either of the races here today, irrespective of what Chester Fawkes achieves. Engines are fired up. I can hear them on the dummy grid, the Coma C50 engines, and we are just about ready to go. Waiting for 13:05 on the dot and be ready to go. And we should mention as well, there's some really good results for other drivers. I know we're talking about the championship contenders a lot, but Henry Algar achieved a personal best class finish of the year so far in the first heat in New Era with a second place. Rex Pooley took his second race victory in class of the year so far after post-race sanctions for other drivers. Who's that in trouble on the back straight there? I think it's one of our New Eras, as parents, guardians and mechanics jog across to the starting grid. It will be a standing start, of course, and 7 minutes plus 1 lap. There's Ethan McClelland at the front of the formation lap. Kart's number 23 has been very strong this weekend. There is Chester Fawkes. Now, with the news of the penalty for Chloe McGill in the previous race, that does take the pressure off a touch for Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes can just go round here and pick up some more points. The perfect scenario for Chester Fawkes would be gaining the lead ahead of Chloe McGill. Just to explain again, that Chloe McGill, if she finishes second in New Era in this race, whatever happens with Chester Fawkes, the title challenge will go to the final race, but only if she finishes second or first. If it's third, that's it. This is over. It'll be Chester Fawkes Championship in New Era, the owner of the UK plate you just see at the back of shots there. And looks like we are about ready to go. Rex Pooley there in the number 31 has been on good form so far this weekend. I'm waiting for those lights to go out. This could be a key race, a deciding race in the story of the Bambino C50 Championship for Super One 2022. Jensen Bigland's just being put back into position there. 5-second board is in the air, ready to go racing here at Shenington for the second set of heats. Away we go in the Bambino C50 categories. 7 minutes plus 1 lap underway. And looking like a clean start so far. Ethan McClelland has taken the lead early on in Pro. Riley Moore up to second. Cole Teal is in third. I can tell you as well that Chester Fawkes has got into the lead in New Era. Looks like Chloe McGill is possibly in third position. Down into the Stratford hairpin to go. For the first time, all contact between Riley Morrow and Ethan McClelland. Ethan McClelland did very well to hold that on the road. I don't think Riley Morrow was quite aware that Ethan McClelland was on the outside. Riley Morrow tried to cut across the front there. So a little bit of drama in the early stages of this one. Looking further back, looks like Rex Pooley has got up into first position in the New Eras. The New Eras are the ones with the black backgrounds on their number plates as opposed to the orange of the pros. Rex Pooley going down the inside of Amelia Dial there. And Chester Fawkes is going to go around the outside. Chloe McGill in number 15 is in third place in New Era. So if the race was to finish like this, Chester Fawkes would be the 2022 Super One Bambino C50 New Era champion. Sweeping down then on lap 2 towards the Stratford hairpin. That is the key battle. Pooley, Fawkes, McGill. 1, 2, 3. Now, given the age of these drivers, I'm not necessarily expecting them to be au fait with some of the tactical side of this. However, if they are, Chester Fawkes was just to back off right now, open that gap up, let Rex Pooley extend out a lead, control Chloe McGill's position in the race, that would give Chester Fawkes the championship. He's quite happy at the moment for the championship, sitting there in second place behind Rex Pooley. Alternatively, push Rex Pooley along and try and isolate. Well, I say normally it would be that case of isolating your rival driver to go for the win later on in the day, but the other way of looking at it is guaranteeing first and second for the two drivers in that situation. It's going to be very intriguing to see how they play this out. 4.5 minutes to go. Riley Morrow leads overall and in the pro category. Ethan McClelland second, third for Cole Teal. Alfie Mayer having a good run here, is up in fourth place in pro. This is good to see from Alfie Mayer. He's had some struggles this season. Austin Noman's also got up to 5th place, the driver who's already secured 2nd place in the pro category. Pro, if you're tuning in, is complete. Riley Morrow is champion, Austin Noman is second, and that's Austin Noman going through past Alfie Mayer. Cole Teal following through as well, so that's Oman up to 3rd place. So that's why we're focusing on New Era, because this is where there is still a championship to be won. Bit of a gap now forming between Fawkes and Chloe McGill. This is fine. This is absolutely fine for Chester Fawkes, sitting there in 3rd place. He's got the advantage with the points at the moment. Doesn't need
to be going all out at the moment for the race victory. Rex Pooley is actually doing quite a good job for the Chester Forks title bid at this precise moment. 3¼ minutes to go. Changes further down the order to let you know about. Denson Biglands has gained 2 positions in the overall stakes, past Bertie Clark and Amelia Dial. Buddy Hugo has also got past Thea Poyser for 15th place overall. And what will that be? That was 7th in class. Good scrap this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Morrow, McClelland, Oman and Teal. All in pro, all going for the race victory. Changes further behind as well. Key moment this. So the front New Era's trying to find a way past Alfie Mare. Rex Pooley has done that. Chester Forks will go around the outside. Oh, that's very close for the leaders. And it looks like Austin Oman's come out ahead of all of the other drivers here. 3 wide as they go down towards the Stratford hairpin. Teal's going to have the inside line. McClelland might cut back here. And there's been a change as well in New Era, and it's an important one. Rex Pooley has dropped 2 positions within New Era. It's now Forks in the lead, McGill in second. So that changes the scenario in terms of the championship. It would mean that McGill does still stand a chance of winning the title. It's slim, but it's mathematically there. So what does Chester Forks do now about this? There will be 3 more laps in this heat. Austin Oman confirmed as your race leader. Ethan McClellan second, Riley Murrow down 2 spots to third. Cole Teal still holding in 4th. More changes further down the order to tell you about. Mason Hibbert has got past Charlie Page for 12th place. And also good laps for Buddy Hugo, Theo Poyser and Soren Gallagher, who have all gained positions on that last tour of this Shenington circuit. Nearly a kilometre in length on the non-gearbox layout. And the difference, for those of you who've not been to Shenington before, is, oh dear, that's, well, that's an errant high-vis jacket that's been retrieved off the circuit. Here's Chester Forks trying to get past Cole Teal now, whilst for overall position, this is not for championship points. The championship points are awarded by class position, not overall. All the while though, Chester Forks will want to get through. Chloe McGill pushes through as well, so it's the 2 championship contenders in New Era out front, first and second. For Chester Forks, this is still good. This is good point scoring for Chester Forks. What Chester Forks is looking to do today is improve on the score already secured in the past 11 rounds. The worst round that Chester Forks has had so far this season is already dropped. That was one where there was an exclusion from one of the races. There's a round that he had at round number 4 with a 1st, a 15th and a 6th that can still be improved on. And if you look at it this way, finished 9th in the first race. That's an improvement on the 15th already on the scorecard, and if it's the case that Chester Forks can equal up the victory here, Chester Forks just needs to finish in that top 5 in the final race, and that score that he currently holds of 1,228 points will keep improving and keep being pushed out further and away from what Chloe McGill can achieve. So this is good stuff at the moment from Chester Forks. We are on the last lap. Ethan McClellan's looking down the inside of Austin Oman for the lead overall and in pro, and is going to do it very nicely indeed. Good move there by Ethan McClellan. He's been in supreme form this weekend as Ethan McClellan, driver from Poulton Lafayette. It's been a very, very impressive shift, and you do wonder with Ethan McClellan. Shifted classes in the middle of this season, hence why he's not part of any championship permutations. Austin Oman's going to look down the inside though. This is the last opportunity to get through. There may be a run to the line going on here, but it's going to be McClellan who I think takes the win, or there or thereabouts. It is very close on the line, but McClellan does take heat number 2 from Oman. Riley Murrow third, and crucially, Chester Forks wins in New Era. The title battle will go to the final race. It is not mathematically done yet, but that is a big, big moment in today's story. Chester Fawkes wins it. Chloe McGill second. Chester Fawkes moves a step closer to wrapping up the title. McClellan from Oman from Murrow, you 1, 2, 3 overall and in pro. Fawkes and McGill 4th and 5th, 1st and 2nd in class. Cole Teal in 6th. Rex Pooley, another good drive from Rex, finishes 3rd. Oh dear, it was Harper Dassu who was in trouble. Hasn't made the end of the race, unfortunately. So Alfie Mayer, good score there for Alfie Mayer in 8th place overall. Henry Algar, another good race from Henry, finishes in the top 10, as does Mason Hibbert. That was your 1 through 10 for the Bambino C50s. We will see their final there. So will be the first final out on circuit, probably around 10 to 3. Do join us for that. But we're going to move on now to the next heat. Second appearance of the day for Honda Cadet. Time for Honda Cadets, or at least in a few moments' time, once the track is clear for them to go out and have their second heat of the day. Here is the grid. Max Taddy has pole position. Josh Parker will be hoping for no technical issues this time. Wasn't able to take the start in heat number 1. Should be here on the front row for heat number 2. Jensen Hookey and Logan McAllister were factors in the first heat. They'll start from row number 2. John Richardson and Andrew Dixon go from the 3rd row of the grid. Daniel Butcher and Maria Roberto start on row 4. Hugh Roach, already 2022 Super 1 Honda Cadet champion, starts on row 5 alongside Joel Bullen. Jensen Walker and Riley Till start from row 6. Ashley Haas and Leo Livings start on row 7. Livings had a great race in heat number 1 coming up through the field. Ella Dixon and Thomas Butcher start on row 8. Austin Stiley completes the 17 kart field. So championship permutations all sorted out in this one. Hugh Roach already has the title to his name. He is racing slightly injured though. Oh dear, we've got sunglasses on the track now. It's all kicking off out there. Jensen Hookey has secured 2nd. Logan McAllister has secured 3rd. So the battle that we're looking at, in fact, we'll go further than that because I think Andrew Dixon has secured, no, Andrew Dixon hasn't quite secured 4th yet. So he's in that battle with Max Taddy and Joel Bullen. But keep an eye out for John Richardson as well, because he's having a very strong day so far. He's having a late assault here at getting in the top 5 in the championship. All these drivers as well, by finishing in those positions, earn the rights, like Logan McAllister has got the number 3 this year, to wear those lower numbers in 2023. Here we go then, 5-second board in the air, ready to go racing in Honda Cadet. Off we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in the second heat of the day. Good starts for both Parker and Taddy. This time Parker has got off the start finish and has taken the lead in the early stages of this one through Cafe Corner. Fighting back there is Taddy. Jensen Hookey's coming through as well. John Richardson's had a good start as well. Is up to 4th place, heading down towards the Stratford Corner for the first time. All of them jostling through. Looks like John Richardson's down the inside of Hookey going for 3rd place. They're all through. They're all safe and clear, running towards the Bruno chicane. Through the Bruno chicane they go. That was a good start for Josh Parker. Disappointed, of course, earlier on in the day, having had a technical issue meant that the 63 could not start this race. Or first race, I should say. There's Hugh Roach in the middle of the pack, number 11, already has the championship secured. It's racing on as well, which is good to see. Down the inside there, going for the move is Parker. Taddy's fighting back, but Parker gets it done. Good move there from Josh Parker. Sweeping down towards the Stratford hairpin then. Look at the swarm behind as well. Richardson's in there, Hookey's in there, Logan McAllister, Andrew Dixon as well. Daniel Butcher's having a strong run also at the back of this group. Oh, John Richardson forced out wide there. Has to yield to Jensen Hookey. Oh, there's contact and John Richardson's up in the air. He's going to lose a stack of positions here. Through comes Bullen. Through comes Roach. Hassa, Roberto, all gaining there as John Richardson rode up on the rear bumper of Jensen Hookey. Let's have a look at that again. It was just coming through the Bruno chicane. So Hooky down the inside. Richardson, contact there, may have had some help from behind as the pack came through. And then look at all those positions that John Richardson loses out. Lost 7 positions on that last lap. It's down to 10th. What it is, though, is good news for Max Saddy and Josh Parker. They've got ahead at the front of the field. Roach down the inside of Butcher there. Hooky through as well, and you can see them all communicating to each other. Well, they've all got the same intent, work together and catch Parker and Taddy, because at the moment they're a second clear of this chasing group. 4.5 minutes to go. This is a strong trio at the front of this. McAllister, Roach, Hooky, 3 names that we've been talking about at the front of Honda Cadet throughout this 2022 Super 1 Honda Cadet Championship. What can they do now? Well, 52.7 for McAllister, 52.6 for Roach, 52.5 for Hooky. So if Hooky is able to push this from the back of the second group, I think they've got a chance of closing in on Taddy and Parker, because last time around, Taddy and Parker actually set out the identical lap time to the 1,000th of a second, 2.65. Meanwhile, though, McAllister and Roach side by side. To me as if Roach almost caught. Oh, brilliant move there by Hooky down the inside. You do not see many overtakes in the middle of the Bruno chicane, but there was one right there. Jensen Hooky now setting his sights on the next car to head. Oh, there's a bit of pushing and bumping in there, and Andrew Dixon's involved, and Daniel Butcher's up the inside. Gets past Andrew Dixon. Jensen Hooky's not too happy about it. And at the moment, this chasing group cannot get themselves organised to close in Taddy and Parker. Taddy and Parker are running away with this. 1.6 seconds is now the gap back from Josh Parker to the front of this group. Hugh Roach down the inside of Logan McAllister takes 3rd position. They're running 2-3 wide behind as well. Hopefully they all made it through there. Leo Livings is involved. Leo Livings is coming through the field again, just as we saw in the first heat of the day. This is why we love Honda Cadet. Such close racing. Always entertaining. And it's that trio again that have formed at the front of the chasing pack. Just in a slightly different order now. 2.5 minutes to go. Taddy and Parker come across the line. Pace is good. Pace is really good from Taddy and Parker. Parker currently the fastest driver on circuit at 52.497. As that looked like it was Jensen Walker going down the inside of Ashley Haas there for a position through turn number 1. As Roach looks down the inside, they are not, I don't think they're working together here. I think they're having a good old scrap for this 3rd place at the end of the season. Andrew Dixon was round the outside there of Logan McAllister, and Logan McAllister has lost out. The number 32, John Richardson. John Richardson has pulled his way back into this race, was in 10th place earlier on. Hugh Roach is in a bit of bother here. He's on the outside lane. He's going to get overtaken by Hooky, Dixon and Richardson and McAllister all in one go. That is why the inside line here at Shenington is so important into Wilkins, because when it's a close, tight sprint race like this, if you get out on that outside line, you can lose a good number of positions. Still out front though, Taddy and Parker. Parker just happy to keep pushing along at the moment. It's a tactical play that's serving Josh Parker very, very well indeed. And as the time ticks on by and that second group continues to not close in, I think this will be a great result for Josh Parker. Best result so far this season was yesterday actually in the first heat, 2nd place. He's had a tricky year. Could be solidifying a top 10 spot in the championship with this kind of, but look at this train at the back. Oh well, not even at the back, it's from 3rd place down. Hugh Roach to the inside. There's still a couple of laps of this one to go. I've got to say, this is testament to the way that this Honda Cadet category with the pooled engines in Super 1 is run. Look how competitive it is. Look how close it is. John Richardson has got up to 4th place now. There's Logan McAllister down the inside of Andrew Dixon. That's for 5th place.
moves going on everywhere you look. There's Maria Roberto in the number 38, fending off Daniel Butcher. That's for 8th place. There's your 2 leaders who I reckon will see the last lap board this time around. Josh Barker, driver from Desborough, has not had a win so far this season. Max Taddy has been one of the biggest improvers across the course of 2022. He's got 1 race victory this season to his name. That was back at round number 6, the visit to Clay Pigeon. Could it be a second, or is it going to be the first for Josh Parker? Parker to the outside. This is when they'll start fighting. Oh, Tadej slides through the Stratford hairpin. Going to be a chance now for Parker. Trying to close the door is Max Tadej. Parker's alongside. They're going to still be side by side, and Parker's got it. Great move from Josh Parker. But is there going to be a run for Max Tadej off the Bruno chicane now? Tadej's going to have a nose up the inside. They're going to go side by side through Hanger. 1 more big braking zone to go. Is Max Tadej going to hold on for this? Or is Josh Barker going to drag it to the line here out of the final corner? For the 2nd time this season, Max Tadej wins in Honda Cadet, takes heat number 2. Josh Parker 3rd. Jensen Hookey finishes in a very entertaining 3rd. John Richardson recovers to 4th, ahead of Hugh Roach in 5th. Logan McAllister 6th. Andrew Dixon 7th. Daniel Butcher, Maria Roberto, and Leo Livings complete the top 10. Well, a great win that for Max Tadej. Had to fight for it, had to defend, but positioned his kart very well, and we'll be very pleased with that indeed. We'll see the Honda Cadets for their last final of the year later on this afternoon, due out around 3:05 this afternoon. Meanwhile, we're going to get ready for the next heat out on circuit, the 2nd appearance of the day for the IAME Bambinos. It's all to play for in the IAME Bambino category. Let's have a look at the grid for their 2nd heat of the day. Grayson Wortley won Heat 1, starts Heat 2 from pole position. May have the advantage, some would say, going into this race. We'll explain why in a minute. James Roots is alongside on the front row. Josh Cook, championship leader at the start of the day, starts on row 2 alongside Fraser Anderson. And Ronnie Carter, having a stronger day so far than he did yesterday, is there on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Eli Liziecki. Charlie Page and Daniel Ferguson start on row 4, then it's Dean Singh Pahal and Harris Barber on row 5, Arthur Farrow and Albert Farrow on row 6, and then we'll find Logan Jones and Freddie Flewitt on row 7, Logan Rolfe and Ethan Coupland on row 8. If you missed it earlier, Cook, Wortley and Carter, all of them, if they get a clean sweep today, will win the title. However, only one of those drivers can now still achieve that. That is Grayson Wortley. It is very close on the points. The max possible points look like this. Cook could score 1-2-2-8, so still has it in his own hands. Wortley could score 1-2-2-7, still has it in his own hands. Carter could score 1-2-2-6. What we're saying basically is it's all or nothing in this category, and there's 3 drivers who still have it within their own destinies as to whether they are the 2022 Super 1 IAME Bambino champion. Engines are fired. Look out for those championship contenders on the right hand side of your screen. We're ready to go racing in IAME Bambino for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away they go. Good start for Grayson Wortley. Good start as well for James Roots from P2, who's been strong today. Not in the title picture, but is going to be a factor for those pushing for the number 1 plate. Good start as well for Josh Cook into 3rd place. Calm start for the IAME Bambinos. James Roots is looking for the lead of the race here. He's gone down the inside. Well, we mentioned that he's not in the fight for the championship, but he's not worrying about that at all. He wants to win this race, try and win this round of Super 1 2022. Has been a very competitive category, this. There's only been 1 successful completion of a clean sweep of 2 heats and a final so far this year. That was by Charlie Clough at round number 10. Ronnie Carter looking down the inside of Josh Cook there for 3rd place. This is 2 title championship rivals going at it. But end of lap number 1, Roots from Wortley, Cook, Carter. Now to an extent, Wortley won't mind that it's James Roots ahead.
He needs to focus on beating Cook and beating Carter, and at the moment that is exactly what Grayson Wortley is doing, heading down into the hairpin. His top forward breaking away. Eli Liziecki has had a good start, is up to 5th place. He's currently the second highest rookie in this race. Charlie Page, running double duty this weekend, is up into 6th place, and through there goes Carter. So that's Ronnie Carter getting past Josh Cook. So Carter up to 3rd. This is the order that they finished as title protagonists, we shall say, in heat number 1. At the moment, they're in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. In the first heat, it was 1st, 2nd and 3rd. What they are all doing is keeping themselves in play. Oh, Carter down the inside. We've seen that move a couple of times from Carter, and he's done it again. Side by side with Wortley, he's got through. Cook's now trying to take advantage of the situation, or was momentarily. And down the inside again, here comes Ronnie Carter. Ronnie Carter's confidence on the brakes has grown this weekend. And the result of that is some fantastic overtaking. We saw a double overtake from Ronnie Carter in heat number 1. This time he had to do it in 2 goes to get to the front of the order. But the result is the same. Ronnie Carter leads, James Roots second. Now, Ronnie Carter will hope that James Roots pushes along now. Whether James Roots will push Ronnie Carter along remains to be seen, and whether that it could be a push that edges out a gap over Wortley and Cook and leaves them fighting for 3rd. But this result isn't bad for Ronnie Carter at all, because he's gaining 2 points over on Wortley, 3 points over on Cook. And on a day when we're talking about 1 point potentially being the difference between being champion and not being champion, very good news indeed. Wortley had a half chance there running out of the Stratford hairpin. Good speed for James Roots on the exit, and that middle portion of the run to the Bruno chicane results in no overtake. Back as a quartet though. Carter and Roots have not been able to get a gap out to Wortley and Cook, and that's not a criticism of their driving. It's just very, very hard round Shenington to get away from another driver, unless you're, well, I'd say, half a second at least a lap quicker than someone behind. It is very, very difficult to shake off someone on your ear bumper. I know that from my own experience around this circuit. Can play to an advantage though in terms of drivers with good racecraft. They can be patient, they can just sit in the toe, relax a little bit, let the driver in front take all the pressure, and then bite later on in the race. This is good stuff from Carter, Roots, Wortley and Cook. Position changes to let you know about Harris Barber has gained 2 on the last lap, past Daniel Ferguson and Logan Jones. Ferguson has also got past Logan Jones. Look at this, Cook looking down the inside for 3rd place on Grayson Wortley, has got it. Had a tiny touch there with James Roots, but not an important one. That was beautifully done by Josh Cook to just get down the inside, not have an incident, not trip over the wheels of James Roots. 2 minutes of this race to go. Loss going on behind, by the way, but we'll come on to that in a minute, because it looks like James Roots is going down the inside. Cook's going down the inside as well. Carter's run out very wide. Wortley's also going to get through. Oh my goodness, Grayson Wortley going to go 3 positions in 1 corner here, or 2 corners. Wortley to the inside of James Roots. If he's going to do this, that's a brilliant overtake. Roots fights back. Wortley's still there. Wortley's on the curb. Carter's now going to have the run. Oh my, this is brilliant racing in the IAME Bambinos, all for the championship as well. Carter's on the curb. Wortley, I think, is just about going to come out ahead of this. No, he's not, because Ronnie Carter's going to slip down the inside. If they come over the line here in the same order, that's one of the most remarkable laps of racing I've seen this year. Well, the record books will show that James Roots just lost 2 positions on that last lap, but my goodness, a lot more happened. And I tell you what, Eli Liziecki and Fraser Anderson are closing in here. Charlie Page is there as well. 56.9s last time around for this quartet. They lost 1.5 seconds to Liziecki and Anderson behind, but they're fighting now. Less than 60 seconds on the clock. Ronnie Carter leads, Josh Cook second, Grayson Wortley third. So it's the familiar three back up front once again. Wortley's trying to bump draft Cook through past Ronnie Carter, does so successfully. Very well done by both of them there. Not much Ronnie Carter could do on the outside in that occurrence. 2 more laps to go. Cook now to the front. Wortley second, Carter third. You could not confidently state which one of these drivers is going to win this championship. They are so evenly matched. And it is going to go down to the final race. 10 seconds to go on the clock. Carter back down the inside, goes for another overtake. Is Cook going to have it on the switchback on the exit? He is when he gets a bit of help from Grayson Wortley behind. Grayson Wortley's going to try and push through into second place. Does so through the Bruno chicane. James Roots is still there, by the way. In 4th place, just waiting, just being patient. Could still come out as the winner of this. It's going to be one more lap after it, after this one. Cook defends the inside. Big lap this. I don't think there's been a bigger last lap in a heat so far this season in Bambino IAMEs, and this is the last one. Just the final after this. Can Josh Cook hold on for victory here? He won Heat 2 yesterday before winning the final. If he does so again, he will be champion. But Grayson Wortley's right there. Ronnie Carter's right there. James Roots is having the time of his life on the outside there. Down the inside goes Carter on Wortley. Gets through into second place. Cook holds on for the lead. That was the first big opportunity to overtake, the conventional place to overtake. But we're coming up to the point now. Ronnie Carter's had moves through here so far this weekend. He's got up alongside. He's got a good run out the Bruno chicane. It's down the inside. There's nothing Cook could do there. Wortley's going to push through as well into second place. It is all going to change on the last lap. Wortley's run a little bit wide. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Ronnie Carter's going to win Heat 2. Ronnie Carter is going to... Oh, is he? It's on the line. He does. Oh, Ronnie Carter wins Heat 2. Massively ahead of Grayson Wortley by less than half a tenth. Cook finishes third. James Roots fourth. Fifth for Eli Liziecki. Sixth for Fraser Anderson. Oops, there's a spin after the checkered flag there for one of the drivers. Charlie Page seventh. Harris Barber eighth. Dean Singh Pahal ninth. And Arthur Farrow in the top 10. Well, that really, again, that shakes it all up. That now means, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 drivers who are practically tied on points going into the final race of the season. That you must not miss later on this afternoon. The IAME Bambino final will be at about 20 past 3. Make sure you are tuned in for that. It could be one of the races of the year here on Alpha Live. Right, we're going to move on. Next out on circuit for their second and final heat, it's going to be Mini Rok. Second heat for Mini Rok here at Shenington today. Here is their grid. Connor Scarisbrick has pole position. Charlie Benson alongside on the front row. Cooper Snedden and Rook Thompson on row 2. Jacob Anslow and Eddie Stewart on row 3. Alex Stoll and Marcel Popical complete the 8 runners, and I think there's a problem actually for Marcel Popical slow out of the paddock. So championship already decided on this one. Charlie Benson has enough points today, across the course of the year so far. That means that Connor Scarisbrick, even with a clean sweep here today, which Connor Scarisbrick is on for, having taken heat number 1, Connor Scarisbrick cannot overhaul the 1,240 points already secured by Charlie Benson. The pride of winning a round of the Super One Series here in Mini Rok. Opportunities to go to the World Finals as well at Monato later in the year, which will have commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. We are ready to go in the second heat of the day. Benson needs a better start than he got in heat number 1. Had a lot of work to do, and it's going to have work in this one because it looks like he's lost positions already to both Cooper Snedden and Jacob Anslow. Connor Scarisbrick leads. Snedden P2. Anslow in 3rd. Benson in 4th. Benson back down the inside. He's going to retake 3rd place, you'd think, away from Jacob Anslow. Rook Thompson in the number 11 is looking to get involved as well and follow Benson through, and does so very nicely indeed. Good move there by Rok Thompson. Rok Thompson was a little bit unlucky, if you ask me, in the first heat. Deserved more than 7th place with some of the overtakes and moves that he put in. Scarisbrick leads from Snedden. Benson 3rd, Thompson 4th, Anslow 5th. Eddie Stewart's had a good start as well. Is up to 6th place there ahead of Marcel Popical, who has got going now in this race. And Alex Dale, oh, big twitch there from Jacob Anslow, got off the racing line. Racing line that's nicely rubbered in now. With good conditions here this weekend at Shenington. Back at the front of the order, you can see how much they're pushing into the braking zone of Stratford. Still as he were though, Scarisbrick ahead of Snedden. Benson 3rd, but Thompson 4th. Eddie Stewart now there in 5th place. He's driving with a real vigour today, is Eddie Stewart, looking to finish the season strongly. Snedden, a bit of a title contender's sandwich at the moment, at least when this one hadn't been decided yesterday. Benson's results in particular in the final meant that he became the 2022 Super One Mini Rok champion. In a way, it's been a story of what might have been for Connor Snedden. Look at that, Rok Thompson down the inside, takes 3rd place. Charlie Benson's not happy about it at all. For me, that was a good move from Rok Thompson. Forceful, but was in control of his kart. He's got through into 3rd place. Into Wilkins they go then. Approaching the mid stage of this race. Starting to pan out at the front, similar to how we saw the first race go, with Scarisbrick and Snedden out front. Not as much of a lead as they had in the first heat, but it is a lead nonetheless. And Rok Thompson, Charlie Benson need to work together to pull in those 2 leaders, and they are doing so. Big thanks to our sponsors today here for Super One 2022, CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and RI Helmets. Thank you for their continued support of the championship. 4 minutes of this one to go. Still Scarisbrick leading, 49.008 last time around. Cooper Snedden does hold the fastest lap of the race so far. Rok Thompson's holding on to 3rd place as well. This is another really good run from Rok Thompson. As I say, he deserved a lot more than 7th place, if you ask me, in the first race of the day. He's had a couple of top 3s so far this season. Opened his Whilton Mill weekend with one a few weeks ago. And had one in the final as well at Clay Pigeon in front of the Alpha Live cameras for round 6. Cooper Snedden looking down the inside though. He's got a very good run into Wilkins. Down the inside goes Cooper Snedden. Takes the lead of the race with 3 minutes to go. Cooper Snedden looking to secure 3rd place in the championship after that torrid start at Rowrah back on that cold weekend in April, which feels a very long time ago now. But again, looking to finish strongly. We'll see Cooper in action in Micromax later on this afternoon as well. The category, the Rotax category here, has a demo round, running the same schedule, but not for any championship titles. It's ahead of a proposal to run Micromax in Super One for 2023. 2 minutes to go here though for Mini Rok. Second heat of the day for round 12 at Shenington. Cooper Snedden still leading it. Connor Scarisbrick quite happy at the moment just to sit there in 2nd place, push away from Rok Thompson and Charlie Benson. I think Charlie Benson has identified that he needs to get down the inside, get by Rok Thompson, because he's going to see those top 2 disappear. It is interesting sometimes around this circuit. You can have 2 drivers and there's a definite quicker way for them to run around, and that's what you're seeing right now. I think Scarisbrick would argue that on a single lap pace, he is quicker than Snedden, but with Snedden ahead, and the effect of the slipstream, in this order, they are running quicker than they were when they were the other way round. Scarisbrick can use that extra inherent pace that he's got and the slipstream to push Cooper Snedden along and have the average lap times of both of these drivers come down. You can just see the gap that's being pushed out now. 48.8 for both Snedden and Scarisbrick last time around. 48.9 for Benson. 49.6 for Rok Thompson. This is a really tough position now in the story of this race for Charlie Benson, because he's got no help now from behind. 2 more laps to go then. I'll cross the line with around 25 seconds on the clock, there or thereabouts. Having said that, that was a blinding lap from Charlie Benson. He's just popped in a 48.5. The Mini Rok champion is flying here. This is quite remarkable. He's proving me to be absolutely wrong when I was saying that, yeah, Snedden and Scarisbrick will push off the front here. Charlie Benson has now made it 3 at the front. You can just see the confidence. He had a difficult time in heat number 1, did Charlie Benson. Still got 3rd place. Still got those points that he was looking for. Didn't seem himself. This is more like it now from Charlie Benson. On to the last lap. Snedden from Scarisbrick. Benson, 1, 2, 3. Rok Thompson on his own there in 4th place. Is safe from attack behind. There's a 3-second gap back to Eddie Stewart behind, so no problem there for Rok Thompson. Can Cooper Snedden hold on for this race victory? Charlie Benson's going to have a look there. May have drawn alongside Connor Scarisbrick as they run towards the Bruno chicane. No, he hasn't. Just pops back in behind. The run off of the Bruno chicane, incredibly important now. Snedden got an okay one. Scarisbrick maybe thinking about Benson behind, though. It is going to be Cooper Snedden taking this race victory, though. A very well put together race victory. Cooper Snedden with strong tactics takes heat number 2 in Mini Rok. Charlie Benson celebrates, and I think, well, he did have it before, but I think at that point he has now clocked that, yes, he has got this. He's done more than enough to be Mini Rok champion. Snedden wins it from Scarisbrick. Benson P3. Rok Thompson, a very strong 4th place there. Eddie Stewart 5th. 6th for Marcel Popical in 6th place. 7th for Alex Dole. Jacob Anslow in 3rd. And a smile on the face of Charlie Benson. Just looking down into the paddock here. I think he does now know it is more than secure, this championship for Charlie Benson. We're going to move on, though, because next out on circuit is Rotax 177. Very quickly, here's your grid for Rotax 177. Alex McGee and Chris Thomas on the front row. Ian Brandfield and Oliver Appleby row 2. Scott Clee and Sammy Milam on the 3rd row grid. Max Davies and Andy Ward on the 4th row. Big heat this, really big heat for Rotax 177. The championship duel between the KPR Motorsport teammates of Oliver Appleby and Chris Thomas. 2 points gained by Chris Thomas over his teammates in the first race. Can he continue that form here into race number 2? Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Alex McGee, winner of heat number 1, gets a good start. Ian Brandfield through into P2. There's a bit of a squabble on the exit there, and Scott Clee has got through into 3rd place, rather. Thomas in 4th, Appleby in 5th. Brandfield defensive to the inside there. So, straight away, situation. Thomas ahead of Appleby. That's a 1 point gain for Thomas. It's been a good day so far for the reigning champion. It's been a good weekend. Took the clean sweep yesterday. So just starting to puts numbers into the spreadsheet, it would mean at the moment that if the result finished like this, Chris Thomas could afford to not end right behind Oliver Appleby. Oliver Appleby could win the race, and Chris Thomas could finish, I think, all the way down in 5th place. Yes, he could, and be champion. It's the nuances sometimes of a dropped score system. That's those of you who looked at the championship tables before the start of the day are probably thinking, how on earth is that the case, Andrew? How is a driver who trails in the points at the start of the day and the trailing points across the course of today still win the championship? Oh, mechanical flag for Sammy Milam, so Sammy Milam's race is over. He's going to have to come to the pits. Let's try and have a look at what is the problem on the number 6. Trailing bumper on the rear left-hand side for Sammy Milam. Meanwhile, front of the order, Ian Branfield has a think about going down the inside of Alex McGee. No changes at the front of this order. McGee, Branfield, Clee, Thomas and Appleby. You're 1 through 5. And again, I think if you're Chris Thomas, you're quite happy in this situation. Gaining points over Oliver Appleby. Oliver Appleby's not scoring as well as he's done in previous rounds so far this season. The experience at this moment starting to benefit Chris Thomas. He's of course been in this situation before. Won the title 12 months ago. Oh, Branfield down the inside of McGee into the Stratford hairpin. McGee's going to fight back on exit. But that was a good move by Ian Branfield. It's been a great addition to this class in 2022. Did have a mathematical chance of winning the title at the start of the weekend. Unfortunately, that faltered yesterday with 2 fifths in the heats and a 3rd. It's still good value for finishing 3rd in this championship, which he has already secured. 4 minutes to go. Oh, Thomas having a look there. Thinking maybe about the points, if he can get another point advantage over his teammates in the KPR Motorsport tent, Oliver Appleby. Did it in the previous race. He missed the previous race. Chris Thomas drove, especially the last couple of laps, in a very interesting manner. Was sat there in 2nd place. I think if it had been any other race, any other meeting so far this season, Chris Thomas would have gone for it, but thought, no, I'm getting 2 points over my title rival here. Don't need to risk it all for 1 additional point and potentially lose it all. And sat there in 2nd. This time he's got a very good run. And into turn 1 he goes, and Thomas has gained a position. He's up into 3rd place now, past Scott Clee. The driver he beat to the Rotax 177 title 12 months ago. Clee was compliant there. Oh, is that a mistake though for Thomas? He's going to be wide. Scott Clee may have another chance here at getting back through. No, good run for Thomas. Good recovery. Really does throw it over to Appleby now. Oliver Appleby, you've got to feel if he wants to have it in his control going into the final, he has to find a way past Scott Clee and his teammates. Finishing behind is just not helping Appleby at the moment in terms of how these point scores are playing out in Rotax 177. Well, that's going to bother Branfield and McGee though, because they're driving fantastically at the front of the order. Alex McGee now the fastest driver out on circuit, 43.971. Could be on for pole position here with a 2nd and a win. Chris Thomas at the moment would have a 2nd and a 3rd. Ian Branfield would be looking at the 1st and the 3rd. 2 minutes to go on the clock. Max Davies, by the way, we were mentioning, is ending his time in kart racing after today, after this season. It's got to a point where unfortunately continuing racing isn't financially viable anymore, which is really sad news from the Max Davies camp. He's running well there in 6th place. He's just done a personal best in this race of 44.3. He's comfortably ahead of Andy Ward at the moment. Sammy Milam, as mentioned, has had a mechanical flag in the pits out of this race. Getting towards the end of this second heat for Rotax 177 though. Ian Branfield still in control of it. Alex McGee second, Chris Thomas third. And crucially has got a gap over Scott Clee and teammate Oliver Appleby behind. Still the scenario though for Chris Thomas, if he's going for a move, it's got to be like 80% on, or hope for McGee to go down the inside and open up the door on Branfield. The door was open. Thomas pulled out of it though. He's now going to concentrate on Scott Clee because Scott Clee's going to have a go. But great move there by Alex McGee. Retakes the lead of the race. Alex McGee himself still has a chance of overhauling Scott Clee in the points. Started the day in 5th. 2 laps to go then. McGee confirmed as your new leader. Branfield in 2nd, Thomas 3rd, Clee in 4th and 5th for Oliver Appleby. Just Oliver Appleby at the moment, the pace isn't there. It's a very muted day so far for Oliver Appleby. And it's getting to that point now with this kind of results where it's out of his control. He can't rely on winning the final and that being enough to take the title. It's getting into that spot where he needs misfortune for his KPR teammate Chris Thomas and a strong result in the final to take the title. Last lap board is out then. McGee from Branfield, from Thomas, from Clee, from Appleby. Alex McGee looking for 2 heat victories so far today. Takes a defensive line into Stratford. That works pretty well. And Branfield is right there. And Ian Branfield has been able to get through and past Alex McGee previously in this race. Is he going to have an opportunity into Wilkins? Through Hanger Corner they go. McGee will surely hold to the inside. Thomas again just playing this wise game. Taking the points. Taking the opportunities. What a day so far for Alex McGee. Alex McGee has pole position for the final in Rotax 177. Ian Branfield 2nd, Chris Thomas 3rd. Crucially, 2 places ahead of Oliver Appleby. Scott Clee finishes in between them in 4th place. Drivers coming in for the bumper checks, making sure that everyone is okay. The top 3 are okay, as is Scott Clee. It's all looking good so far. Max Davies 4th, Andy Ward 7th. Sammy Milam a retirement in that one. We'll see Rotax 177 out again for their final just before 4 o'clock. Next out on track though, it's Minimax. Into Minimax we go then. Another title to be decided here today at Shenington. Their grid looks like this. Jake Flewitt has pole position. Joseph Murphy alongside on the front row. Lucius McDermott and Max Huller on row number 2. Daniel Parsons and Joshua Jarvis on row 3. Joshua Bagembe needs a big race here. Needs to hold that 7th place as championship leader. He starts on row 4 alongside Jensen Powers, Charlotte Stanley and Ernie Overton due to start on row 5. Amelie Ackett and Reese Owen start on the 6th row of the grid. I'd say due, because unfortunately I don't think we have Ernie Overton in this race. So we've got 11 runners. Can Joseph Murphy continue the good form that he's had so far this weekend? Continue to close the points gap to Joshua Bagembe. Away we go for Heat 2 in Minimax. It's a bit of a spread out start at the front. Who's going to come out in the lead of it? It's going to be the number 36 of Jake Flewitt. Down to Stratford they go then. It's Flewitt, Murphy, Hollor. A good start for Joshua Bagembe as well. It's up to 5th place, and with drivers fighting behind, this is a very good start for the championship leader. Lucius McDermott's in there as well in 4th place. Just to go back over the scenario in this one, Joshua Bagembe has a good lead in points at the start of the day. Some 32 points in the lead, and you'd think that this would be easy pickings for Joshua Bagembe, but again, the way that drop scores are working out, and we saw a big swing in points yesterday, 19 points to the advantage of the driver currently 2nd on the road, Joseph Murphy. What it all boils down to is if
Bagembe can finish at least 7th in every single race today, he will be champion. He achieved just that in the first race of the day. However, he has just lost a position there. That is the number 16 of Jensen Powers getting through. So Powers up to 5th, Bagembe now in 6th. Bagembe being helped there. Oh, is that a problem for Max Hollor? Max Hollor slow off of Wilkins, loses 3rd place to Lucius McDermott. Now, did he just get in too deep there? Or is that the start of a mechanical issue for the number 11? I really hope not, because Max Hollor has been on really good form so far this weekend. He was 3rd in the first heat here today. He was no lower than 4th in any race yesterday. Joshua Bagembe just checks over his shoulder there. Sees that Joshua Jarvis is about a second behind in 7th place. It's a further 7/10 back to Rhys Owen in 8th. Jensen Powers is on one here though. He's down the inside of Max Hollor going for 4th place. He's got it. Really good move from Jensen Powers there. Another driver who's had good speed so far this weekend was 6th in the final yesterday. Driver from Coles Hill. 4.5 minutes to go. Jake Fluitt just seems reborn this weekend as Hollor back down the inside of Powers for 4th place there. Jake Fluitt, who's had difficulties so far this season, has really turned things around here at Shenington this weekend. He's been no lower than 2nd in any of the races held so far here at Shenington this weekend. He's on for another win here. That as well helps Joshua Bagembe, because we're talking about, well, he needs to finish at least 7th. This is all on the assumption or the scenario placement of Joseph Murphy winning all the races. Well, he's done one of those races so far. He's done 1/3 of the job, but at the moment, 2nd place for Joseph Murphy. It's another point ticking on by. More good news for Bagembe. Hollor and Powers there, 4th and 5th. Bagembe will be hoping that there's an opportunity ahead if those two do start fighting each other quite hard. Oh, here's a good move from Lucius McDermott. Takes Joseph Murphy. Not just a good move, but a big one in terms of championship, because that again, that's another point down for Joseph Murphy. And it creeps Joshua Bagembe closer and closer to that title. Lucius McDermott was mathematically in with a shout at the start of the weekend, but unfortunately hasn't been able to be at all rounds so far this year. Needed a faultless weekend, really. That's not quite happened. Still been good though. Not finished outside the top 6 so far across the 4 races completed this weekend. At the moment he's on for 2nd place at least, if not more. He really has caught up to the back of Jake Fluitt now. 2.5 minutes to go. This is going to be a big lap, I think, from Lucius McDermott. Yeah, new fastest lap of the race, 45.140. Bagembe has also closed to the back of Powers and Hollor. Now, the smart thing to do here would be do what we've just seen from Chris Thomas. Don't need to overtake right now. The points are fine. Take this haul. If there is an opportunity to get by, it's got to be at least an 80% on move. Last thing that Bagembe wants to do is go for almost like a do-or-die desperation move for 1 point and end up losing a lot more. What will have got his attention, though, is Joshua Jarvis closing in behind, and Daniel Parsons. Daniel Parsons has suddenly come on, and there's a change for the lead. McDermott's got through. So McDermott gets past Fluitt with 1.5 minutes to go. Now, just to mention again, this is actually quite a difficult scenario now for Bagembe, because he's got fast drivers behind. Here comes down the inside Joshua Jarvis, who takes Joshua Bagembe. Bagembe's got to fight back now. At least tries to. Daniel Parsons is still there as well. Daniel Parsons is quick at this stage of the race, the number 79. Bagembe has got back past Joshua Jarvis. He's got to dig deep now.
tell you what this is almost reminding me of, and it's quite an apt story, because early this year Joshua Bagembe was invited to the British Grand Prix by Sir Lewis Hamilton. This is almost a little bit Brazil 2008 like, where drivers behind who are not part of the championship battle are definitely influencing it. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, McDermott and Fluid. Now, the key thing here is they are working together, they are racing away. Nothing Joseph Murphy can do about this now, and Joseph Murphy may be under attack from others behind. This is going to help Bagembe as well. Max Hollow's going to be to the inside. Big move for Max Hollow. He's going to get pushed through by Jensen Powers to the inside, and all of a sudden, this is how things can change in this kind of format. About a minute ago, as Max Hollow's going to run wide again. I think he's got drive problems out of the corner. A minute or so ago, we were talking about Bagembe being in trouble, losing points. He's now within touching distance of his title rival, but he's run wide. He's run very wide. Just about gets it back ahead of Daniel Parsons. The tension in this race is palpable now. McDermott and Fluid are off the front. Jensen Powers has been brilliant in this race. It's up to third place. Jensen Powers is on for a best result of the year so far in that number 16 kart. Hasn't had a top 3 all season. But what is Murphy doing? What is Bagembe doing? Last lap board is going to be out then. Lucius McDermott takes the field onto it. Across the line. Murphy currently in third place. Bagembe in 7th. Again, that is fine. That is fine for Bagembe. 7th place at least in every single race today will give him the title. And at the moment, Murphy isn't doing his side of the bargain and winning the race. Murphy's defending. He's got to defend, really. He cannot afford to lose any more positions. Max Hollow's going to try and get past Jensen Powers there. Did he get back through? Yes, Hollow did get back through. And off there is Bagembe. Bagembe gets back on circuit, but he's lost a position. He's now outside the top 7. It doesn't matter too much at the moment, though, because Murphy's not going to win this race. Lucius McDermott is going to take it on the line. He's going to be very close. Half a tenth ahead of Fluid. Now this is crucial for the points. 3rd for Murphy. 4th for Hollow. 5th for Jarvis. 6th for Powers. 7th Parsons. 8th for Bagembe. It will go to the final race. It will go to the final race, but that is not the result that Bagembe would have wanted. Work to be done then in the final for both drivers fighting for the title. McDermott from Fluid, Murphy, Hollow, Jarvis, Powers, Parsons, Bagembe, Riso and Amliakis. That was the top 10. Charlotte Stanley comes home in 11th. That will be a very interesting Minimax final. Be with us for it. Just after 4 o'clock. We're going to get ready though for the next race out on circuit. It's the second appearance of the day for Micromax. Micromax on their demo run here today at Shenington. Let's have a look at their grid. On pole position we'll have Colby Patterson, Jack Baker alongside on the front row, Marnav Dew and Harry Williams on row 2. Leo Livingston, Caden Simpson on row number 3. Edward Haynes and Jaden Sherwood start on row 4. Christian Stefanov and Reese David Richardson on row 5. Cooper Snedden and Harper Das on row 6. And then Logan Jones and Tom Reed on row 7. Cole Teal and Arthur Farrow on row 8. So no championship situation for these drivers. These are all running in a demo run for Micromax ahead of 2023. Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Jack Baker has a good start and leads through the second corner. Leads the field out as they go down towards Stratford Corner for the first time in this one. The results from this race and the results from the first race determining the grid for the final later on today. See, there's been a change at the front. Patterson back ahead of Parker, retakes the lead. But, Cole Patterson has been in fantastic form so far this weekend. Really good starts to his time in Micromax and potentially a sign of things to come. Good battles going on further down the order. Loman of Dew's fallen out of position a touch there. David Richardson was slow off of the last corner also.
So 1 minute gone. Patterson leads from Baker. Edward Haynes has had a strong run on that first lap again. He's up to 3rd place. Harry Williams 4th. Harry Williams going to the top rookie. Hasn't competed in Super 1 before. Had a spin in the first heat, did Harry Williams, so he'll be looking to improve on that one. You can see Cooper Snedden has come through the order, also the number 7, same as in Mini Rok. Had that strong result around half an hour ago. It's down the inside there. Jaden Sherwood gets past Harbodas, and we mentioned it during heat number 1 that in terms of experience levels across this category on this demo run, quite a mix. Lots of familiar names to those of you who've watched Super 1 racing over the last few years. Drivers from the C50 Bambinos, the IAME Bambinos this year and previous, Honda Cadet and Mini Rok as well. 5 minutes on the clock. I guess the somewhat of a surprise that it is one of the younger drivers, Colby Patterson, who has been the dominant force so far this weekend. Beforehand, I think probably would have been well-versed to say, or to be one of the drivers who've been in those slightly older categories. Got that experience of the rolling starts as well. So far, it's not been the case. The sheer speed of Patterson has been very hard to get on top of, but Jack Baker's giving it a good go here. Changes for position further down the order. Tom Reed has got past Marl Abdu for 10th place. Logan Jones and Caden Simpson have also gained. I think there's been a problem out there for Cole Teal. Down the inside there goes Jaden Sherwood. Gets a move done with Cooper Snedden as well. So that looked like they were both getting past Christian Stefanov there. Christian Stefanov, very experienced driver, has done a lot of Honda Cadet racing. Leo Livings is having a go now as well. 2-2 as they go through the hangar corner, which looks easy on camera, the hangar corner, but I can tell you it is anything but. That big curve on the inside, you pretty much have to treat as a wall. Great run here from Stefanov. He's going to gain at least 2 positions. What a run that was! And the driver in kart number 17 gets him up to 5th place. Back down the inside goes Sherwood. Retakes the spot. He's going to have to work on the exit though. Stefanov will fight back, and I think Stefanov will take the position once again. Yes, he will. So Christian Stefanov up to 5th once more. Good entertaining battle this with 4 drivers, all experienced in their own rights. Caden Simpson, who's not had a lot of luck so far in these heats, was quick in qualifying, had a spin on lap 1 during heat number 1, has had problems in this one as well, but is fighting back now. He's back up to 11th. Down the inside goes Sherwood, takes the position away from Stefanov. This squabble for 5th place continues on down towards the Stratford hairpin. Looks like Cooper Snedden was trying to go around the outside there of Stefanov on the run down to, the idea being there is get that run round the outside through past the grandstand, that you'll then have the inside line down into the Stratford hairpin. There's not really much you can do as a driver on the outside in that scenario, but just withdraw the position. Oh, it's a bit of spin. Yes, Stefanov, I can just see out of my window here in the commentary box, has had a spin down at the Bruno chicane. Meanwhile, front of the field, Patterson and Baker. Still 1 and 2, 23 ahead of 71. Christian Stefanov, apologies, confirmed then as having fallen down through the order. Not quite sure what triggered or initiated that moment in the Bruno chicane, but the result is pretty clear. He's down into 14. Looks like Marnav Dew has also had a problem. He's down in 15, hasn't actually come over the start line in a while. Now just looking at the clock, I think we will have 3 more laps. Colt Patterson and Jack Baker really a cut above the rest this weekend. We're going to find on the exit here. You can see out of my window as the number 95 of Harper Das goes through there. Good fight this. As it looks like Marnabdew has now recovered to pit lane. Cooper Snedden and Jaden Sherwood trading blows here. This is all over 5th place still. Leo Livings is involved now as well. Leo Livings has really been impressing me today, doing double duty. Qualifying pace is perhaps something that Leo will be looking to improve on in 2023, but the racecraft and the overtaking has been very good today whenever Leo has been racing. And just like that, oh, nearly got that right. Down the inside went Jaden Sherwood, opened the door on Cooper Snedden. Thought Leo Livings was going to get alongside there and take the position away from Snedden as well. Didn't quite get the move done. Overtakes to tell you about as well. Tom Reed and Caden Simpson have both got past Harper Das. Reese David Richardson past Logan Jones. That's all from 11th. Up to 8th. There is the number 79 of Reese David Richardson. Logan Jones just behind. Still this battle rages on for 5th place. Sherwood, Snedden and Livings. Got to be conscious of the drivers behind as well. Tom Reed and Caden Simpson will be hoping for more squabbles and shenanigans ahead of them. Open up some more opportunities to gain positions. Last lap for the leaders then. Cole Patterson and Jack Baker out front. Cole Patterson held off the attempts from Jack Baker that you could see out the window a couple of laps ago. Here's a good shot for Jack Baker. Got a good run off the final corner. Patterson's able to hold on through the Bruno chicane. Jack Baker will look to get to the inside if he can get up alongside. No, not that time. Hasn't got the speed. Good punch out of the corners. You can see there for Cole Patterson in the number 23. And it's done him well. Defends into the last corner. Oh, he's going to be a little bit weak off the final corner. It could be close on the line between Patterson and Baker. Patterson should hold on for it though, and does. By a 1/10 of a second ahead of Baker. Edward Haynes, a very strong third again there. Harry Williams will be happy with 4th place. Big improvement from heat number 1. Great fight this throughout the race. And it's Cooper Snedden who takes it by, my goodness me, that was very close. 0.02 of a second ahead of Jaden Sherwood. Leo Livings 7th, Tom Reed, Caden Simpson and Harper Das complete the top 10. Entertaining stuff there from Micro Max, showing off what the class is all about here today at Shenington. We're going to get ready for the penultimate heat of this second round of heats. Junior Max are out next. Well, if you missed it earlier, the first heat for Junior Max was one of the most heart-in-mouth races I think I've seen this year, and that's saying something for a heat. This is the grid for heat number 2. Aiden Hassan has pole position, Alfie Briggs P2. Those are your 2 championship contenders. It's basically all or nothing for both of them here today. Hassan has 1 win so far from heat number 1. Shane Collins and Finn Smith on row 2. Billy Edgecombe and Jake Howarth are on row 3. Harrison Morrow and Max Cuthbert start on row 4. Then we find Callum Gosh and Jake Richards on row 5. Max Tompkinson and Jarek Messers start there on row 6. Oliver Law and Jamie Salter on row 7. Joseph McVeigh completes the 15 kart field. Well, this is going to be a very different kind of heat because, as we say, these 2 drivers are effectively tied for the championship. Only one of them can win. Here's the same tactic that we saw from Aiden Hassan before, of waiting for the go time, and he's trying to catch that odd side of the grid out, and away they go. So Hassan will lead, and this time it wasn't as good a start for Alfie Briggs. Oh, I think there was contact there involving Jake Howard, who's done very well to hold on to it. It's all squabbling in the middle. Billy Edgecombe's got a problem as well as going back through the field. Billy Edgecombe looks already to be out of the race. Alfie Briggs down the inside of Shane Collins takes 2nd place. So it's Hassan from Briggs. There is Billy Edgecombe. I think something has come off the engine there, which has meant that he's got no power. Everybody did very well to avoid that. Now
is that going to neutralise this race? Because Billy Edgecombe's number 23 kart has come to a stop in a fairly quick part of the course, but good work from both Billy and the Marshal. I think they're going to be clear. End of lap 1 then. Hassan from Briggs from Collins. To remind, Hassan has got no dropped scores in this championship, missed one of the meetings, so he's already used up his 2 dropped rounds for Super 1 2022. Every single race counts for Aiden Hassan. For his championship bid, if he has 1 retirement, 1 poor race, that will be it. For Briggs though, if Hassan is there to be beaten, he's got to beat the number 4. He's got to get ahead. He very nearly did it in heat number 1. See the inset there. Billy Edgecombe confirmed as out of the race. Alfie Briggs tried a very defensive strategy once he got ahead in heat number 1. It didn't quite work out. Aiden Hassan got the move done on the last lap of the race down here into the Stratford hairpin. Shane Collins having a good run here. We've seen some good fights between Briggs and Collins in the Junior Rok category so far this season. Junior Rok's not racing here this weekend. Alfie Briggs wrapped up that championship 3 weeks ago at Whilton Mill. Oh, down the inside there, Max Cuthbert in the LN kart, past Team Clay's Finn Smith there. Now here goes Briggs. Yes, that is his preferred spot. He's very good out of Wilkins, and for the 3rd time today, we've seen Alfie Briggs get a move done into Park Bend. Now, can he defend down into the Stratford hairpin? Doesn't need to too much. Oh, he's run deep. He's run very deep. Aiden Hassan's going to have the run there. Briggs made the mistake, and Hassan gets back ahead again. It's one of the interesting parts of this story. There's lots of interesting parts about this story of these 2 drivers this weekend. But the kart setups, Briggs is very strong through this section of the course, out of Wilkins into turn number 1. Maybe thinking about a dash to the line, should he need it. Hassan, though, very good on the brakes. Got good drive out of the slower corners, such as the hairpin here. Briggs again runs deep there. Doesn't seem as comfortable on the brakes as Aiden Hassan. Both of these drivers know the Shenington circuit very well. For both of them, this is one of their local circuits. Max Cuthbert down the inside again. Sweet move. I love that. That is really good from Max Cuthbert, and that's him going past Jake Howard for 4th. 3 minutes to go. Hassan leads from Briggs. Shane Collins having a brilliant race there in 3rd. And it's this trio for 4th, 5th and 6th. Finn Smith having a stronger run here in heat number 2. Had some struggles earlier on this morning. Jake Howard sitting in the toe now of Max Cuthbert, and would be wise to just sit there, push along, see if the speed of Max Cuthbert can push up to that top 3. Pace is similar to Shane Collins. The pace there at the front, the very front, is getting even quicker. Both Hassan and Briggs into the 43.3s last time around. Briggs a tad quicker. Has the new fastest lap of the race, 43.314. And it was by this stage of heat 1 that Briggs had got ahead of Hassan and was starting to back him into the pack. It's a strategy that almost worked. Callum Gosh has got past Max Tompkinson to report for 9th spot. Two minutes to go. Hassan responds. New fastest lap of the race for the driver in number 4 there, 43.299. The driver from Milton Keynes, who say when he's been here, wasn't present at Clay Pigeon for the 3rd
doubleheader meeting of the year. He has been so strong. A clean sweep in round number 2, a clean sweep in round number 8, and crucially it's the Sundays. The Sundays have been where Aiden Hassan has been particularly potent. Maybe the exception of round number 10 at Whilton Mill. He was still not outside the top 5 on that day in any of his races. 60 seconds on the clock. Alfie Briggs has got to do something here to get past Aiden Hassan. Oh, Hassan runs a touch deep through the Stratford hairpin. Has a check over the shoulder. They've both dropped Shane Collins here. Yarrick Metters has got past Joseph McVeigh for 11th place, so Metters new to the championship here this weekend. Good to see him making some progress. 2 laps to go. Briggs not close enough to go for a move there into turn 1, but has set the fastest lap of the race, 43.182. No challenge for the 2 leaders from behind. Shane Collins in 3rd place, 1.3 seconds further back. He's got a half-second lead over Max Cuthbert and Jake Howarth. Just saying that, they're closing in. This is a good run from Cuthbert and Howarth and Smith. They're all quicker than Collins ahead, all working together. Could have a go at 3rd going on to the final lap. Big lap this so far from Aiden Hassan. He's held something in reserve. Played this brilliantly on the tactics as Aiden Hassan. Round the final corner. Last lap board is going to be out. This is going to need either the most extraordinary lap from Alfie Briggs or a mistake from Aiden Hassan to change it on the last lap. 0.4 of a second is the biggest lead that Briggs has had to overcome on Hassan so far in this race. It's been superbly done by Aiden Hassan. Through the Stratford corner. That's one of the big overtaking opportunities done. Briggs knows it. A bit of a moment there as he tilts his head back. He knows that this one's gone. Aiden Hassan is throwing down the gauntlet once again here in Junior Max. He won heat number 1. It was a close one. This one relatively comfortable. Aiden Hassan, supreme, takes heat number 2 and crucially takes pole position for the final. Alfie Briggs will be alongside him on the front row. Shane Collins holds on to 3rd ahead of Max Cuthbert. 5th for Jake Howarth, 6th for Finn Smith, 7th for Jake Richards, 8th Harrison Morrow, Callum Gosh in 9th. Max Tompkinson completes the top 10. That is a big, big result for Aiden Hassan and puts him in a position again on pole position. If he can hold on to the win, he will be champion by 1 point. We'll see that final later on today. It'll be due out around 4:30. We're going to get ready though for the last 7 minutes plus 1 lap race of the year, the final heat for Senior Max. Senior Rotax Max heading out on circuit now. Let's have a look at their grid. Ben Davis has pole position, Joe Weaver alongside on the front row. They were 1 and 2 on the grid in heat 1 and 1 and 2 in the results of heat number 1 as well. Joshua Valance and Ben Page start on row 2. Daniel Jones and Carl Dunford row 3. Isaac Lord and Matteo Palmer start on row 4. Then it's Kieran Pepper and Elliot Thomas completing the top 10. Kieran Gianelli and Alex Warnaby start in row 6. And then Alicia Bradshaw and Tom Taylor start on row number 7. So, the scenario in this one, Joe Weaver looking good so far, has the championship lead, has to get at least 4th place in every single race to be champion, and actually did a little bit more than that in the first heat, as we say, by finishing in 2nd place. Ben Davis, similar to Aiden Hassan in the previous race, has missed a meeting, so has no dropped scores at his disposal. But it's been very good so far this weekend. 3 race victories so far this weekend out of a possible 4. And the one that he didn't win, yesterday's final, it was 2nd place. So he's going to give it his all from pole position. Joshua Valance was 3rd, further cementing his hold on that spot. And
Good to see Carl Dunford in the previous heat as well in 4th place. So the karts out on circuit for their formation lap. And it will be, as we say, for the final time in Super 1 2022, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. After this race, it will be finals, and it will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. I'm saying that unless the schedule has changed, but I'm not expecting it to be. Here we go then, second heat for senior Rotax, and away we go for the start of this one. Good start for Ben Davis, will lead. Joe Weaver in 2nd place, just where he wants to be. Valance in 3rd, Dunford in 4th. Clean start for the seniors as they head down to the first hairpin. That was a much simpler situation for Joe Weaver. A better start from the outside in this second heat. As a bit of squabbling towards the back and a contact there with Tom Taylor involved in the number 77. The 52 was also partially up in the air. That was Alex Warnaby. As mistake from Ben Davis, and Joe Weaver's through. Well, we've not seen that many times so far this season, but that was a mistake from Ben Davis going deep. Maybe tire's a little bit cold. Joe Weaver now leads the race and has control of it. 6 minutes to go. Good move down the inside there by Isaac Lord. Had some good speed in heat number 1. Had problems early on though, so we'll be looking for a better result than he got in the first one, which, if my memory serves it correctly, was 8th place. How about that from Ben Davis? Will not be pleased with himself at all there. Alex Warnaby starting to recover already. Down the inside of Elliot Thomas, takes 11th spot. Joshua Valance having a good race so far. You can see him there in 3rd place. Having the pace of the leaders. Very experienced driver in Rotax machinery. So a couple of minutes of this race gone already. Joe Weaver, championship leader. Winner in the final yesterday. Leads ahead of his championship rival Ben Davis. Whatever happens with the results, will go to the final race. The maths situation means that Joe Weaver can't seal it up in this one, and similar to a couple of other drivers in the lead of their championships, it's not necessarily about winning races this weekend. It's about improving on scores already put on the board earlier on in the season. A bit different for Ben Davis, as we say, no drop scores at his disposal. He's just got to go out and score as many points as he can across the course of the 6 races here at Shenington. Joe Weaver's looking comfortable at the moment. Looking very chilled at the wheel of his kart. Look at that, new fastest lap of the race from Weaver, 43.352. Carl Dunford confirmed as through and passed Joshua Valance there for 3rd. We mentioned earlier how Carl Dunford has a strong record round this circuit. Does like its flow, likes the way it races. Has had a contact warning through his troubles. However, he needs to be on his best behaviour. Isaac Lord's coming into this though. Look at him there in 5th place. 3rd kart in line on your picture at the moment. Kart number 57. Can be something that you see at the back end of the season when you're not in a championship fight. Be more relaxed at the wheel. Start to feel that confidence flowing in the performance being extracted from the kart. It's just watching Lord as he's going through Cafe Turn there. Tighter line from Lord, a tidier line. Could be on for a good result here. Balance down the inside of Dunford. Retakes 3rd spot. Again, that's going to help Isaac Lord. He's closed into the back of Carl Dunford now. Into the second half of this race then. Joe Weaver in control ahead of Ben Davis. Strangely, hasn't had a heat win, Joe Weaver, since round number 2.
This is an astonishing statistic. He's had wins in finals, of course. Good number of seconds and thirds. It's been another story similar to what we've been talking about with Joshua Bagembe in the Minimax competition. Consistency has been king for Joe Weaver. He's had a lot of challenges thrown at him. I remember the one-off challenge from Louis Weaver, for example, back at Glan-Y-Gors that Joe had to deal with over that weekend. Ben Davis's return at Fulbeck, where Davis took a perfect weekend, 6 from 6 races. Alex Holgate's supreme form as well at Clay Pigeon. There's been lots of different winners and drivers who've come to the front across the course of this Senior Rotax Championship, but always there in the top 5, top 3 most times as well, has been Joe Weaver. And here he is again, looking to close this one out. Balanced defensive in 3rd place now, ahead of Dunford and Lord. Look out for Daniel Jones as well in the black and red, kart number 46. He had a good race earlier on today. He's already got a top 5 from heat number 1. Would love another here. That would put him in a very strong position on the grid for the final. Just over 60 seconds to go then. Joe Weaver continuing to put in personal bests, 43.194 last time around. The gap holding at around 0.4 of a second. This is the key battle on circuit though. Joshua Valance in 3rd ahead of Carl Dunford, Isaac Lord, Daniel Jones and Ben Page now coming into the picture. Quite literally in 7th place. Valance will defend to the inside here on Dunford. Around the outside looking there is Ben Page. It's not going to work though on Daniel Jones, and sensibly just pulls out of it, slips back into the draft, stays on the back of his pack. 2 laps to go. There's your leader, Joe Weaver. Ben Davis in 2nd place. And Joe Weaver putting himself in a spot now where he basically just needs to tootle round in the final. At the moment I've got him needing just 10th place. In fact, no, make that 12th place. Just needs 12th place in the final to be champion. I'm sure he'll not want to do that though. He'll want to go and win this with the best result possible. Here's Isaac Lord now ahead of Carl Dunford though. 4th place now. Last lap board is out. Weaver pops in a new fastest lap of the race. 8/10 clear of Ben Davis. So Weaver, Davis, Valance, Lord, Dunford. That's your top 5 here in heat number 2. Last chance for the Senior Rotax drivers to get themselves up the grid for that final. Valance has driven really well here in this race, controlled it, been under pressure, hasn't cracked. Has won a number of championships at club level. This kind of driving shows why. But Joe Weaver's going to come around the final corner, take a brilliant weigh-in in heat number 2. Ben Davis strong again in 2nd place. Joshua Valance holds on for 3rd. Isaac Lord 4th. Carl Dunford 5th. Ben Page 6th ahead of Daniel Jones, Kieran Pepper, Mateo Palmer and Kieran Gianelli. That's your 1 through 10. Well, a big step forward for Joe Weaver. He needed at least 4th place in each of the heats to set himself up for a similar finish in the final. He's done more than that. He's got 2nd and 1st. We'll see their final. It's the last race of the day at around 4:45. But we're going to get ready for the first final of the day. C50 Bambino and the decider for the C50 Bambino New Era Championship. That is the next race out on circuit. Let's get into it then. The first final of the day here at Shenington for round 12 of Super One 2022. It is the Bambino C50 Pro and New Era final. Cole Teal has pole position in Pro and overall. Champion already in Pro, Riley Murrow alongside on the front row. Ethan McClelland and Austin Oman are there on row 2. Harper Das and Bertie Clark on row number 3.
Alfie Mayer and Amelia Dial complete the 8 runners in Pro. Let's get on to the new era grid, and it's a little bit mixed up from what we're used to. Rex Pooley has pole position in the new era category. Henry Algar, a fantastic qualifying from Henry Algar. It's alongside there on the second row. Then our 2 championship contenders, Chloe McGill and Chester Fawkes, are there on the second row of the grid. Charlie Page and Jensen Biglands start on the third row for New Era. Mason Hibbert and Theo Poyser on row 4. Buddy Hugo and Soren Gallagher start on row 5. Bo Blundell and Harry Chapman start on row 6 in New Era. Row 10 overall, Toby Biggs and Sophia Page on that 11th row of the grid ahead of Grace Mayer, forming out the 23 kart field. We've got a bit of a pause in proceedings here at Shenington, and whilst we wait for that grid to form out, so I'll take a short break here on the commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back everybody to Shenington for round 12 of Super 1 2022. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you today on your Alpha live stream. If you're enjoying the stream, do make sure that you're subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and if you're enjoying the commentary as well, at Double Dash MM across your social media networks. Slight pause in proceedings here just ahead of the Bambino C50 New Era and Pro Final. See the carts being prepared in dummy grid now. It's actually opportune because it gives us a good opportunity to talk through the championship permutations and what we can expect to see in this race. Let's do Pro first, because Pro, as we say, is all done. Riley Murrow has got the title there. He further extended his lead yesterday and has currently got 1,245 points on the board, and as we say, could further improve that because he's got some rounds earlier in the season where he can improve on that score. I'm looking particularly at rounds earlier in the season where he had a fourth, a second and a fourth. Well, he's got 2 seconds so far today, so if he was to repeat that again, that would be a further improvement. The highest battle I think we can tell you about in Pro is going to be the one for 4th place. Harper has secured 3rd, so Cole Teal versus Bertie Clark will be a scrap that we'll be looking out there for 4th place. And Austin Owen, I should mention as well, has already secured 2nd. New Era is where the story is, though. And as I start thrashing numbers into the spreadsheet, I can tell you that Chester Fawkes needs 11th place in this final to be champion. It was a shaky start at the start of the day. Finished in 9th in the first heat, but that win in the second heat in class earlier on today was really crucial for Chester Fawkes. And we know already as well that if the points were to be tied,
between Chester Fawkes and Chloe McGill. Chester Fawkes is going to win that. He's won a good number of finals. That's the first tiebreaker in the points. It's the number of wins in finals only as the first check if points are tied. So the max number of points that Chloe McGill... I should stress this is all unofficial. I should have gotten that in straight away. This is on the spreadsheet of semi-doom here in the comms box. But the maximum number of points by my calculations that Chloe McGill can score is 1,229. If Chester Fawkes is to finish 11th in class in this race, would also finish on 1,229, but would have more wins in finals than Chloe McGill. So that's what we're looking at. Chester Fawkes looking to just hold position within this race in the top 10, basically. And that will be enough to make Chester Fawkes champion. Engines are fired up then. I can hear them in the dummy grid ahead of this final for the C50 Bambinos. And looking on time as well. We are actually running slightly ahead of schedule here today, which is a great effort by everybody here at Shenington. Big thanks to all the Super One staff, the Hoyle family, for everything that they do to organise, all the stewards and race control, the timekeepers, Sophia especially in timekeeping. Thank you to all of them for processing the results and keeping the event running smoothly. The marshals as well here at Shenington Kart Racing Club and Shenington Kart Racing Club themselves, of course. I always like coming up here, not just because it's 15 minutes from my house and it's an easy drive in, but always made to feel very welcome whenever we come here, whether it be for Super One or for the Shenington Kart Grand Prix that we had earlier, Super Prix that we had earlier on in the year. You can watch back here on Alpha Live. Club 100 visits here as well. And just to mention Club 100, next weekend we'll have some Club 100 juniors and cadets action for you here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. That will be Saturday next week, and we will be at Whilton Mill, so make sure that you have subscribed for that one. Field forming up then for the final round of Super One 2022. It'll be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And from it, we will have a champion crowned. It's either going to be in the new era's Chloe McGill or Chester Fawkes, both of them starting from the second row of the grid. We should mention as well that irrespective of what happens with Chester Fawkes, it's actually quite simple really. Chloe McGill has to win the race to have a chance of winning the title. If it's second place, even if Chester Fawkes isn't the winner, it won't be enough. Ready to go then for the final race of the year in the C50 Bambinos for Super One 2022 here at Shenington. Lights out, away we go. Good start for Riley Murrow and also for Ethan McClelland in Pro. Ethan McClelland going for the lead from the second row of the grid and has got it. Brilliant start for the number 23. Looking back into the new era category, it's been a very good start for Chester Fawkes, leading early on. Chloe McGill has gone backwards though. Not good news for Chloe McGill, looking to take this championship away at the last minute, but Chester Fawkes has taken destiny into his own hands here with the UK plate. They're all through the first few corners here into the Bruno chicane for the first time. There's Bertie Clark in the number 21 and Cole Teal. They're fighting over 4th place in the Pro category. Top 3 positions in Pro already sorted out, of course. Ethan McClelland at the front of the order. And up there, not quite sure what that was for. Cole Teal down the inside. Chester Fawkes is going to go around the outside now. Let's count them through at the end of the first lap. Ethan McClelland leads. Riley Murrow second. Austin Oman third. Amelia Dial's had a cracking start. It's up to 4th place here. Great to see. A driver who last week was racing over at Nuts Corner in the Irish Kart GP. Go watch that back if you missed it from last week here on Alpha Live. Bertie Clark in 5th.
Harpedas 6th, and crucially, Chester Forks 7th overall, but leading in New Era. Where is Chloe McGill? Chloe McGill is currently in 13th place overall, down in 5th place in New Era. Chester Forks trying to fight through there. Tricky position this. Any positions gained on pro entries ahead doesn't do anything for championship, because remember, the points are attributed by class position, not overall. Cole Teal ahead of Amelia Diel now, and Bertie Clark. Rex Pooley's been fantastic today. He's had a really strong end to the season. In fact, he's going to go for the lead here in New Era. He's on the inside. The next corner is a left-hander. That will be to the advantage, you think, of Rex Pooley. And sprint for Chester Forks. Chester Forks is round. Chester Forks right ahead of us here in the commentary box is round. Is there another kart involved as well? It's Cole Teal. Cole Teal is in the wall. He's okay. Just lifting his visor up there, but his nose first into the wall right beneath us here in the commentary box. I think he's got his stuck slightly jammed in the pedal there. He's just about working his way out of the kart, and he is now out of the kart. And it's being lifted away to safety. And just trying to put weight on his foot there. That will have been a bit of a hard hit for Cole Teal into the wall. Meanwhile, carrying on with the race. Situation still the same for Chloe McGill. Got to win the race to win the championship. It's not gone right for Chester Forks. At the moment, though, it doesn't actually matter in terms of the championship, because Rex Pooley is leading the race in New Era. Biglands is in second place. Ethan McClellan still having this great run as well in the pro category. There's the number 16 down the inside. It's Mason Hibbert going past the 33 of Charlie Page. We'll see Charlie Page racing again later on this afternoon in the IAME Bambinos. It's not been a final win so far this season for Ethan McClelland in either of the categories. He switched across from New Era's to pro earlier on in the season. Here we're watching this fight with Jensen Biglands, the number 66, second in New Era at the moment. Henry Algar in third. Henry Algar down the inside of Bertie Clark takes position. This has been a great day, I've got to say, for Henry Algar. A big step forward. You do see this sometimes with drivers when they're at this age and they're learning all the time. They have a weekend where something just clicks. And I think that's been one of those weekends for Henry Algar. So just to track where Chester Forks is now. Well, in a way, it is out of Chester Forks' hands now. He's running down in, I'll say it's out of his hands, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th. 10th in class. Now that would be enough, irrespective of what Chloe McGill's able to do, to take the title. Jensen Bigland's having a check there on the front left-hand corner. Maybe concerned about something. There's Chloe McGill in the number 15, under attack now from Henry Algar. This is reminding me, in fact, of one of these final races in the Bambinos a couple of years ago, where last race of the year, a lot of drivers picked up their game. Remember Elliot Dimlow having a first podium at this level in a similar situation, and it made it very difficult for those fighting for the championship. Jensen Bigland's continued to have a look down at the front left there, a bit distracted perhaps. The number 12 of Theo Poiser's coming on. Look at this, Theo Poiser's up in 6th place. Really good to see. Henry Algar in 7th place. Two people who will be liking this though, or two groups of people. One, the family of Chester Forks and Chester Forks himself, because this is dropping Chloe McGill away from the race leader, and of course the race leader themselves, Rex Pooley. He's running away with this category at the moment. Oh, good move down the inside from Chloe McGill. Gets past Henry Algar, still driving well. going to get at least second place in the championship, and it has been a fantastic season for Chloe McGill. Plenty of race wins, final wins. A talent if I ever saw one. I don't think this will be the last time that we see Chloe McGill racing well in a Super 1 competition. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go though. There's the 66 of Jensen Biglands. I just wonder, is it him checking the front left, or is it just him checking over the shoulder to see where the other drivers are? Henry Algar back down the inside of Chloe McGill. Takes the spot. Number 11 of Buddy Hugo started. Look at this, like 3x3. It's a Sudoku grid of Bambinos down into the Bruno chicane. This is a very entertaining race. Ethan McClellan's still leading, by the way, ahead of Riley Morrow. They are 6 seconds clear of Austin Noman in third. Henry Algar looking to the inside, back with our leaders. We've got 1 minute and 40 to go. What a season it has been for Riley Morrow in the pro category. Had the title wrapped up before we got here this weekend. Has had double-digit number of victories across the course of the year. A number of clean sweeps as well. I've got to say the most impressive round I think for Riley Morrow this season was the last time we had a round in front of our cameras here in Alpha Live at round 10, and the maturity that he drove to make sure that he got maximum points in the pro category to seal up the championship. Riley Morrow is a driver who we will no doubt see in higher divisions later on. Look at this! Look at this! Chloe McGill, going for a bit of skating there. That's not a good moment. And look at how many drivers are all trying to clamber through as they go out of the Bruno chicane. It's a countless number of carts all trying to share the same bit of road. We'll try and count them through at the end of this. This is all over second place in the category. Actually, sorry, no, third place in the category, because Henry Algar's been able to get clear of this. Mason Hibbert is now in third place in New Era at the front of this order. I see someone's got a trailing bumper there, couldn't quite make it out, but it's Hibbert from Poison, Das, McGill, Forks, Chester Forks. This has actually allowed Chester Forks to come back into this race, is gaining positions, and Chester Forks is now right on the tail of Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill round! Oh no, and it's contact there involving Mason Hibbert. So Chloe McGill got into Mason Hibbert, half tips round, I think was then righted in terms of direction along the road by Chester Forks. But that all got inevitably a bit scrappy in the midfield there. Theo Poyser trying to find a way. There could be some drivers here getting first podiums and best positions of the year so far. Leaders are on the last lap. Ethan McClelland ahead of Riley Morrow. They're heading down towards the hairpin now. Rex Pooley, Henry Algar both still clear. Chloe McGill is in third place. It is still the situation of where Chester Forks will be champion, because Chloe McGill is not winning this race. But meanwhile, battle going on at the front of the order. Riley Morrow trying to get one last final win of the year. There's contact between Morrow and McClelland through the Bruno chicane. Morrow has got ahead. The champion in 2022, looking to finish 2022 in P1 in the final. Ethan McClelland looking to the outside now. It may be a drag race to the line. It's going to be Riley Morrow. Riley Morrow, the champion in C50 Pro, takes round 12 in the Super 1 Bambino C50 Pro Championship. But who's going to come over the line in New Era? Who's going to be the champion? Well, there's a battle for the win in New Era. It's going to be Rex Pooley. Rex Pooley is going to win in C50 New Era. Henry Algar finishes in second place, and there, across the line, Chester Forks becomes the 2022 Bambino C50 New Era champion for Super 1 this year. What a bonkers race to finish things here. Third place for Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill finishes second in the championship in the top three. Let's run through the order 1 to 10. Riley Morrow takes the win overall and in pro. Ethan McClelland equals the best result of the year so far in second place. Austin Owen finishes a strong season, second place in the championship, third here today. Rex Pooley takes the win in the final. It's his first final win since round number 2 at Rowrah. Henry Algar, what a day, what a drive in the latter stages of this championship. Finishes on the podium in the top 3, I should say, for the first time this season in a final. Chloe McGill in third, fourth for Theo Poyser, but crucially Chester Fawkes with the UK plate finishes in 5th and is champion. 6th for Jensen Bigland, 7th for Buddy Hugo, 8th for Soren Gallagher, 9th for Mason Hibbert, 10th in New Era was Charlie Page. And then just to run through the rest of the pros as well, 4th for Alfie Mayer, 5th for Harper Das, 6th for Amelia Dial, 7th for Bertie Clark. Bertie Clark will win in that battle for 4th place in the championship over Cold Teal. Do hope Cold Teal is okay after that incident on lap number 3. Wow, what entertainment the Bambino C50s have given us this year. Hope to see them again next year, but we've got to move on because next head out on circuit, it's the Honda Cadet Final. Here's your grid for the final of Honda Cadet in 2022. Max Taddy has pole position, John Richardson alongside on the front row. Jensen Hookey and Logan McAllister on row 2. Champion Hugh Roach and Andrew Dixon on the third row of the grid. Daniel Butcher and Leo Living start on row 4. Josh Parker and Maria Roberto start on row 5. Jensen Walker and Ashley Haase start on row 6. Joel Bullen and Thomas Butcher on row 7. Riley Till and Ella Dixon on row 8. Austin Saleh completes the field. Austin Saleh, I don't think he's taking part in this race. We've got 16 drivers out on track. Championship already decided in this one. That was done yesterday by Hugh Roach. But I think this one is still going to be a lot of fun. Pressure off, a lot of the championship positions already secured for the likes of Hookey and McAllister and Andrew Dixon as well. And Max Taddy from pole position hasn't had a final win so far this season. Is his luck there about to change? Here we go then, the final race for Honda Cadet in Super 1 2022. Away we go. Good start for Max Taddy. John Richardson has got a good start as well. We'll try and hold it round the outside to have the inside for Cafe Corner, but it's Taddy who will lead off turn 2 for the first time from Richardson. Hookey in third, McAllister in fourth, heading down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Good start for the driver from Scotland. And really good starting by the Honda Cadets today. They've all got through the first major braking zone without any major issues. John Richardson looking down the inside though, trying to take the lead, and has done so. Great move by John Richardson. So John Richardson, who's had 1 race win so far this season. Max Taddy slips back through though. They're all forming up the Honda Cadet train as they go through. Well, I think Joel Bullen was being forced out wide there, the number 17, going toe-to-toe with Thomas Butcher. So at the front of the order, 2 drivers who have not won a final so far this year, with 1 last opportunity to do so. Both of them fighting for a top 5 spot in the championship as well. There's Maria Roberto, number 38. Let's get another top 10 here. It's improved through the second half of the season. It's good to see from Roberto. Drivers, if they want to win this race, got to think about it tactically. Very, very hard, as we've been mentioning, to race away from the front here at Shenington, particularly in a class where anywhere we go to, it's hard to lead from the front in Honda Cadets. It's hard to pull away from the rest of the pack. There's Hugh Roach, there's your champion, going for overtakes. There was some question perhaps whether he would race today after some slight injuries that he picked up yesterday and that he'd won the title, but now he's stuck at it today. He wants to race as champion in the last round,
He's absolutely delighted, and they'll be delighted with that move as well. Down the inside of Logan McAllister, takes 4th place. Through the Bruno chicane they go then. Ooh, a bit of contact there. And that looked like Logan McAllister having a moment with Josh Parker. Front of the order though, Max Taddy leads. John Richardson in 2nd place, Jensen Hookey in 3rd. See Daniel Butcher trying to move through, number 57. Actually lost out that time to both Maria Roberto and Ashley Harsett. Harsett finished in the top 6 yesterday, got a trophy. I'd love to do so once again here at Shenington. 6 minutes on the clock. Max Taddy just nicely leading this one at the moment, not panicking, not getting too defensive. Would seem slightly strange to describe this as a bit of an endurance, but for the younger drivers, the longer amount of time, it's very easy to push too hard in the early stages and wear yourself out. You've got to keep yourself fresh for that last run to the line. Here goes Hugh Roach again. He does like this move through Park Bend. This time having a go at Jensen Hookey. How many times have we seen those two go wheel to wheel so far this season? The drivers in the top 2 in the championship standings, and that is how they will stay once this race has been completed. But Roach down the inside. Ambition Motorsport liking the look of that. Their driver is up to 3rd. And is the fastest driver out there on circuit, 52.463. Well, Hugh Roach's form very much has been strong in races on a Sunday. Been a big part of his championship campaign. He's only had 2 wins in finals. How he would like to finish it off and this championship run with a 3rd. The chasing group have got to get themselves organised. Max Taddy's been in this position before today, and those of you who were with us earlier will remember back to the heat where Josh Parker and Taddy worked together very nicely indeed to secure the top 2 spots. Whilst the chasing group just didn't get themselves organised, didn't get themselves into a position where they could close in and pull that breakaway back. I think for Max Taddy, he's just doing the same again here. Keeping that focus, keeping out ahead. This has been a good lap though for the chasing pack. They have got themselves organised now. Hugh Roach has closed in. Got the gap down to 0.3 of a second, but Hookey down the inside into Cafe. Takes 3rd place. Bit of a split further back as well with Parker, Dixon and McAllister. Still plenty of time in this race. Number 63 of Josh Parker going by Logan McAllister there in the number 3. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Andrew Dixon, he's had a great season as well. Was particularly strong in the middle part of the season. Took wins in the finals, both finals at Clay Pigeon. Now he'd love a return to the rostrum, particularly the top 3, to close out this year in Super 1. Andrew's probably moving on from Honda Cadet at the end of the year. Josh Parker goes down the inside and takes that spot. 2.5 minutes to go then. Still Max Taddy leading. Hasn't had a final win so far this season. His best result in a final was back at Fulbeck when he finished 3rd. It's a great opportunity to get his name on that list of winners in this Honda Cadet Super 1 category. John Richardson, though, describing him as Mr. Sunday, tends to run stronger on the Sundays. Similarly, hasn't had that honour so far this year of taking a win in one of the finals. And look again, here they come, Jensen Hookey. He definitely had wins in finals this year. That aforementioned Fulbeck final was one of his at round number 8.
And side by side, Hookie and Richardson as they go through Cafe Corner. They touch a little bit more of Cafe Corner, and again as they come through the kick past the grandstand. Has that offered an opportunity for Hugh Roach to get through? Hookie back down the inside, go for second place, or they're tripping over one another here and opening the door for the champion. Hugh Roach takes 2 for free there. Richardson and Hookie, so involved with each other, have actually lost out big time there. Josh Parker's come through. Andrew Dixon's also got past John Richardson. That's really not a good moment for John Richardson, and any hope that he had of winning this race has, I wouldn't say fully extinguished, but well, it's gone a long, long way out. It's dimmed quite a bit. Crucially though, 0.6 of a second for Max Taddy at the front of the order, ahead of the rest of them, and they're still, this is the thing, once again, this is what we saw in heat number 2. They're not getting themselves organised to close down that gap. They all want second place, but in doing so, they're not giving themselves the chance of getting the win. Hookie back into second place, ahead of Roach, ahead of Parker, ahead of Dixon. They're not going to have long to go as well. Hugh Roach goes back down the inside, retakes second place. Andrew Dixon's going to draw alongside Josh Parker now. Trying to gain a position there, takes 4th. Jensen Hookie trying to go round the outside there. Could that get a little bit tight on exit? Yes, it will. John Richardson's getting involved once more. 2 more laps for the field then. But look at the gap. Max Taddy pulled out nearly a second on the rest of the field. He's doing a supreme job at the front of the order. Keep going, Max. Don't worry about those behind. Because at the moment they are gifting a win to the driver in the number 66, who has been fantastic today. Was the fastest driver in qualifying. Got good results through the heats. Got pole position in this final. Had a big challenge from John Richardson in the early stages. Since then, the confidence, and this is one of the great things with this Honda Cadet category. Max Taddy is another driver who has improved so much from where he was at the start of the season. The top 10 earlier in the season was a celebratory result for Max Taddy, and going on to the last lap here, Max Taddy could be about to win his first final in Super 1 Honda Cadet. 2.4 seconds is the gap. Hugh Roach still holding on to second place, ahead of Jensen Hookie. They're all still there going for second place. Andrew Dixon's trying to go down the inside, loses out actually to Hookie and Richardson and possibly Logan McAllister as well. It's been a brilliant scrap for second place, and it could all still come down to the final corner. Max Taddy though, heading down the back straight through Hanger Corner. This is going to be a very special win for Max Taddy on his birthday as well. What a run, what a result for the first time this season in the final round. Max Taddy wins in Honda Cadet. It's going to be second place for the Honda Cadet champion of 2022. Hugh Roach takes that one. Jensen Hookie in third. 4th for Andrew Dixon. 5th for John Richardson. 6th for Josh Parker. 7th Logan McAllister. 8th Daniel Butcher. 9th for Ashley Harter. And 10th for Maria Roberto. Well, what an entertaining race that was. I think some of the drivers aren't particularly happy with one another in that second group, but one driver who will be very happy is Max Taddy, your winner here today at Shenington. Right, we'll move on. Next out on circuit, one of the biggest races of the day. 3 drivers could be champion in the next class. IAME Bambino are up next. Here we go then. This is one of the races of the day. Here is your grid. Grayson Wortley has pole position. Ronnie Carter alongside on the front row. Josh Cook is there third on the grid. If any of those drivers win this race, they are champion. Josh Cook and James Roots are on the second row of the grid. Fraser Anderson and Eli Liziecki start on row number 3. Dean Singh Pahal and Daniel Ferguson row 4. Charlie Page and Harris Barber row 5. Arthur Farrow and Logan Jones on row number 6. Logan Rolfe and Ethan Coupland on row 7. Albert Farrow and Freddie Flewitt complete the 16 runners here in the IAME Bambino final. Where, as I say, we've got 3 drivers who could all win the championship here. And I can't predict this one. I really, really cannot predict what is going to happen in the next 10 minutes or so. It effectively is whichever of those 3 drivers finishes higher up the order is champion. It's not even about the race win. So we will keep a track of the situation as we're going in. Consider them effectively, and I think, yeah, there's going to be a bit of an extra torque here, given the magnitude of this race. I can understand why this is the case, because a lot is at stake between Josh Cook, Grayson Wortley and Ronnie Carter, and what we want to make sure that we see is a fair, clean race. And to give the IAME Bambinos their credit, I think that's pretty much as they have been so far today, and an extra little bit of a briefing for those 3 drivers. There they are. Ronnie Carter on the left, Grayson Wortley in the middle, Josh Cook on the right. A shake of hands between the 3 drivers. Good sportsmanship shown there, and they're just being reminded that they have their duties as drivers to make sure that whatever happens in the next 10 minutes, that it's fair and above board. I'm sure it will be. Ready to go then for the last race, the championship decider for the IAME Bambino title in Super 1 for 2022. Away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Who's going to get the run into turn 1? It's going to be Wortley. Wortley will lead from Carter. Cook in 3rd. Roots there in 4th. Perfect start for the pole sitter. But there's a long, long way in this race to go. They'll stream down towards the first hairpin. Seen so much overtaking in this category so far today. In a way, as long as the 3 drivers keep themselves up towards the front of the field, the first, I'd say, 8 minutes of this race almost don't matter. But Wortley leads in the early stages. Carter 2nd, Cook 3rd. If they were to finish in that order, that would be championship order. That is how close it is here. We'd finish with Wortley on 1226, Carter on 1224, Cook on 1222. End of lap number 1 then, Wortley from Carter and Cook. I do wonder if the trio just try and push out from the rest of the field and then sort it out amongst each other later on. I don't think James Roots is going to be allowing them to do that though. He's been strong today. There in 4th, Fraser Anderson as well having a good start once again. Scottish driver there in 5th place. Eli Liziecki, number 99, been in good form so far this weekend, is sitting in 6th place at the moment in this race. Harris Barber's had an unfortunate start, dropped 4 places on lap 1, has been overtaken by Logan Jones, Ethan Coupland, Arthur Farrow and Logan Rolfe. Nice and calm though at the early throws of this one. We've already seen quite a bit of overtaking in the heats at this point, but end of lap 2, Wortley from Carter, Cook, Roots and Anderson. Those 5 running away. Just to remind, if the likes of James Roots or Fraser Anderson push through and into the lead, get in amongst these top 3, doesn't matter in terms of championship. It's not one of those where the win being for a few extra points changes things. It literally is a 3-way between Wortley, Carter and Cook. Whichever one of them finishes further up the order is champion in this race. I just saw a good scrap going on there involving Dean Singh Pahal and Daniel Ferguson. James Roots looking for a route down the inside. The other drivers have been, I imagine, been told the situation, been made aware of these 3 drivers are all fighting for the championship. I just wonder, almost in a way of like, let them do what they need to do, race them clean, because what we wouldn't want to see
is one of those 3 drivers lose their shot involved in an incident with another driver with nothing to lose. Not that I think that that's going to happen. I'm sure that that's what all the drivers have been made aware of. And this 5 working together nicely. Still just keeping it calm, putting the sectors in. The pace is really good, I've got to say. All of them in the 54.7s last time around. At the front of the field. 5.5 minutes to go in this one, so we've still got a majority of time that they would have in a heat remaining here at Shenington for the Bambino IAME final. James Roots is now the fastest driver, first to dip into the 54.6s. But again, the characteristic of this circuit, if you're in the position of James Roots, you don't necessarily want to blast through and take the lead of the race at this stage, because you're not going to be able to break away. You're not going to be able to win it on your own. Those around you are going to pull that gap back in or just sit in your slipstream. Exactly what Ronnie Carter's doing at the moment. I've got to say, this is a very mature drive from Ronnie Carter, and we've seen Ronnie Carter be able to make the overtakes. He had to fight for it in the heats. He was the one with a slight deficit in the points. He's pulled his way back into this with some of the results that he's had. And those overtakes that we saw from Ronnie Carter, he could pull them out again in the latter stages to make all the difference. 4 minutes to go. Still Wortley from Carter, from Cook. 1, 2, 3. Harris Barber has got past Logan Rolfe for 11th place further back in the order. Fraser Anderson, unfortunately, is just dropping off the back. James Roots nearly had a go there at Josh Cook. I think that was the slightest of mistakes from Josh Cook. Is this the first big moment in this race? Because there's a gap now between Ronnie Carter and Josh Cook. Josh Cook has got to find that rear bumper. I think he's got to defend. He's got to defend here and be brave on the brakes to close up to Ronnie Carter once again. He's nearly doing so. This is digging deep from Josh Cook, championship leader at the start of the day. 3.5 minutes to go. But are we about to lose one of our championship contenders? Wortley and Carter will know the situation now as well. They'll see that gap. They'll go, right, we've got to work together now. We've got to be friends for the next few laps to drop Josh Cook. Because if we drop Josh Cook, it's now a 2-driver battle. But the thing is, they are not doing so. They're not doing so. James Roots is pushing Josh Cook along. Because, of course, James Roots wants the round win. He doesn't care about the championship. Wants to get through cleanly, of course. But it's in his own self-interest to push Josh Cook along and back into that front group to make it a group of 4. Grayson Wortley has been in this position before, of course. He's won big races here at Shenington in the past in Super 1. What must be going through his mind at the moment? 2.5 minutes on the clock to go. And this great work from James Cook, he has, I'd say, closed back in and made it a group of 4 again. James Roots has helped as well. Recognised the situation. Not wanting to get too eager. See, he will know. Would you be surprised if the top 3 all have a bit of a moment and open up the door for James Roots to take the final win? In this kind of season finale, I don't think you could be surprised by anything. That's why this race has been so anticipated across the course of the weekend. It was just something telling us all in the paddock in our minds that this is how it would end. Effectively a one-off race, almost like a GP race, to decide who's going to be champion in 2022. Another minute ticks by, and still Grayson Wortley leads this race. Ronnie Carter has not made the move yet. I fully understand why. You could argue that Ronnie Carter is in the prime position at the moment. So at the moment he is one race move away from being champion. Grayson Wortley has a little gesture there, says to Ronnie Carter, let's keep thinking about this. Let's keep it calm. Harris Barber has got through past Logan Jones, has got 10th place now.
So there'll be 2 more laps to decide the 2022 Superone IAME Bambino Championship. We've still got 3 drivers with a chance of winning this championship, and they're all at the front of the field. Wortley from Carter from Cook. It's been that way since the start of the race. Carter's pushing again. Big effort now from Ronnie Carter. They're trying to drop Josh Cook. They've almost dropped James Roots. James Roots has been fantastic today, but I don't think he's quite got enough speed. Carter's looking for the inside. This is the moment. Down the inside. Takes the lead of the race. Ronnie Carter chooses 20 seconds to go to make the move to take the lead of the race. He is now in championship winning position. 5 seconds on the clock. That will run out. There's going to be 1 more lap to decide, and then it's still the top 3 being covered by less than half a second. Cook's looking down the inside of Wortley, going for second place. Can he get it on the run? Wortley's going to hold on the outside. No change in position. This is it. The last lap of the championship. Ronnie Carter leads it. Grayson Wortley there in second place. Big run now, down towards the Stratford corner. This is one of the places where Ronnie Carter has been strong, but he hasn't got the benefit of a toe this time. Wortley pulls out of the toe. He's got to be brave on the brakes if he's going to go for the move. He is going to go for the move. Josh Cook is down the inside as well. And through goes Grayson Wortley. Grayson Wortley takes the lead of the race. Cook is still there in second. Carter's still there in third. They slightly bang wheels. Carter around the outside takes second place. 1 more opportunity. You've got to think James Roots is still in there as well for the race win. Grayson Wortley, he's got to defend down the inside into Wilkins. He's done just that. He's got to get off the corner, or they're going to be 3 wide. Coming off the corner, Ronnie Carter's gone round the outside. Ronnie Carter becomes champion in the 2022 Superone IAME Bambino Championship with a last corner overtake. Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? Ronnie Carter, the driver who 24 hours ago was looking off the pace, has taken the win and taken the championship in the most dramatic fashion. Oh my goodness me, in all my years of commentating on Superone, I have never seen a finish like that. Carter from Cook from Wortley, 1, 2, 3 in the race, 1, 2, 3 in the championship. And I'm just going to look at it. It was the curb. Oh, it was the curb. Grayson Wortley just got it on the curb there. He didn't need to. That compromised his exit, and Carter wins it on the line. My goodness me. Well done to Ronnie Carter. He is 2022 Superone IAME Bambino champion. Josh Cook finishes second. Grayson Wortley third. James Roots fourth. Fraser Anderson in fifth. Eli Liziecki, Dean Singh Bahal, Daniel Ferguson, Logan Jones and Harris Barber complete the top 10. Sadly, we are going to have to move on from the IAME Bambinos, but what a category they have been this year. Next out on circuit for their final race of the year is Mini Rok. Wow, let's have a look then through the grid for Mini Rok. This is one that, thankfully, for my voice and the abacus, is already decided. Connor Scarisbrick has pole position. Cooper Snedden alongside on the front row. Mini Rok champion for 2022, Charlie Benson starts on the second row of the grid alongside Eddie Stewart. Rook Thompson and Marcel Popical on row 3. And Jacob Anslow and Alex Dole completes the 8-driver field. I'm just going to have a look at your comments after that one, because that was absolutely. I have no words. I'm out of words to describe what we've just seen there in the IAME Bambinos. And I'm very glad that it's Mini Rok to follow, because these drivers have really put on a show so far this season. Hello to Jasmine Taylor, who's cheering on Rook Thompson and Cooper Snedden in this race. So, championship scenario, just to remind you, Charlie Benson has this 1-1. Connor Scarisbrick has second place secured. Cooper Snedden will be looking to secure third place in this race. Has a great opportunity to do so, with the last opportunity, of course, starting from the front row of the grid. Ready to go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap here in Mini Rok, and away we do go. Connor Scarisbrick will take us from pole position. Cooper Snedden goes for the wide entry line there, takes second place, third place for Charlie Benson, and away they go down towards the Stratford hairpin. Looking good so far. Rook Thompson to the outside there, has been on good form so far today in 4th place. Alex Dole bringing up the rear of the field at the moment. So Connor Scarisbrick leads in the early stages. Cooper Snedden P2. They've done a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing so far today, those two drivers. Charlie Benson in 3rd place. Would love to finish this one well, but it's Jacob Anslow at the moment. He's coming through in the Tony Kart suit. They're up to 2nd place. So Jacob Anslow's had a really good first lap here. Snedden leads from Anslow. Scarisbrick 3rd. Rook Thompson in 4th. Eddie Stewart up to 5th place. All wide there for Jacob Anslow, out where all the marbles are. Will have lost out to Scarisbrick. Cooper Snedden leads in the early stages of this one. Where is Charlie Benson in all this? It's a good job at the moment that this isn't for the title battle, because it's not going all swimmingly well at the moment. Cooper Snedden has had final wins before this season. The one of them at Clay Pigeon for round number 6. With a not too dissimilar drive to what we've seen so far here. Got the lead early on and paced it out from the front. Half a second is the lead then. Eddie Stewart looking down the inside of Jacob Anslow. Unable to make the move that time. Well, he might have a chance around the outside here. That's a good run for Eddie Stewart. Marcel Popicle's involved as well. Charlie Benson at the back of it all. Oh, Anslow wide again. He seems to be struggling with grip at the moment. It's Jacob Anslow. I wonder if the front tyres have started to give up a little bit there on the number 29 kart. Marcel Popicle's had a at times quiet season. This is a good run so far for the Polish driver up the inside of Connor Scarisbrick. Eddie Stewart's going to follow through as well, you'd think. Connor Scarisbrick will have it on the exit as well. No, he's going to get put on the curb there. Jacob Anslow. Oh, look at that from Jacob Anslow. Perfect reading of the situation. Gains, I think, 3 positions there. Got past Benson, Scarisbrick and Stewart all in one. Good news for Cooper Snedden, though. 1.1 seconds is now the lead for Cooper Snedden. Here goes Marcel Popical down the inside. Takes 2nd place away from Rook Thompson. Rook Thompson, who so nearly got another podium on his record earlier on today. Could be an opportunity here to get his best results of the season so far. More racing coming up for you from Double Dash Motorsport Media on a commentary front for the Vortex Rok categories through the course of 2022. We will be at Lenato for the Rok Cup Super Final in a few months' time, so do follow at Double Dash MM for all the news about that coming up. All the best drivers in the Vortex Rok categories across the world joining together. If it's an event you've not seen before, do go check it out. Oh, contact there between Alex Dole and Charlie Benson. I'm not quite sure what triggered that. They seem to drift together on the straight from the Stratford hairpin there on runway. It's quite strange indeed. 5 minutes of this race to go. Cooper Snedden just calmly leading it out from the front at the moment. Not needing to push too hard, not needing to take too much out of himself. And got to say, I've been impressed with Cooper Snedden's resolve this year. We know that he's been racing not at 100%. After that
that big crash that he had at Rowrah right at the start of the season. But he has just kept fighting all the way through, taking his opportunities when they've been presented to him. And
for me, he's marked himself as a very good driver in seasons to come.
Whether he moves up from minis or stays at this level, I think we'll hear more about Cooper Snedden going into 2023. There's Eddie Stewart going for a move on Connor Scarisbrick. Connor Scarisbrick just having a bit of a struggle in this race, really, which is a surprise. The recent form that Scarisbrick has been on has been fantastic. He's actually going to find himself going toe-to-toe with his championship rival, Charlie Benson. In fact, Benson's got through. Benson has got past Scarisbrick now. 3.5 minutes of this one to go. 1.6 seconds is the lead for Cooper Snedden over Marcel Popical. Rook Thompson still there in third place. Jacob Anslow in fourth. And then it's this fight here. Scarisbrick, Benson and Stewart going over 5th, 6th and 7th places. Keep your comments coming in. If you've enjoyed the stream, make sure that you've given your support, if you can, to Alpha Live via that subscribe button and the like button as well. Share the stream out amongst family and friends. Let them know that we've got still plenty more racing to go here up to 5 o'clock. There's Marcel Popical, second place ahead of Rook Thompson. Rook Thompson using this opportunity really, really well to finish the season strongly. Back and forth between Eddie Stewart and Connor Scarisbrick there. And Charlie Benson just going to allow Eddie Stewart position. As Popical's gone round. Popical goes round just to my right here in the commentary box. And he looks to the skies to think, oh, what have I done there? Not quite sure what happened for Marcel Popical. I heard the screech of the tyres as he came to rest just in front of the Marshall post number 2. But that is any hope for Marcel Popical, finishing second in this race. Gone up in a fair amount of tyre smoke. Not that it's a problem for Rook Thompson. Moves Thompson up to second place now and extends the lead for Cooper Snedden, 3.2 ahead of Thompson now. Jacob Anslow onto the podium also. In terms of podium results so far this season, and a very good weekend at Fulbeck. Finished third in the final there. He was also third in the final on the Sunday at Whilton Mill. Down the inside goes Eddie Stewart. Eddie Stewart's had a great day. Whenever we've cast eyes on the number 45, he's been involved in fights, putting overtakes in, defending. Great racecraft being shown. Less than a minute on the clock then for the last Super One Mini Rok race of the year. Off the final corner go Stewart and Benson. So I imagine, there might be three more laps here, depending on when Cooper Snedden cross the line. More importantly, when he'll cross the line next time round. But 3.6 seconds is his lead over Rook Thompson, who has a 1.6 second advantage over this group here, headed up by Jacob Anslow, Eddie Stewart and Charlie Benson. Charlie Benson just yielding there once again to Eddie Stewart. I think there's a little bit of teamwork in play here with the HGR team, and to maximise the points and maximise the opportunities for their drivers. Say Eddie Stewart has not had a top 3 this year in Mini Rok. We are now on the last lap of the race. Jacob Anslow's defending now for third spot. 4.2 seconds now the advantage for Cooper Snedden, on his way to a second win in a Mini Rok final in 2022 and finish the season on a high. It's been a difficult year for the Scottish driver. There's a boundful of energy in the paddock. Always up for a chat with anyone
It's good to see that Cooper Snedden, whose championship could have ended, could have easily pulled out after the first round at Rowrah, but has kept going and is going to be rewarded with once again another victory for the first time since Clay Pigeon. Cooper Snedden wins the mini Rok final and finishes with the fastest lap of the race, a 48.845. Rok Thompson finishes on the podium in second, a best result of the year for Rok Thompson. Third for Jacob Anslow, fourth for Eddie Stewart, fifth for Charlie Benson. Charlie Benson is your champion for 2022. Sixth for Connor Scarisbrick, seventh for Alex Dole, and eighth for Marcel Popical. Our good scenes in the paddock you can see below me. Congratulations between Cooper Snedden and Rok Thompson. That is a very popular podium, I feel. Snedden, Thompson and Anslow, you 1, 2, 3 in mini Rok. As I say, more action at Double Dash MM for the Rok categories in October, when we will be at Lenato for Super Finals. Right, we'll move on. It's time to get into the Rotax portion of the programme. Next race out on circuit will be the final race of the year, the championship decider for Rotax 177. Right, let's have a look through the grid then for what will be the championship deciding race for the Super 1 Rotax 177 title. Alex McGee has pole position. Reigning champion Chris Thomas is on the front row. If he stays there, he is champion. Ian Branfield starts on the second row of the grid. Thomas's KPR Motorsport teammate Oliver Appleby starts fourth on the grid. He needs to find a way past Chris Thomas and hope that Chris Thomas has some level of misfortune if he is to be Rotax 177 champion. What we do know is that it will be going to the KPR Motorsport awning after this race. Scott Clee starts on the third row of the grid. Max Davies joins there for what for now will be his final race in Super 1. Sammy Milam and Andy Ward are there on row number 4. Well, a fairly straightforward one, this one, after the heats earlier on today. Just to remind you of the result from heat number 2. Thomas finished in third, Appleby in fifth. We're getting ready to go. Then not a good start at all for Chris Thomas. What happened there? It's going to be a false start and we're going to go around again. So the situation, and we have to look to the max possible scores here. Oliver Appleby, if he wins this race, finishes on 1,229 points. To beat that score, Chris Thomas has to finish 6th or higher. So 6th or higher will give Chris Thomas the title. And the way that's working out is virtue of a bigger gain from a score currently on Thomas's card that would become a drop with a strong result in this race, whereas Appleby does not have that luxury. All set to go then, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Can anyone beat Alex McGee here today at Shenington? We're going to get racing in Rotax 177. Good start for Alex McGee and for Ian Branfield, who sweeps through into second place straight away. Thomas has got third. Clee fighting for fourth place has got fourth place ahead of Appleby in fifth. They're going to run down to the Stratford corner for the first time. At the moment it's been a good start for Alex McGee and Ian Branfield. Ian Branfield has been so strong for KF Sport throughout this season. Wants to finish it on a tuneful note. It's a decent start for Chris Thomas though. Yes, he's lost a position, but again, his title rival, teammate Oliver Appleby is behind. There's Max Davies, kart number 87, looking to finish this season with a strong result. Sammy Milam as well has had a difficult day, and at times difficult season. It's there in 7th place, and Andy Ward wrapping up the running order at the moment there in 8th. So it's really down to Oliver Appleby now.
try and fight a way through. At the moment, once again, just doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment in the number 3. 3, of course, denoting that he finished in that spot last year, so he's guaranteed an improvement on that. Chris Thomas going down, looking down the inside for Ian Branfield. Still needs to keep applying what he's done throughout the day so far, which is only go for moves that are absolutely on. No 50-50s, no putting his cards at risk, and definitely in this situation, because, as we say, yeah, he doesn't need to win this race, just needs to get home in the top 6, but if he was to go for a dive, damage the cards and be classified in 8th, that could open the door for Appleby to take the win. So looking at it the other way, Appleby has to finish. Well, he has to win the race, basically. That is the line for Appleby. Even if Chris Thomas was to finish in 8th place and last, he has got to take the win. And meanwhile, down the inside, well, double moves there by the KPR Motorsport drivers. Chris Thomas has made his work, but Scott Cleese fighting back on Oliver Appleby and takes the spot back. So Thomas into 2nd, Branfield 3rd, Clee 4th and Appleby 5th. And once again, it just gets that little bit stronger now for Chris Thomas. Scores as I have it, 12.35 for Chris Thomas, 12.24 for Oliver Appleby once the dropped scores are applied. The slight frustration there, I think, for Oliver Appleby is if, and it is just a hypothetical if, not going to be applied, if there were no drop scores, Appleby has more points than Thomas, but them's the rules. 14.46 to 14.39 in terms of total points scored across all 12 rounds if the result was to finish this way. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Sammy Milam has got past Max Davies for 6th place. New fastest lap of the race from Chris Thomas. Here's Chris Thomas looking to finish this one with a flourish. Took the final win yesterday along with 2 heat victories. Has driven this in a very mature way today. I know I say that with a category that has a lot of experience in it. The way that Chris Thomas has gone about his business today, recognising the situation, knowing he doesn't need to go all out for broke, leaving that job to his teammate, who now slipping further and further behind. And here goes Thomas down the inside to take the lead of the race here at Shenington for the final round, the final race of the season in Super 1 Rotax 177 for 2022. And I think you can now say Chris Thomas is champion-elect with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. This has been an awesome display from Chris Thomas this weekend. And I say this weekend, well, pretty much since we left Fulbeck. You looked at the scores after round 8 and you really did think, my goodness, the champion is on the ropes here. Oliver Appleby was flying, Appleby was throwing in clean sweeps. It was an off-colour Chris Thomas in the middle part of this season. But he bounced back. The hat-trick of victories in the first round at Whilton Mill put him back in the mix. A solid round on the Sunday at Whilton Mill gave him a shot. He then followed that up yesterday with another hat-trick of victories to take a clean sweep and pull himself back into this title fight. Give himself that chance. Here he is in this final doing what he does best. Oliver Appleby trying to find a way past Scott Clee. Oliver Appleby has pushed Chris Thomas hard though this season. Thomas, by his own admission, has had to find another level that he didn't know, or they didn't know that he had before the start of this 2022 championship. Such has been the competition level within the KPR Motorsport tent. Appleby trying to find that way through, nearly had a run out of the final corner. Oliver Appleby, still relatively young as well by Rotax 177 terms, many years of racing ahead of him. Wants to finish this championship in the right way, of course, though. He doesn't want to throw it away and have a retirement. He wants to get to see that checkered flag. He wants to be able to congratulate his teammate at the end of this race. There's his other teammate, Sammy Marlam, in 6th place. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Thomas hasn't got the race won yet, though. Alex McGee has just posted a personal best of 43.857. He's only 4 tenths behind. Got to consider as well for Chris Thomas's season. He started very well. Think back to Fulbeck, where he won every single race. Back to Rowrah. Now this time, down the inside goes Oliver Appleby. Now he's got 4th place. Has he got enough time to chase up to Ian Branfield ahead? In fact, Sammy Marlam's trying to fight down the inside. Marlam's got through past Clee as well. Appleby will have the inside line, take 4th place and sprint off down towards the Stratford hairpin. But it was at Rowrah, that Chris Thomas started off the season with 6 wins from 6, and at that point really thought, my goodness, Thomas is just going to run away with this. And a championship like this is played over the rounds. It's not just about one performance on one day, it's about that consistency. We've got other classes coming up where that consistency is even more in focus as we get to this last set of races of the year. 45 seconds of this one to go in Rotax 177. New personal best has just gone in from Andy Ward, 44.300, running there in 8th place. Appleby looking more comfortable now in that 4th place. Good scrap this for 2nd, Alex McGee and Ian Branfield. Alex McGee's going to get that top rookie pot. Even better he's going to be, as long as things keep going well for him, in the top 3 as well. Good. It's had a very good last day of the season for Alex McGee. There's a chance here as well that he could just sneak past Scott Clee going into the championship. He finished in 4th in heat number 2. He's due to finish in 6th in this one. Branfield's looking down the inside though, go for 2nd place, and has got 2nd place. Well, that, just as I pop the numbers in, has just tilted it back in the favour of Scott Clee. That move right there has just given Scott Clee 4th place in the championship. Time is up though, and the champion-elect has got one more lap to do. What a weekend it has been for Chris Thomas. He sets a 43.776. He had it all to do. He took a clean sweep of victories yesterday. He was very coy about his chances on the podium yesterday when I spoke to him. He wanted to make sure that it was fair. He wanted to make sure that it was clean between himself and his teammate, Oliver Appleby, and they've done just that. But with a couple of corners to go, he could even cruise it in now. Chris Thomas, the number 1 plate from 2021, comes round the final corner of the season and is going to retain the number 1 spot. He wins round 12, and Chris Thomas becomes the 2022 Super One Rotax 177 Championship winner. What a way to do it, with a victory here at Shenington ahead of Ian Branfield. Alex McGee finishes in 3rd place. 4th for Oliver Appleby. Oliver Appleby finishes as runner-up. It's a KPR Motorsport 1-2 in the championship. Sammy Milam finishes in 5th. Scott Clee in 6th. 7th for Max Davies, and Andy Ward 8th. Well done to all of our Rotax 177 drivers. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take a very, very quick break, because out on circuit now are Minimax.
Very quick run through the grid then for the Mini-Max Final. This again is a championship decider. Jake Flewitt and Joseph Murphy on the front row. Lucius McDermott and Max Hollor on row 2. Joshua Jarvis and Daniel Parsons row 3. Joshua Bagembe goes from row 4. Jensen Powers also there. Rhys Owen and Emily Ackett on row 5. Charlotte Stanley and Ernie Overton there on row 6. I do believe that Ernie Overton will not be taking part in this race. To win the title, Joshua Bagembe has to finish 10th. He has to finish 10th and he is champion. That's on the basis that if Joseph Murphy wins this race. So away we go then. Jake Flewitt will lead into the first corner. Murphy holds on to second place. Oh, Bagembe forced out wide there by Joshua Jarvis. He's going to lose a couple of positions. But as I say, 10th place. That is what Bagembe needs to become the Mini-Max champion here for Super One 2022. Into the Bruno chicane to go for the first time. Jake Flewitt and Joseph Murphy. I do wonder, will we have a little bit of team orders in this race? Because Joseph Murphy, who has not won a final this year, really needs to win this one to stand any kind of chance of winning this title. In fact, yes, he has to win the race to win the title. It is simple as that for Joseph Murphy. Bagembe currently running in 8th place. We're talking about him averaging 7th place across the days. Has averaged 7th place across the days so far. So at least for Bagembe, he is keeping up his side of the bargain. Max Hollor's had a good start in this race again. Some good speed today. There in 3rd place. Charlotte Stanley has gained 2 off the start as well. So there are the 2 JW wildcards, Flewitt and Murphy, 1st and 2nd. 2 places gained for Jensen Powers as well in the early stages of this race. He's up to 6th spot. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Daniel Parsons in 7th place. Bit of a moment there for Joshua Bagembe. Just got to keep pushing on, got to keep calm. I say, just has to get in that top 10. That is absolutely fine. In fact, he doesn't even need to get in the top 10 at the moment because Murphy is not leading the race. But given the scenario that you have at the front of the order, I would not be surprised if there is a switch between these 2 drivers in an attempt to try and bring the Junior Max title into the JWR tent. Too early to do it at the moment though, as there's a mechanical flag, and that is big. That is a very big moment in the story of this championship. Joshua Jarvis is going to have to retire with a loose rear right bumper. Why is that important? That is it. That is it for Joshua Bagembe, because Joshua Bagembe will gain a position out of that and he just has to finish. And there's also problems now for the number 4 of Emily Ackett and Rhys Owen, and there's a loose exhaust, so that's going to be another mechanical for another driver. Joshua Bagembe, by my calculations, cannot finish in a position that does not give him the championship. Now, I will just put an asterisk on that. The one way you could lose this is getting disqualified. I'm sure that will not be the case. In goes Joshua Jarvis. Joshua Bagembe will have the biggest smile on his face in this race right now because he's just seen that happen in front of him. It puts him back into the 7th place we've been talking about, but because of the results earlier on today, he can actually afford to finish lower down. And because of other things that are happening around the circuit as well, that secure nature on the points is becoming more and more certain. Here's a good scrap. This is for 3rd place between Max Hollor and Lucius McDermott. Lucius McDermott to the inside, takes that place. So Rhys Owen is out of the race. Emily Ackett is also out of the race. So you think now that the worst that Bagembe could finish is in 8th spot. He can coast round now and still be champion. And we're still saying this, Joseph Murphy is not leading the race. And Joseph Murphy has to win the race to stand any mathematical chance of winning the title. 4 minutes and 40 to go.
Jensen Powers has been on some big drives today. There he is, both of them on the Jack Dex Racing pieces of kit. And Daniel Parsons to the inside, who looked for that position. Nice move there, really nice move from Daniel Parsons into Cafe. Into Park, rather. Through Park Bend, gets that spot. Moves up to 5th. We talked about the consistency in Rotax 177. This has definitely been the class to have the consistency in. That's why Joshua Bigembe is leading this championship. He's put in those big performances as well. Think back to particularly his Clay Pigeon weekend. We had 4 wins out of 6. And the other race, in fact, he didn't finish any lower than 3rd that weekend. 3.5 minutes to go. Still the 2 JWR karts out front, Fluid and Murphy. I just wonder now with the situation where they are in, whether they'll just let them race now, because the hope for Joseph Murphy of the cards, the racing gods laying out an opportunity to win the championship, aren't going to be there anymore. Jake Fluid could be on his way for a 2nd final victory in a row here this weekend. Been incredibly strong. It's been one of the strongest full weekend performances for any driver this year in the Minimax category. So far this weekend hasn't finished a single race lower than 2nd, and could well bump himself up the order in the championship with this effort this weekend. Should talk further about championship situations for other drivers out there. So at the moment, say Bigembe 1164 is his projected score, 1158 for Murphy. Ernie Overton will finish on 1120. Max Hollow's going to come near by as well. Probably wrap up 4th place in the championship. Joshua Jarvis, well, his hopes of holding on to 5th have taken a bit of a blow with that retirement at the end of this race. 2 minutes of the final to go. Lucius McDermott might just pit. Yes, he will actually. In fact, Lucius McDermott is on for pipping quite a few people, getting past Jarvis, Hollow and Overton all in this round. He's come today, missed the round at Whilton Mill, and put on a good sequence of results, no lower than 6th at all this weekend. So still going on for Jake Fluid, just starting to edge out ahead of his teammate now. There's Max Hollor in 4th place. He's got Daniel Parsons just behind, and Daniel Parsons having a strong finish here. Less than 60 seconds to go. It's all about our champion-elect, Joshua Bigembe, right at the tail of this field in terms of the hot runners, but that will not matter one bit. Work in the early stage of the season. Having confidence as well, had a good run at Shenington Super Prix earlier on in the summer. So knew what was underneath him heading into this weekend. Now closing in on Lucius McDermott as well, these two, Hollor and Parsons. Could be some action just towards the end of this race, and Hollow's put in some good overtakes so far this weekend, finishing the season strongly. Leaders onto the last lap then. Jake Fluid has had a superb weekend, took the final win yesterday, and is on to do likewise again here in the 12th and final round for Super 1 2022. Joseph Murphy
on for second place and second place in the championship. It's been a great year for Joseph Murphy. But it's not quite going to be enough. Change for third place. Max Holler has got through past Lucius McDermott. Daniel Parsons just at the back of this as well. Jensen Powers in sixth. But round the final corner, Jake Fluid makes it a double this weekend at Shenington. But we wait for our champion. There is Joshua Bagembi. Bagembi becomes Minimax champion for Super One 2022. He came with a task of finishing 7th in all of his races today, and he's done it. Bagembi is champion by 6 points ahead of Joseph Murphy. A very, very well done job there for Joshua Bagembi. But it's Jake Fluid from Joseph Murphy. Max Hollor in third, 4th for Lucius McDermott, 5th for Daniel Parsons, 6th for Jensen Powers. The crucial 7th place for Joshua Bagembi there, 8th for Charlotte Stanley, 9th for Amelie Ackitts. These three at the end were all retirements. Ackitts, Jarvis and Owens. Apologies, no, Ackitts wasn't a retirement. She was running there at the end of the race. And Ernie Overton was a non-starter. But Joshua Bagembi is your champion here in Minimax, ahead of Joseph Murphy. Lucius McDermott, 3rd in the title race. 4th for Ernie Overton and 5th for Max Hollor. We'll see the Minimaxes again next time for Super One action. Heading out on circuit now, though, it's our demo class for the weekend. It is Micromax. Let's check out the grid then for Micromax and their second final of the weekend. Colby Patterson and Jack Baker on the front row. Edward Haynes and Leo Livingston on row 2. Cooper Snedden and Tom Reed on the third row of the grid. There has been a bit of a spin on the formation lap. Carrying on though, Marnav Dew and Harry Williams on row 4. Reece Davey Richardson and Jaden Sherwood on row 5. Logan Jones and Caden Simpson there on row 6. Harper Das and Christian Stefanov start on row 7. Colt Eel and Arthur Farrow on row 8. There may well be a false start on this one. Let's see if we are good to go. No, we are good to go. Racing for 9 minutes plus 1 lap as they all head towards the first couple of corners. And it's going to be Edward Haynes who leads in the early stages of this one. Edward Haynes from the second row of the grid leads down towards the Stratford hairpin. I do believe we had a couple of drivers spin on the formation lap. Harry Williams may have been one of them. Oh, look at this. Patterson fighting back, wants to retake the race lead. Cooper Snedden's had a good start as well there. In the orange and blue helmet, is already up to 4th place. We've already seen him take one final victory here today. To the final corner for lap number 1. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. Patterson has nipped the lead again just at the end of that lap. Edward Haynes fights back. Jack Baker's still there in 3rd place. Cooper Snedden up to 4th. Jaden Sherwood's had a good start as well. It's up to 5th. Down Stratford straight they go then into the hairpin. Haynes still leading this one. Looks quite content to defend this one hard. As scrap there between Christian Stefanov and Marnav Dew. And Stefanov has got the position. And Stefanov up to 8th. Arthur Farrow, I think, was also involved on that formation lap. And the shenanigans as... Oh, round there was someone towards the back of the order. It was possibly Harry Williams who span off. Was going fairly quickly. And yeah, hasn't come through the last sector. So I think Harry Williams has had another problem in the final sector, like we saw in the first heat. Edward Haynes leads still. Still quite happy to just defend this one. The Micromax engines expected to be in Super One for 2023. Patterson trying to get to... that is a fantastic bit of driving from Colby Patterson. Inch perfect from Patterson there. Takes the lead of the race. Edward Haynes has got to fight back now. These two drivers raced each other in the Bambino categories in previous years. Change of lead confirmed. Patterson ahead of Haynes. Baker in third. Jaden Sherwood and Leo Livings have both got past Cooper Sneddon for 4th and 5th places. We will have more Micro Max powered action for you in Alpha Live next weekend. We'll be at Whilton Mill. As, oh, look at that being forced down. Edward Haynes not wanting Jack Baker to get the run there into the Bruno chicane. And there was a move there being put in by Rhys David Richardson as well. So lots of battles up and down the order. Yeah, and I'm not surprised that contact warnings come out there for Edward Haynes. That was a touch aggressive from Edward Haynes on Jack Baker. So a warning there from Race Control. But yes, just to mention, next weekend, Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media will be bringing coverage of the Club 100 Juniors and Cadets Championships from Whilton Mill for you here on Saturday next weekend. The Micromax engines powering the cadet karts. Their first year of competition, and if you witnessed the stream that we had earlier in the year at Bookmore Park to kick off the season, you'll remember that it was a fantastic day of racing, very entertaining. So if you didn't see that, you can go watch it back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and get ready for next weekend at Whilton Mill. As I say, that's all day on Saturday. Patterson still leading this race though. Haynes second. Jack Baker has just posted the fastest lap of the race so far, 50.763. And not good news for Cooper Sneddon. Ah dear, Cooper Sneddon has had to retire. Just see him pulling in now. I'm just going to try and see what is the problem for Cooper Sneddon. Can't see anything mechanically wrong, but as we know, Cooper Sneddon has been racing under the weather throughout the course of the season. I just wonder if this has been one race too many for Cooper today. Okay though, just having a peer out the commentary box window. She's sitting in the car talking to one of the drivers, and sadly, yes, that is Cooper Sneddon's race over here for today. Tom Reed there, Tom Reed having a nice final here, pulling up through the order. The driver in kart number 36 just got past Rhys David Richardson, and Caden Simpson coming into the equation as well. Kart number 67 there, you see with the LN kart underneath him. Oh, down the inside there from Richardson. Good attempt. We've got Christian Stefanov just behind them in 9th place. Logan Jones completing the top 10 right now. They would like to try close the gap there to Jaden Sherwood and Leo Livings. Sherwood, who we've seen race in Honda Cadet before in Super 1. Trying his hand this weekend at Micromax. 2 more races after this, by the way. The junior and senior Rotax Max Finals, both of which will be championship deciders. And the junior race in particular could be very, very special. Fastest lap of the race, Jack Baker, 50.397. It's closing back in to Haynes and Patterson. Haynes has just had a second contact warning there. Needs to be careful here. It's definitely caught the attention of Race Control. Christian Stefanov down the inside, lovely. Very nice move there on Caden Simpson. Logan Jones trying to take advantage as well. Oh, Dew not too far behind, number 3 there. I've got to say, across the racing that we've seen this weekend, Micromax has made a bit of an impression on the paddock for Super 1 2022. There's been some great racing, just like that. Christian Stefanov down the inside of Richardson. And if it indeed does go ahead, that we see this category in full championship form next year, it could be very, very popular.
open to drivers from around the ages of 8 through 13. You can get more information on the website and on the Facebook page about the plans for this category in 2023. Big thanks to our sponsors, by the way, who without we couldn't put this event on today, or the live stream. So big thanks to CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and Dalrai Helmets.
60 seconds of this final to go for Micro Max. Still Colby Patterson controlling the race, controlling the field, as he has done pretty much the whole weekend. Edward Haynes has been overtaken now by Jack Baker.
Jack Baker at the front of the order. Also contact warning for Reese David Richardson. He's having this squabble with Tom Reed at the moment. Christian Stefanov just behind.
And number 73 of Logan Jones. This is a good finish for Logan Jones as well coming into this race. Good to see from another one of our rookies in this race. That's another thing that's I think been promising for this weekend. The number of rookies, i.e. drivers who've not competed in Super 1 in previous seasons coming in. So Tom Reed, Christian Stefanov as well, Harry Williams, all names who've raced in other series, but first time that they've come here into Super 1. Time has run out. Look at this, Jack Baker and Edward Haynes putting the pressure on now. Edward Haynes the closest of the two to Colby Patterson. And they're going to be side by side as they come on to the final lap. Good drive there for Patterson off the corner though. Last lap board out. Can Patterson make it 2 final victories in a row in the demo Micro Max event here this weekend at Shenington for Super 1 2022? Haynes thought about trying to go around the outside there. Good scrap going on between Jaden Sherwood and Leo Livings has just come by me as well. As down the inside goes Edward Haynes. Gets the move into the Stratford hairpin. Patterson's going to try and come back though. Haynes through the Bruno chicane. Needs a good run off the Bruno chicane. That's not a bad run at all. We'll check down to the inside. Force Patterson to go round the top. That could open a door for Jack Baker. Haynes defended to the inside again. This has been a very well put together last couple of laps from Edward Haynes, and it's going to give him the race victory in Micro Max here at Shenington. Edward Haynes takes the final by just under. That's one of the closest finishes we've seen today. 0.035 ahead of Colby Patterson. Jack Baker takes third. Jaden Sherwood fourth. Leo Livings fifth ahead of Reese David Richardson. Logan Jones, Harry Williams, Tom Reed and Caden Simpson. Marnav Dew, Christian Stefanov and Harper Das were your finishes, along with Arthur Farrow there in 14th. One retirement, which was Cooper Snedden. Well, we very much hope to see more from Micro Max next year. And if that does take your interest, do go to the website, send your questions to the info team here at Super 1, and hopefully we'll see you on the grid for next year. We're going to move on though, back to our championship classes. Next out on circuit is the title decider for Junior Rotax Max. Here we go then for the final in Junior Rotax Max. Aiden Hassan has pole position, Alfie Briggs P2. Whichever one of these drivers finishes ahead of the other in this race is champion. Shane Collins and Max Cuthbert there on row 2. Jake Howarth and Jake Richards on the third row. Callum Gosh and Harrison Morrow start on row 4. Vince Smith and Billy Edgecombe will both look to move from row 5. Max Tompkinson and Joseph McVeigh start there on row 6. Jarek Metters and Jamie Salter start on row 7. Oliver Law completes the 15 kart field. This is the race that I think could get very, very, very dramatic. Aiden Hassan knows really has to finish the race. He's got to make sure that that is the first priority. The second priority, maybe the equal priority, is finishing ahead of Alfie Briggs. Hassan has 2 heat wins so far from pole position here today. We go for the final. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's a good start for both Briggs and Hassan. And Briggs has gone round the outside. and taken the lead in the first corner. Is that the big move? That is not what he's been able to do so far today. He's got ahead of Aiden Hassan in the early stages of this race. Now, how does he play it? Is Hassan going to get a move on the run out of Stratford? No. We saw Briggs get ahead of Aiden Hassan in the early stages of the very first heat of the day. We're talking like lap 3 or 4, but he wasn't able to hold on. He played a very defensive game. Does he this time just try and run this out from the front and break away from the rest of the field? You would think that the two drivers at the front have that kind of pace. End of lap 1 though, Briggs leads from Hassan. Max Cuthbert's had a good start, he's up to 3rd place. Jake Richards has had a good start as well. He's up to 4th, he's on good form this weekend. Shane Collins is there in 5th, Jake Howarth in 6th, Billy Edgecombe and Finn Smith have both gained positions off the start. Briggs, I think, is going to try and play the defensive game. Is it going to work though? Max Cuthbert's going to go down the inside, try and get past Aiden Hassan. Hassan closes the door, holds on to 2nd place. We've got 8 more minutes of this. This could be absolutely fascinating. You can understand the Briggs strategy, because if he can get Hassan down the order, encourage more drivers to get involved in this melee. It doesn't matter about winning the race. It's about relative position ahead of one another. Do not take your eyes off your screens. You see, yeah, Briggs is going to play the defensive game. Briggs is going to play the defensive game, and has it worked? It has worked. Cuthbert's got down the inside, taken 2nd place. Now, what do you do if you're Alfie Briggs? Do you now change the order and try and sprint away? This is a big opportunity for Alfie Briggs. He checks over the shoulder, sees that he's got a gap now. I think he's got to change the strategy and at least try, because if he can break away from the rest of the field now, he could have this race won. Aiden Hassan has got to get past Max Cuthbert. Max Cuthbert is not a championship contender here this weekend, but he is very, very fast. Finished on the podium yesterday. Max Cuthbert could have a go at Alfie Briggs here. Hassan to the outside. This is a fascinating... This is like a game of chess out there on 4 wheels. Hassan's got back down the inside, has retaken 2nd place. Well, that was big. That was really big from Aiden Hassan. He had to get himself back into that spot. But remember, Aiden Hassan has no drop scores to play with. He missed a full meeting, so he's used up his 2 drops across the course of the 12 rounds here for Super 1 2022. He may have a run down the outside here. Briggs has got to get it shut down. Get to that inside line to Stratford. He has done. Hassan's weaving this way and that. Billy Edge comes down the inside. Has got 3rd place off of Max Cuthbert. So it's the top 4 in the final yesterday. In the top 4 once again here. A contact warning has been shown to the race leader. So race control have made it clear that they don't want to see any funny business from any of the drivers. They've given one there to Alfie Briggs, who's defending the inside again. Aiden Hassan can't find a way through Park Bend. We're not even into the second half of this race yet. We've still got more than 5 minutes of it to go. If the scores were to finish like this, look at the defence down the inside. Once again, now this is a better chance. 2 positions lost. 2 positions lost for Hassan. Billy Edgecombe got down the inside. Max Cuthbert followed through. Change of strategy got to be again for if you're in Briggs' shoes. The first part of the strategy has worked. Now if you could race away, Hassan back down the inside. Crucial move, gets into 3rd place. Jake Howarth's now on the scene. Jake Howarth gets up to 4th place. Howarth trying to hold on to 3rd place in the championship, of course. Alfie Briggs, now he's got a gap. He's got a gap over Billy Edgecombe now. I don't think he defends at this stage. Look, yes, now he's back onto the normal racing line. If he can put in a quick couple of laps here, he could break away. But I stress the could. It is so, so difficult round here at Shenington with these long straights. Oh, poor Jake Richards looks to be out of contention in this one to break away. Oh my goodness, Aiden Hassan has got down the inside. How has he done that on Billy Edgecombe? And Aiden Hassan has got back through to second place and set the fastest lap of the race. Well, I suppose actually with a race that's been so defensive, the pace isn't going to be that high. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go in one of the most pulsating Junior Max finals you will ever see. Alfie Briggs leads. Aiden Hassan back up to second place. There's some tyres out of place there on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. Briggs will switch it back again, but he will start to feel like he's got a bit more confidence now. He's seen this strategy of forcing Hassan back into the field, work on 2 occasions momentarily, and if he can make it happen again towards the end of the race, he could be champion. If you're Aiden Hassan, what do? You cannot afford a non-finish in this race. You've got to get through cleanly, and you've got to keep it on the track. Switchback possible? No, not that time from Briggs, and once again, he continues to defend. So if it was to finish like this, Briggs would score 1,235 points. Hassan would be 3 points further back. Got to remember back to 12 months ago as well, where Briggs lost out the Junior Rok title by 1 point in a very similar situation. That hurt Alfie Briggs, losing out in that title fight. He won it this year in Junior Rok before we even got here to Shenington, but he wants the double. He wants the Vortex Rok and Rotax double in the junior categories. At the moment he's doing it. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. We'll go defensive again, down the inside. Nobody there to help Alfie Briggs an overtake, but now there's an overlap. Hassan's got the overlap. He's got to drive around the corner. That's very, very good indeed. He's through. Aiden Hassan has done it. He's got through. He's broken the Alfie Briggs resistance. And now for the first time since turn 1, Aiden Hassan leads the race. Alfie Briggs, you've got to do it on the track now. You've got to find a way through to be champion. 90 seconds to go. Briggs has been able to make a move on Hassan so far this weekend. He did it in Heat 1 earlier on today. The trouble has been Hassan has been stronger and stronger throughout this Sunday round and has been able to give it back. And that was superb from Hassan. He kept himself calm. He knew the run out of the hairpin was going to be crucial. And Hassan is increasing the speed now. What has Alfie Briggs got in the tank? He's done a lot of hard defending. 60 seconds to go. You can see the change now. Straight into the 43.3s goes Aiden Hassan. 43.4 for Alfie Briggs. So the scenario now changes. Alfie Briggs would finish, if it finished like this, Alfie Briggs would be on 1,233. Aiden Hassan would be 1,234, and it would be a repeat of what happened last year in the Junior Rok category for Alfie Briggs. You've got to give it to Aiden Hassan. He has not put a foot wrong so far this weekend. He's won 4 races out of the 5 completed. The one he didn't win, he finished in second place. 10 seconds to go. 2 laps then. 2 laps. Apologies to the drivers behind. There's some great scraps going on. Just saw Finn Smith and Shane Collins fighting over 5th place there. But Aiden Hassan is 2 laps away from winning the Junior Rotax Max title. It didn't look good when we left Whilton Mill. He had 2 not great, especially in round number 9. Not great results in the finals, and he had everything to do here at Shenington this weekend, but at the moment he is doing enough. He is doing enough, more than enough, to win this championship. Last lap then. Last lap for Aiden Hassan. Doesn't want to get too defensive. Good run for Alfie Briggs out of the last corner through Park Bend. Alfie Briggs, you've got to feel, has got to set one up down into the Stratford hairpin. His run through Cafe and through Pitts Bend is going to be crucial. Has he got enough of a run down the inside? Aiden Hassan does defend just a little bit. We've already seen one title be decided on the last corner here today in IAME Bambino. Are we going to see a second? Aiden Hassan still has the lead through the Bruno chicane. He's got to defend down into Wilkins and get the run off Wilkins right. Alfie Briggs has a little joke to the inside there to try and find a way through. He's pushing through into Wilkins. Aiden Hassan's resisted though. Aiden Hassan is going to win round 12. Aiden Hassan becomes 2022 Super One Junior Rotax Max champion by 1 point. What a fight. What a win. Aiden Hassan has taken the championship in one of the most exhilarating finals you will see in UK karting. Alfie Briggs takes second place in the race and second place in the championship standings. What a valiant effort from Alfie Briggs this year. He took it right to the last. Billy Edgecombe finishes 1 place higher than he did yesterday in third. Fourth for Jake Howard. Fifth for Finn Smith. Sixth for Shane Collins. Seventh for Callum Gosh. Eighth for Max Cuthbert. Ninth for Harrison Morrow. And a good drive there from Joseph McVeigh moves up a number of positions to get in the top 10. Max Tompkinson finishes in 11th. Oliver Law 12th. Jarek Metters in 13th. 14th for Jake Riches. And a retirement for Jamie Salter. Well done to all of our junior Rotax drivers. We're going to have to break away though. The last race of the day, the last race of the season is heading out on circuit now. It is the Senior Rotax Max Final. Let's have a look at the grid then for this last race of the season, a championship decider as well in Senior Rotax. Ben Davis has pole position, Joe Weaver alongside him on the front row, Joshua Valance and Daniel Jones on row 2, Isaac Lord and Kieran Pepper on row 3. Carl Dunford and Ben Page start on row 4, Kieran Gianelli and Matteo Palmer row 5, Alex Warnaby and Tom Taylor on row 6. Elliot Thomas and Alicia Bradshaw on row 7. Away we go then for the championship decider. Can Joe Weaver close out this title run? He's got a good advantage over Ben Davis at the moment, but Ben Davis has the early lead in this one. If Ben Davis wins the race, Joe Weaver has got to finish in 11th place. So it's a similar sort of situation to what we saw with Joshua Bugembe in the Minimax final. Keep it clean, keep it running well, and Joe Weaver will be champion. Heading down towards Wilkins for the first time then. Davis leads from Weaver. Joshua Valance there in third place. It's a good spot actually to be if you're Joe Weaver. Just sit on the rear bumper of Ben Davis, push through, you know, both of you have that speed to break away from the rest of the field. And you know, just simply pull this one home. Or overtake for the lead if you're Joe Weaver and you're in that kind of mood. That you don't want to just sit on the rear bumper of Ben Davis and do it the simple way. You want to win the race. Well, I tip my hat to Joe Weaver in that respect. That he wants to win this one with a flourish. And fair play to Ben Davis as well. He didn't fight that one too hard. I think he knows, of course, that he needs to finish this race. Kind of similar to what we've just seen with Aiden Hassan in the juniors. If Ben Davis doesn't finish, then he's not going to win this championship. Joe Weaver leads. Ben Davis in second place. I think actually no, Ben Page has got a transponder issue, so Ben Page is not a lap down if you're looking at alphatam.co.uk/Super1. There's Carl Dunford. Then Daniel Jones just ahead of him, holding fourth place at the moment. Joe Weaver sets a new fastest lap of the race, 43.507. Joshua Valance continued to run well. It's there in third place. Had some struggles, I'd say, earlier on, well, in the middle part of the season.
But it's good to see Valence get that form back together, that speed that deserted him in the middle part of the season. You may think that he would have stood a bit of a stronger chance in this title fight if he'd been able to have stronger results, the likes of Pigeon and Fulbeck, but all things that I'm sure Joshua Valence will work on. Continue his racing here in the Rotax categories. Just know this Shenington circuit very, very well. He can still hold on for third place in the championship, of course. Scored, at the moment scoring third places throughout the race weekend, apart from one race in Heat 2 yesterday. Carl Dunford had problems in Heat number 2, actually had a +5 penalty for a dropped bumper, hence why he's had to start a touch lower than his overall speed today otherwise would have indicated. It's in a tight fight with Ben Page over a spot in the championship rankings. As down the inside there goes Ben Page. Good move on Isaac Lord. A good fight there with Isaac Lord. That's over 6th place. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got Tom Taylor out in this race. Just looking through the order, not seeing him out there. He obviously had a problem earlier on, had a clash with him with the karts. Good move there by Lord. Down the inside on Ben Page. Another good overtaking manoeuvre by Isaac Lord. Not the first time that we've said that today. Four minutes and 30 seconds of this one to go. Race leader, championship leader, Joe Weaver. Just ticking the laps on by now to bring this one home. Hasn't got it won yet. Joshua Valence and Daniel Jones aren't too far behind. Weaver would have hoped that he could be able to move further ahead with Ben Davis. That gap more around 2-3 seconds, but fair credit to Valence and Jones having strong runs here. If you've enjoyed the stream today, do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Join the commentary as well at @MM across the social media networks. Here are your two leaders, Joe Weaver and Ben Davis. Very evenly matched. You've had some brilliant races across the course of this Super 1 2022 Championship. Remember, back to the very first final of the year, I watched trackside. The move that Joe Weaver put in on Ben Davis into the last corner at Rowrah, at Cumbria Kart Racing Club, and you knew right then that this was going to be a really enjoyable championship to watch. See which one of the two could end up on top. In a moment, it is looking like Joe Weaver is going to be that driver. What I like as well about Joe Weaver's approach today, he has taken the fight. He's not taking it the easy way, with that way that the points can say, oh yeah, just sit behind Ben Davis, don't take any risks. He's taken the fight to the DHR driver today. On one occasion so far today, he has won. He could be about to do it for the second time today. 2 minutes to go. That's Joshua Valence, as we say, still running well nicely there in third place. He's got some good speed in this final. He's going to comfortably hold on to third place in the championship. Carl Dunford have currently got scored as 4th, Ben Page 5th. And really any big changes apart from that, as you look down the order, how this will all shake itself out. Another personal best in from the race leader. Joe Weaver on a 43.198. Ben Davis still there in second place. So nearly 4/10 is the gap for Joe Weaver now. Daniel Jones is set PB so far. It's currently on for a rookie trophy as well. It's Alex Warnaby's yesterday. Daniel Jones still there in 4th place. Very much like that trophy to go home with him here today from Shenington, from this final round of the season. If you have missed any of the racing in Super 1 this year, you can go back and watch every single Sunday round, all the races, for free, at your own leisure, here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It has been a pleasure to commentate on Super 1 again for 2022. In fact, whilst we're getting towards the end of this race, quick thank you to our team here today who've been on the cameras and on the production desk. Adam Chapman, Chris Simpson and James Tim, all out there bringing the shots to you at home and us here in the commentary box. Literally could not do the job without them, so big thanks to all those guys. 20 seconds of this race to go. Joe Weaver looking in control here, 6/10. He's just edging it out, half a tenth here, a tenth there, and this will be a really good feeling for Joe Weaver. I got the sense from him yesterday that when he'd won the final, it had been his first final win in a while in this championship, that he'd relaxed, that he knew that the job, I wouldn't say it was half done, but a good way done, and he'd taken the pressure off himself for this race here today, this set of races. And I'd say he's driven today better than I've seen him drive at any point this season, even back to that really strong first round, a couple of rounds of the year at Rowrah. He's on to the last lap now, and I think there's going to be a big cheer in about a minute's time when Joe Weaver comes across the line as the new senior Rotax Max champion for Super 1. Round the Stratford hairpin, doesn't need to defend. Ben Davies may come under attack here from Joshua Valance into the last couple of corners through the Bruno chicane. And Joe Weaver can smell that champagne. He can smell that victory now. He's got 2 corners to go on a kart that bears his own name for Joe Weaver Racing. Joe Weaver wins round 12 of Super 1 2022 and becomes 2022 Super 1 Senior Rotax Max Champion. And he takes a big sigh there as he realises his achievement. Joe Weaver is your champion. He wins from Ben Davies, who's had a brilliant season as well. 1-2 in the race, 1-2 in the championship. In fact, it's 1-2-3 because Joshua Valance finishes there in 3rd. A second covers the top 3 there. A fantastic finish for all of them. Daniel Jones finishes this race in 4th. 5th place for Isaac Lord, 6th for Carl Dunford, 7th for Ben Page, Kieran Pepper in 8th, 9th for Kieran Gianelli, 10th for Matteo Palmer, and then Elliot Thomas in 11th and Alex Warnaby in 12th. But there you go, Joe Weaver. Well, it's been a long, long season for Joe Weaver, and he had to keep plugging away. He had a bit of a dip in form in the middle of the season, but he came back strong, kept getting those top 5s, and then he's just brought it up to that next level here this weekend at Shenington and has become the senior Rotax champion. And with that, that brings an end to our racing here today at Shenington and for the season. Big thank you if you've just joined in the last part of today or for the whole season. Thank you for going on this journey with us here for Super 1 2022. I do hope we get to do it again next year. If you've enjoyed the commentary at _MM across your social media networks, do give us a like, a thumbs up and all of that business. It does really help us out. Big thanks to say to Adam Chapman, Chris Simpson, James Tim, our team here today for Alpha Live. Do give them a subscribe and a follow if you haven't done so already. Big thanks to our sponsors for Super 1 2022, CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and Arrow Helmets. Could not thank all of the staff at Super 1 for putting on the championships this year. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to them for the opportunity to come and commentate once again for their championship. And I'm going to give the last thanks as well to all of our team here at Shenington, the marshals, race control, and always love coming here and it's a great place to finish a championship. And finish a championship we have. Thank you very much, everybody. Hope to see you very, very soon. Next weekend we'll be back with more action in a Club 100 format for Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media. My name's been Andrew Mather. This has been your Super 1 Karting Championship for 2022. Do enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and goodbye.